so hot, I ain't coming down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man.
Oh.
The world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB index au mètre carré and it is not over.
Oh non.
Insane.
That was fast.
Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow. Oh, one of the big jobs. Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work. Here we go. Welcome and good morning, everyone. We're back as promised, 6 a.m. local time for the 100 mile in the Val d'Aran by UTMB, the European major of the UTMB World Series. And you see, very slowly but surely, just like ourselves, the sun is rising.
With a little bit of caffeine. Good morning, and maybe good night to those of you who are following from a different time zone. We have our caffeine in front of us. We are ready to follow the end or the last bit of the 100-mile race today. We've had such an exciting couple of days. This is the third day into our live commentary. We had the 50K race on Thursday. We had the 100K race yesterday, and then the start of the 100-miler at 4 p.m. local time yesterday. The race is now 14 hours underway as the sun is rising there in the beautiful Pyrenees Mountains.
And we should have, so there we go. We do have a bit of a recap of the beginning of the race as our field of, how many did we say? There was quite a few runners.
100? I think there were about...
And I remember 141, you asked me specifically 143 women at the start.
Yep. And of course, we've got a bit of an altered course here. Actually, quite a bit of an altered course.
Quite a bit altered, to be fair.
Due to the weather. Yeah, but at least we have a race. The last 2 years, the 100-mile race has unfortunately had to be canceled due to the weather. So even though we've got a different course out there, it's a lower elevation. They're running more in the valley. It's a faster course. We have a race on, and making sure that we have a finish here today is quite important.
And we had two early leaders here. Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, representing Team On Running from France, was charging right off the gate and is now over about half an hour lead on second place. And in the women's, it was Jocelyne Poury, another French runner, who was in the lead, but she has now withdrawn from the race. The night did not play in her favor. We are not really aware of what went down with Jocelyne, but yeah, she has dropped now. And here on your screen is Anca, who was second at the time, and that is in third third
She's
position.
in third place. Yep.
Yeah,
Not too bad about Jocelyn. You know, this is a woman. She's 52 years old. She was running so strong, looked so serious on the start line. But yeah, unfortunately, about an hour and a half ago, she pulled out of the race. So we currently on the women's side have Laura Van Voren from Belgium leading the race, followed by Yuan from China, and then Anca Zendaya from Romania. Now, on the men's side, we are following Gabriel Rueda from Argentina.
And I was telling you about this man, not to be underestimated. He can run long. He handled now the nights without any issue. And look at him bounce. Like, I don't know if he's changed his training, but like 5-6 years ago, like he was running 200K weeks with an insane amount of elevation.
Wow.
And was racing on the weekends. A fantastic person. We saw it. I mean, I knew this, but you discovered that he's a nuclear engineer back home.
Super cool.
I don't know how long, how much he still works because he does travel the world quite a bit to race. I think he won the Patagonia run. I'm gonna have to get this fact right, but like he's been coming to the scene strong and he's been improving, fine-tuning his training, and he's a fantastic person to have in our sport. Like again, you will see always smiling, having a good time, and it's good to see him in second place right now. So we would have therefore missed Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon going on that section.
So as you say, he's about half an hour behind Arthur in second place. And then in third behind him, now in the last checkpoint, Gabriel Rueda and the third place, Florian Deschamps, they were just minutes apart. So we can't currently see Florian on that drone feed. Perhaps there's a wider gap between them, but we'll have to see if we can get any images. We should, if he's that close, we should be able to see him behind. But I suspect that there's been a bigger gap that's been laid down. Now, Florian Deschamps, also from Belgium. Now, what do we know about Florian? He won a 100-kilometer race in Italy last month, so he's coming off of a good performance there. And you gave me a pretty good fact before we got on the air that actually his partner is Laura, who is in first on the women's side.
Yeah. Crushing couple this weekend.
Yeah, they are having a good weekend. And of course, it means if they're both out running at the same time, they can't crew for one another, but hopefully they've got other support. And then following to round out the top five, we have Arno Segui Moll from Spain in fourth. Now, Arno is interesting. Oh.
We might have our third runner here. So you're talking about him. That would be Florian.
Look.
Oh, man, look at that sunrise.
Absolutely stunning. Now, while we might be looking at third, just to finish off on this fourth place, on Arno, I was looking at his background, and, you know, he has done a lot of the 100-kilometer distance, but he hasn't done the 100-mile distance since 2022. And actually, when he attempted Val d'Aran by UTMB in 2022, the 100-mile distance, he DNF'd. So if he is sitting in fourth still, that will be a great position for him. And then in fifth, we have Adrien Le Gret from France, who was seventh in the 100-miler at Nice Côte d'Azur last year.
He's asking about the split and how far second place is. So it sounds like he's still chasing.
You can see he's still got his head torch on, so it's still early in the morning where the runners are switching from night back to day.
Yeah, and actually you get a good point because like the coldest temperatures would have been about an hour ago, and he's wearing very light outfit. It means that the night must have been extremely warm.
I was keeping my fingers crossed for the runners last night when I went to bed, hoping that they wouldn't be facing too much inclement weather.
Man, it looks like he was, stunning.
But what a way to lift the spirits in the morning to see that sunrise. It's giving a good omen for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and if it stays like this, therefore it means that it's going to be a hot day. Very hot day.
So they are over 14 hours into the race. Let's talk about what the runners might be feeling at this point. It's very hard to start a race kind of in the afternoon, especially at a 100-mile distance. This race is 140K, but starting in the afternoon means that you are going in not with your full energy like you would if you've just woken up in the morning. So hopefully they spent the day yesterday off their feet, knowing that they would be running through the afternoon, through the evening, into the next day. The top men will be finishing this morning, but the women will be going through to late morning, early afternoon, most likely. So what do we think that they're feeling at this point? 14 hours in.
Well, I think at that you start to be like really in the deep end. Like, if you have managed your race properly, you'd be just cruising, looking after yourself. The sun rises, as you say, it's another day. Circadian rhythms try to kickstart, even though they've been running through the night. So it's going to be a bit of a shakeout.
Yeah, the night can be a tough section for a lot of people, just mentally. You don't have the views to distract you. You're kind of in your own world. Your world is just whatever your head torch lights up. And so if the runners have been able to make it through the night, they should be greeted with a little bit of an energy boost this morning.
But it's funny because sometimes, and I know I've been in this situation where, I mean, we're behind the screen looking at the landscape and the sunrise and like, wow, this is beautiful. But sometimes you're like, I'm in the zone and I've been out for 14 hours. So I'm focusing on the task at hand, which is get to the next aid station. And then you're really almost like shielding yourself from the rest and what's going on around you to not distract yourself, to trying to use every little bit of bandwidth you have towards something that is fully functional. So I think it sucks because you're missing out on a lot, which was my case. For me, it was all of that matters. Like, all right, I'm running, I'm good, sweet. I'm eating, sweet. I'm drinking, sweet. Where's the next station? There, okay, awesome. And then you just fall into almost like a default mode, rather than being like I was present within, but not present like outside. Because for as long as you're feeling good, you're like, man, I don't want this to change.
Yeah.
and you're being told, oh yeah, 100 miles, you're gonna experience issues. You're gonna have gut issues. You're gonna have cramps or like terrible pain in your legs.
Hallucinations.
Yeah, that comes usually through the second night. I don't know for you.
Absolutely.
Normalement, j'ai tout comme il faut.
Oh man, imagine if you slept there. That would be awesome.
So Arthur has been leading from the get-go.
Oh, yep.
I mean, really showing quite a strong race. And then when we were commentating on the beginning of the race, he was being chased by David Hedges, who from the US, who had really come into this race with quite a bit of confidence and a bold statement saying, you know, there's no reason why I can't win. And he is still doing quite well. Before I came into the studio, he was in 5th. He's now in 6th place, but he is a ways off from winning.
And I don't know, that might have actually thrown him off a little bit because it's like, okay, I'm going to win this race. I'm going to go out hard. But hard was not enough to be first because Arthur was absolutely charging. And then eventually he fell back a little bit. And actually, as we see Gabby's like past results, I actually checked, and it was the Patagonia run, he was actually 3rd, and the one he won that was very, very meaningful was the, I don't want to say it wrong, I can't find it anymore. There you go, the Wall Hole, Argentina by UTMB. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was the one where... No, that's got to be another one. There was one finish. Maybe, it was the Bariloche 100, I think, because it wasn't last year. It was 2022. And his mom, who had never left the village, had come out to the finish line to see him finish and win. And it was a very, very emotional moment.
That is so special.
That was, that's something I'll remember for sure. Yeah.
I'm talking about the level of competition here. We are seeing, quite a high level of competition, particularly in this men's race that we're watching at the moment, because this is a World Series major. Now, as we've been sharing over the last couple of days, out of the 50 plus events in the World Series events, there are 4 majors, one for each of the regions. So this is the major for the European region. And what that means is that runners will get double the amount of running stones. You can see on the top left-hand side of the screen, the runners who are doing the 100-mile event will get 8 running stones, whereas normally you would get 4. Now, each running stone is an extra chance to get into the finals in the lottery. And so it doesn't matter where you finish. As long as you finish, you will get those running stones. Now, because it is a major event, also instead of the top 3, that will go on to get an automatic entry into the UTMB finals in Chamonix next month, or next year, actually. It will be the top 10. And also age division winners will get an automatic entry into the finals as well. And finally, there is prize money. So Florian and his partner, Laura, or Laura and her partner, Florian, they are both running in the top 5 at the moment. And if they stick with it, they will both be going home with prize money. So a great, successful weekend for them.
Yeah, that would be quite the payday.
Yeah. Now you can see the terrain that they're running on right now. It's not the rugged technical terrain that we're used to seeing on the Val d'Aran race course. We do have an altered course today, which makes it faster. Now this will suit some of the runners who don't necessarily specialize in mountain terrain, but all of these runners have trained for a higher altitude, more technical, and longer race. So it's quite a shift to come into the race yesterday, knowing that they're going to be having to run faster on a flatter course.
And this looks like so this 4th man, Arno Sigimon from Spain, and they're not that far apart. I wonder, like on that long traverse, if at any point they were able to see the person ahead, because that would get you charging. They're like 23 Ks away from the finish at that point. So there's ground to cover, but then it's also getting close enough so you can start taking chances and shifting gear and pushing a little harder if you still have some in the tank.
At the last checkpoint, Florian in 3rd and Arno in 4th. They were only 10 minutes apart.
Yeah, so 10 minutes is definitely out of sight. So unless they get an indication from someone on the field about what the differences are.
But 10 minutes in a 50K is quite a lot. 10 minutes in a 100-mile event is not as much. It's all relative.
That would be about 30 seconds per K that you'd have to make on someone consistently throughout the rest of the course. It's doable.
Or difference in time in the checkpoints. As we've seen, there's been different checkpoint strategies, and the faster you get through that checkpoint, you can really make up some time there.
Interesting. Gabby seems to be like way in the zone, focusing.
Running very relaxed.
Don't know what was going on during the night, and if they had a bit of a battle with... Oh, yeah, they did, right? They were neck to neck earlier in the race. Like, in Colomiers, they were only 2 minutes apart.
Yep.
Yes, that's why I think Gabriel is running scared, which is fair enough, because if you know the person behind you is only 2 minutes back, well, you're going hard. But now it seems like he's hoping a much bigger gap. And if he doesn't fall apart, that's going to keep increasing. It already anticipates that they were going to get to Mont-Romius in 32 minutes, while Florian would be there in 36 minutes. So it would go from a 2 to a 4 minute gap. In Arthur, we actually should see him through the Mont-Romius imminently. So I don't know if he's ahead of the schedule, and then our cam runner team is not ready yet, because usually we did have images, at least for the past couple of days, at Mont-Romius aid station. This is, if you remember, if you were with us, the little one that then is at the end of the traverse, and then that's where they drop down for 3.7 Ks into RTS. And so
now our tour will be coming up on the 125 kilometer checkpoint, and this little pack of 3 behind him, they're on the highest point in the course. It's a bit of a plateau. Now, the highest point in this altered course is only around 2,000 meters, but they have just done this is the kind of the longest, most sustained climb that we see on this altered course. So what remains for them afterwards, as you say, is a bit of a descent and one last steep climb before they descend down to the finish. Whereas the top women are still on that long ascent, that long climb up, going towards the 108 kilometer checkpoint. This is a very fast runnable section where if you've, after 14 hours, if you've been able to still keep some juice in the legs, you can really open up here.
And Gabriel seems just like focused, taking along. Just covering ground. I don't know if he picked up a firefly, but he had something blinking behind it. Oh yeah, there it is. A Bluetooth headset?
Yep.
Ah, that's what it was. Because it's like, man, that's very small for being a headlamp, and I don't see it at the front.
Do you listen to music when you run?
I do, yeah. It's either when it gets super tough,
Yep.
or when I just want to be in the zone. I don't want to listen to what's going on around me.
Listen to the sound of your own breathing.
Yeah.
I like podcasts myself. It's having someone talk in my ear, kind of like we're doing now with all of you, helps keep me awake. We are going into a commercial break, and we will be back with you shortly.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back following the 100-mile race at Val d'Orem by UTMB. Runners have been going for 14 and a half hours, and we are following the second man on our screen, Gabriel.
Reda from Argentina, solidly in second and anticipated to come to the next aid station with a 4-minute lead on third place, Florian Descamps from Belgium. And we have now Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon in the lead, and he's gone through Mount Romier's aid station a couple of minutes ago and still cruising. So it means that he has 26 minutes on Gabriel in second place. Let's have a quick recap of the PDA that took place 2 days ago. The 50k distance of this HOKA Val run by UTMB. And our top runners coming in with a massive smile on their faces in Vieja to wrap up their 50k, punch their ticket to OCC next year. And the top 5 was bringing cash home for this European major. And we're back on the course on that long traverse on a four-wheel drive track. In fourth place, Arno Seguimol, who just earlier was asking our cam runner how far the... No, it was Florian. Sorry, I take that back. We've missed sight of Florian Descamps from Belgium, who, again, if you if you're just joining us, just a GIF. Nice work.
If you are awake, jump into the chat, send us a GIF. We are all going for our caffeine. But I'm sure we will be able to take some energy from the runners. We've been talking about the men. Let's hop over to the women. We should get some images of our women's leader, Laura Van Voren, who her partner, Florian, we've been talking about, is in third on the men's side. Now, Laura Van Voren, she has shot into first place, doing quite well. We previously had Jocelyn Pauly from France leading the race for some time, but unfortunately she withdrew just about 2 hours ago from the race. And so now we have Laura from Belgium in first. And then behind her, about half an hour. So she had about half an hour lead at the last checkpoint. We have Wu Yuan from China. And following her, we have Anca from Romania. And there's also about a half-hour gap between them at the last checkpoint. So we can see here on the screen, you can see where the women are lying. It also shows Anne Champagne from Canada in fifth. Yep. And then Elizabeth Rios Paredo from Bolivia. But the women are pretty spaced out. We don't have a neck and neck at the moment. Of course, anything can change.
But yeah, so Anne Champagne now, at this point, because just if you're looking at the current standings, Jocelyn Pauly is still appearing up above in the rankings. Anne Champagne is actually fifth, so she is in the prize money at the minute.
Yep. And it's actually what's nice to see in the top women is we have such a geographic range in the runners. Well, most of the competitors here, there are 6,000 runners across the 7 races at Val d'Aran by UTMB. Most of them are from Europe. But if you look at the top women, we have Belgium, we have China, we have Romania, we had France, and now Bolivia and Canada. So really quite a geographic spread.
And you were talking about a sizable gap between the top women. It is the same between the top men, as you can see on this 3D representation of the course.
Yeah.
Arthur has now started his descent into RTS, while Gabi is still on his way contouring the mountain to get to Mont-Romius. There he is, that beautiful contour that has a bit of a drop on the left-hand side, and he's going to go all the way around the mountain, and then on a bit of a descent, and then on a flatter section, which is going to be the last flat section before dropping down for a couple of Ks on the steep switchbacks before hitting the road. So that these are the switchbacks. There you go on your screen. And then on about a couple of Ks, if that, on the road into RTS and into the aid station, where he should have crew, I'm assuming. And just like the 100K yesterday, this is the last spot where they can have crew access before heading into the finish line. So it's going to be the time to regroup, pick up everything you need to pick up, reassess everything, and go for the final push.
Now, in the 100K race we saw yesterday, the leaders were moving very quickly through the checkpoint. For the most part, other than I think the third place women, we didn't see anyone sit down. They would come in, fill their bottles, take a little bit of food, and they'd be in and out of the checkpoint within a minute or two. I suspect in the 100-miler, these guys have been running all yesterday afternoon, all night through the morning. We might see them take a little bit more time to refuel.
Yeah, especially coming out of the night. Usually you want to change into something dry to kick off the day, but it seems like really the night was not cold. Ah, there we go, our men's leader that we haven't seen so far today. And he's using poles to go down, so maybe he started to...
Yeah, that's interesting. That was the first thing that jumped out at me. Normally you won't see the leaders using poles on the downhill because while it can help save the legs, it does slow you down.
doesn't seem that slow though. So it's, I'm impressed because I agree with you. The minute you start using poles, like you have so much more to coordinate, and the whole purpose of it, and it's just to remove some of the pounding in your legs, especially in a steep section. But see, he's really leaning onto them as well.
Yeah, you can see him kind of hopping as he uses the poles. So
maybe the legs are starting to feel the consequences of such a hard early surge.
Yep.
But as we know him, it doesn't matter. It takes more to stop that man, and he can hurt. He can hurt, and he can hurt for a while. So we'll see how he can stretch it out on that bottom part on the flat into the aid station, and maybe more clearly assess the damage. And again, you've got your segment here, your downhill segment. That's almost 3.6 Ks, and you have the time for the king of the mountain, the time for the queen of the mountain, and then the average time that runners take to cover this distance, this little downhill section. And you realize it's almost double the time to cover that for the extraordinary runners as opposed to elites. And so we're pulling that data from Strava. So if you want to shine, just make sure you know which are the segments we're going to be broadcasting live, and you just go as hard as you can on those ones, focus on it, and your name could come up.
it almost looks like he's hopping as he's running in certain sections, which isn't a good sign.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, because I was confused. I didn't quite comprehend what was going on, because you use your poles usually is because you want to reduce the impact, but he was taking such long steps, which then, despite the poles, was still creating a big impact. Like, you'd want to tiptoe and have a super high cadence, and it's still opening up. So it's just a bit confusing there, and I think you're right. There were a few steps that you're like, oh, is he trying to protect one side, or something's not going too right?
Yeah.
I don't know if it might be blisters, a bit of cramping. I don't know. But yeah, I think you're right.
We'll have to see how he is when he hits the uphill section, but it's often the downhills that really take people out in these 100-mile events rather than the uphills. But he's just got this downhill until he hits a bit of a plateau, one final climb, and then he can just grin and bear it until the finish.
And actually, let's hear it from the man himself, just to see if he talks about his strategy and if that was the plan all along, to go hard right from the get-go. Let's hear it from Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon.
Je suis Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, coureur ultra-trailer et professionnel pour on-running.
Ultra-runner, a professional ultra-runner and ultra-runner for on-running. This is my first time here in Val d'Arno.
J'aime bien quand c'est bien technique, qu'il y a beaucoup
I really like technical terrain, and there's a lot of ups and downs, and like with the wild side on the course.
Donc c'était une préparation parfaite en juillet.
And so I'm focusing this year on La Diagonale des Fous, the Grand Raid in La Réunion Island. So that's a perfect, halfway race to get ready for this. And so I did recce the course, the first 50K, and it's sublime. It's absolutely beautiful. High mountains, single tracks.
Donc j'ai vraiment trouvé ça
I was blown away.
J'ai estimé un peu par rapport aux autres ultra trails que j'ai déjà fait. J'aimerais bien mettre
compared to the other ultras that I've done, I'm thinking I could be able to run 24 to 24:30. So we'll see based on the form of the day. It is going to be a long one.
Dimanche, samedi.
And so I'm hoping that I'll be back here on Saturday.
Arthur was saying, of course, he's focusing on Diagonale des Fous later this year. Just a massive race, this particular, if you are French. That is one of those pinnacle races you have got to do in October. And that race is gnarly because you are not allowed to use poles. So while we see him really heavily using the poles here, he's going to have to come up with a different strategy to get down the downhills in Diagonale des Fous on La Réunion.
Yeah, it's basically from north to south, crossing the island, going across multiple cirques like made by volcanoes. The ups are steep, the downs are steep. You have heaps of stairs. And yes, as you rightfully said, no poles are allowed because that would damage the trails too much. And in terms of stats, it is 100 miles with, I think, just over 10,000 meters of gain and loss because the start and the finish are at sea level.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is a beast.
Arthur is a new dad, and when he goes out running, he likes to train with his dog. So I wonder if he's hallucinating any pets running alongside him right now. He's finished top 10 on each of the last 3 editions of UTMB.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he's always been consistent.
Yeah.
And pulling off really good results, like solid for the past few years, but it never quite got the big win.
Yep.
That it
Not
deserves.
Yet. Not yet.
But it's happening. It is happening. There you go, team. Quick commercial break, but we'll be right back. Stay with us.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back. We are following the men's leader in the 100-mile race, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon. And momentarily, we should see Laura Van Voren from Belgium, the female leader at the moment, come through the checkpoint. Now, actually, even while we're following on the live stream, we're following the men's side. As we are waiting for images of Laura, you can, if you go onto the live tracking, there is a little camera that you can click on for the checkpoint where you can see live images. They're showing the porta potties and the tent at the moment. But
isn't it the water tanks? Oh no, it is the porta potty.
It's both. As a woman, my eyes are drawn to the bathrooms immediately. So.
Well, no, and actually, now you mentioned that. So we have a bit of a video about Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon finishing the 2024 UTMB that's coming up. When we're talking to you, telling you that his past 3 participation at UTMB, he was in the top 10. But then we can talk about like porta potties and women, because there's a woman kit that is being offered here on this course, and I think this is worthy of being mentioned. We'll be right back on this topic, but now let's take a look at Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon wrapping up his 2024 UTMB. so we don't have the ambient sound, but we can feel the vibes and the energy.
We can make it. Wow!
Well done! Thank you guys. I love this race. Woohoo! Merci. Oh la la, I'm tired now. Oh la la, yes. All right, quick, take a photo. I'm gonna sit down very quick. 3, 2, 1. Ooh la la. And Ludo, oh my friend, this is great, fantastic. Allez, run a little more because everybody's cheering for you. There you go. That was Arthur's finish at the 2024 UTMB.
And a reenactment by Martin.
I mean, whatever you need, public, we are here for you.
If you're following us, jump into the live chat. Send us a GIF. Tell us where you are tuning in from. Is it the middle of the night where you are? Is it the morning? Now, Arthur is 127 kilometers into this race, so he's got 13 kilometers to go.
So close.
And we're seeing a bit of wear and tear from his performance. He has been leading from the start, going out strong, and putting it all on the line.
But again, as much as it feels like it's not as smooth as before, like
he's still moving.
Well, yeah, like the style might not be the best, but man, he's moving.
Mm-hmm.
He's still moving super well. And again, see, actually, I take that back. Look at that slow-mo. It is actually pretty damn good.
He's looking much better on this flatter section than he was on the downhills.
And then also well aware, like the minute it starts climbing, he's using the poles, putting them away. His, I don't think anyone's going to come in and challenge him, even though behind they're still moving well. They're actually not moving as fast as Arthur is right now. Well done. And we're mentioning that earlier. It's like we love somebody who just goes out hard and is not worried, not trying to avoid going past the line and really digging deep after that. And he's doing that consistently. But man, the mental of that man cannot be bent.
You know, I think it was one of the female runners in Western States, one of the contenders who was mentioning this in a pre-race interview. I think it might have been Tara, but she was saying, look, I'm not the kind of person who kind of saves my legs for later in the course. I don't strategize like that. If I feel good, I run, and I run hard. And I understand that strategy. Why hold back if you've got something in the legs? It might come to bite you later, but damn, it feels good in the moment.
It does. I'm more the fearful one. Be like, oh no, I need to save a little bit of juice in the tank.
Well, actually, my partner calls me One Pace Case because my last name Case, because there's no sprint, there's no surge, there's no push. It's just the same speed, whether I'm in a 10K or a 200 miler.
Nice.
It doesn't work out well for me on the 10K, but on the 200 miler, it's pretty good. And we are still waiting for our female race leader to come through, Laura Van Voren, to come through the checkpoint. We are waiting for her at the 108-kilometer checkpoint, followed presumably still by Wu Yuanyuan from China.
There he is.
Yep.
Coming onto the road, so maybe 1,500 meters, or not even that, to the RTS aid station, and most likely his faithful crew will be there waiting for him for the last transition. It's good. We're gonna see actually him from the front, see his face. Yeah, that's still a really honest pace, and you're gonna see like his shoulder a bit a bit tight, but the legs seem okay actually. What do you think? It's-
Par contre, qu'est-ce qu'il fallait courir? Il y a une course épuisante.
So yeah.
Vous voyez, notre commandant, là, il était content de te suivre au début. Tu es parti fort, non? Non, ça va?
Non, je suis parti vraiment dans les allures.
Interesting. So, quick conversation with a mountain biker and Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, and a few elements there that are worthy of mentioning. It's like, well, I was prepared for a long hike, like hiking up and down with the big mountain and the elevation versus distance ratio. And he says, like, and I ended up doing an UTMB-like race with a whole lot of running. So he says, like, I wasn't quite ready for it, but the night went well. And he was like, oh, yeah. I mean, there was a lot of running. But then our cam runner, he was talking about one of his colleagues. He's like, well, but he was pretty excited to follow you at the start. You went out hard. And he was like, no, I went out okay. And he was like, all right.
You know, sometimes the personal experiences that the runners are having is so different from what we are seeing. It was like Yao Miao, who won the 50K. She ran so aggressively, and we saw her absolutely tackle those downhills like they were flats. And yet, in her post-race interview, she said, I don't think I did the downhills very well.
Yeah, I don't think I had a really great day.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn.
And it was very different than what we saw. Yeah, Arthur, I mean, to me, his technique when he was on the downhill looked a little bit concerning. His shoulders were kind of hunched. He was hopping using his poles, but on the flats, he is absolutely fine. And there we have images of our first place woman, Laura van Voren from Belgium.
And we've seen that there's Belgium fans in the chat, so now it's time to wave those flags, send us the gifts, show us the excitement. Because Laura van Voren is leading the HOKA Val by UTMB.
Now, her last 3 races have been wins in the 50K distance. And it's looking at her background, her stats, she kind of jumps around a bit in terms of her performances. She was 24th at UTMB last year. So something to kind of indicate that maybe the 50K was more her type of distance. But then you look that she got first at the 100-mile distance at Nice Côte d'Azur. So
how far back was that when she won Nice? Was that 2023, I think?
Let me double check.
Well, at the minute, she is moving really well. And so if she managed to keep that speed by doing 50K races.
It was indeed 2023 when she won the 100-mile Nice Côte d'Azur race.
Okay. So here comes Arthur at the aid station, and still, there was a bit of a false climb, like a bit of a douche grade climb, and you can see that he was struggling. And he's going straight for the chair.
As predicted in the 100-mile race, we are seeing a lot more time that is going to be taken at these checkpoints.
Diego?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That is Diego Passos.
Oh, yeah, and now we see the bow tie. There it is. I was like, I did not know he had such a haircut.
Diego Passos, a fantastic runner in his own right.
Mm-hmm. And this is something that we can learn from, because you can see Diego, he was bringing it, and see how he's speaking. Calm, composed, low volume. He knows Arthur's been out in the night.
He's focused. He's explaining where everything's going, what needs to be done. As a very competitive runner himself, he will know exactly what to do.
He's actually taking his bow tie.
For good luck.
See, coming out of the night, like having a wet cloth so the runners can actually just clean themselves up a little bit, freshen up, feel like a new person. Sometimes that's all it takes.
So Diego I thought so. He was actually signed up for the 100-mile event, but he didn't start.
Oh, okay.
So maybe he's injured, or maybe he just decided that it would be better to crew this time. That's why I was a bit surprised to see him on the crewing side rather than on the course.
Yeah. There you go, a bit of anti-chafing. On those long distances, you 100% want to be wearing this in as many places as you believe fabric or skin-to-skin contact can be done. So that means armpits, obviously the thighs are very important. And then it's a matter of preferences, whether you want to keep putting anti-chafing cream on your nipples or you tape them right before the start, and you know that tape is going to stay for a week after your race if you forget about them. Because I end up having like skin color tape, so I don't remember them. And then I'm like, I see the look on someone's face if I'm not wearing a t-shirt, like, what do you have? And I'll look down, oh, yep, still there. But yeah, they make a huge difference. Tape nipples. So he did not change clothes or put a fresh t-shirt on, but the cloth was used a lot. So that was a really good...
an efficient turnaround.
Yeah.
To Diego Passos. Doing a few stretches with the pulls.
And he knew he had a good enough gap to be able to really look after himself, take the time to recompose. Once again, this is the last chance to see your crew, and now he's off to the finish line. And in the meantime, Laura Van Voren getting to the aid station, not one where you can have access to crew, but you can see all the volunteers are there.
108 kilometers through the race. She is in first. Her partner, Florian Deschamps, is in third on the men's side. So far, she's not sitting down. She is focused.
Is that Coke?
Yep.
That went down? That'll do you good. Cook for breakfast.
You can see, actually, all of the volunteers are wearing puffies, that it's quite cold.
Oh, yep. I mean, yeah, they're not in the sun. They probably have been here for a big part of the night.
Yep.
And,
all right, Laura, let's go. That was a very fast checkpoint.
Yeah, she sounded like she knew what she wanted. They helped her out getting it, had a bite of, or a couple bites of watermelon, and on her way. That's a cute little house by the river.
Thank you for that gift for Belgium.
Fantastic. Loving it.
That's some energy. Laura is moving well. 15 hours into this race. And we're back with Arthur Joyer-Boyon, our leader on the men's side.
And see, I think this is the typical Arthur, where he's still moving, but you can see that it is not a smooth stride. It's just pounding. You see Gabriel, he's got a bit of bounce in his leg. It's like shorter stride.
Yep.
Like you can see here, it looks like the legs are getting damaged
Ooh.
No, that's a whiz.
That's that's a bathroom break.
Yeah, that's interesting because he does the same as me. Like in everyday life, you just pull the shorts down and you pee, but then in running, you just pull out the stuff from the side of the leg, so you don't need to move everything out.
Well, you know that you've hit kind of peak ultra running skills as a woman when you can learn how to pee standing up. Yep.
I have yet to see that on the live broadcast, but I will cheer loud.
I have to say, I have mastered it. I have mastered it. Yes, I have. Thank you so much.
I've seen people, and actually we were talking about her last night, Jen Shelton, perform it like as we were running out on the trail, like friendly, but not in a race. But it is mind blowing, and it's such an advantage. I mean, you don't need to squat, you don't need to find a spot to hide. You just be standing, pull the shorts to the side.
It's a game changer.
Yeah, that should be one of the skills. Be like, all right, you want to be an elite ultra runner?
Yep.
You need to know how to do that.
Some people work on hill strides. Some people do tempo runs. I work on making very efficient pee stops.
whatever you take.
Un petit replat.
And here we have our 5th place male. That is Adrien Legret from France. I'm assuming.
Yep.
Mais là, la descente.
And he's quite interesting looking at his background because his performances really didn't start standing out until about last July.
All right.
He hadn't reached the podium on any of his races until, this past year. He was second at an 80-kilometer race in France in March, 7th at the 100-mile Nice-Côte d'Azur last year. But something switched. Something happened within the last 12 months.
Although, I mean, it looks like his furthest result was back in 2022. So maybe he just came to ultra running on the late, possibly from a different sport. And he's done quite a lot of the UTMB races, actually. Trail du Saint-Jacques in 2023, Do in Tianan, the Asia Pacific at the time major.
So what will be interesting about him is if he's only just started to get into the sport and he's really only started performing in the last year, his UTMB index won't necessarily be as high as what he's currently performing at.
Yep.
And he is chasing down Arno Segui-Moll from Spain. And I've been saying Florian Deschamps, but it's Florian Descamps. Apologies for that, from Belgium. And we're back with Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, who is just 11 kilometers from the finish.
It's interesting. He's been coughing a little bit.
So he's got one more checkpoint to go, but 11 kilometers is nothing when you are running a 140-kilometer race. You can see there on the course profile, he's in a nice green section. That means it's pretty flat, pretty easy.
Flat, runnable, but like...
Yep, he's coming up to a nasty climb.
Easy is relative because he's probably going to hate that section more than the next climb.
Yeah, that's
considering like the profile he has. And he was like what he was saying to a mountain biker. He's like, man, I've been running the whole time. I wasn't prepared for this. This is not what I signed up for. And so he might be relieved actually to head into that climb and just pull the poles out and start hiking strong.
Very good point.
But yeah, even though he does not define himself too much as a runner, he's still moving well. I'm impressed, I gotta say, and I'm very curious to see if this is just the amount of kilometers he's run that makes him look like this, or if he's truly hurting, but he's just not showing it.
Quite a tough course change for those mountain lovers like Arthur to have to suddenly switch into running mode. It's a strange thing to say. It might sound strange to some. This is, of course, a running race. But when you're expecting lots of climbs, it is quite difficult to switch to a speedy race like this.
And very different to what he would have trained, like the way he would have trained. Indeed.
And we will be heading into a short commercial break, but stay with us and we will be back with you momentarily.
It gets me over. Watch me, I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back with images of the 5th place male on the 100-mile race. Val d'Aran by UTMB. Adrien Legret, he is 24 kilometers from the finish. So quite a ways back. Our race leader on the men's side, Arthur Joyeux-Boyon, is less than 10 kilometers from the finish. But
Yeah.
he is moving at quite a good pace at the moment.
Yeah, I felt like when he was talking to a mountain biker, like he sounded like he was ready to like push. He's like, but he knew he had one more big climb.
Yep.
But I guess this is not all runnable until the Mont Romius aid station and then down into RTS. So he might be wanting to make a little bit of a push, but he admittedly is quite far back.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a bit of a challenge. I think he's just trying to do his best, but to pass another runner, it's going to be tricky. However, to keep the 10 minutes gap or possibly increase that on David Hedges, then he's doing exactly the right thing, as long as he's not overreaching. You know, the sun's rising. Say, oh yeah, I'm getting out of the night. Let's run. 23 Ks on the back end of 140K. That is still quite a lot of time on your feet.
And where we might actually still see a bit of a battle is in between 3rd and 4th, Florian Descamps and Arno Seguimol, because through the last checkpoint, they were just a minute and a half apart.
Yeah, and if you look at the predicted time on the next aid station, there's actually a switch that might happen.
And we're back with our race leader.
So I don't know if this is an altered course, but we used to never have images on that very steep climb. So this is super cool that this is the first year we're actually getting to see the runners on that steep climb. And Arthur now is doing what he does best, hiking up that hill, double pulling, transitioning a little bit of a 1-to-1.
Definitely seems to have picked up a bit of a night mountain cough.
Yeah. Do you? I thought he was choking on a gel or something, but is this something you could get?
Yeah.
Like, breathing or something?
Yeah, usually it comes from colder temperatures and running through the night at higher altitude, but it's just irritation that comes from breathing in and out at a faster pace than normal. You just get a bit of irritation. I've certainly been in races when I've gone through multiple nights that everyone picks up the same mountain cough.
Wow.
Yeah. I recognize it.
Ooh, I know that sound.
And then on the left-hand side of our screen, we have Laura, our race leader from Belgium, Laura Van Voren. She is having a stellar race today. I have to check the start list. I wonder if she is signed up to do UTMB again this year. Because certainly with the race performance we're seeing today, much better than what we saw her do at UTMB when she came in 24th on the women's side last year.
Yeah, what was her time? Do you have that? It'd be interesting.
Let's look that up. Yeah.
Yes, I was blown away when we were looking at Jocelyn.
Mm-hmm.
She was 4th at UTMB a few years back.
Yep.
And she was 3 hours off the win.
Wow.
Which is like quite impressive. The gaps that were in between, like just from 1st to 4th.
Avec Team 6, on va pas tarder à arriver sur le ravitaillement avec le deuxième.
And Sega Reda is in the house, and he is moving well. I believe he had a really solid descent.
Wow. Yep.
And now is about 1.5 K from the RTS aid station. You know, that gap, I think, is decreasing.
Mm-hmm. There we go. I've been saying 24th, but she was actually 21st at UTMB last year in a time of 28 hours and 18 minutes.
And Katie
Laura Van Voren
won in 22:09.
The course record. I should remember because it was printed on a poster right outside of my apartment in Chamonix. Yeah, 22:09.
Yeah.
Gabriel Rueda he's got quite an interesting running style.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very relaxed in the arms, but a shorter stride than we might see on some of the other runners.
Yeah, looking at his watch, he probably has the GPX on it.
Il me reste 19% de batterie sur ma GoPro 18.
You know, he's coming close to the aid station now. Man, this is the first time I see Gabriel so focused. Usually it's just looking around and smiling away. Yeah, the strides are getting heavy.
I think he has closed the gap there.
Oh, yeah, I guess it was 30 when we saw. There we go. Here's a smile. Thank you. Maybe nuclear engineer going past a power station brings a bit of a something.
Yeah, now he's coming in. It'll be about a 20-minute.
It's 20 now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was 24, I think, at the previous, or 26.
Let's see the exact time when he clocks in. But Arthur went through this aid station at 6:58 in the morning, and it is now 7:15. Still too much time in between them for him to make it up, but
Yeah.
when you're in first and you know that the gap is starting to close, it can still give you a little bit of a worry.
Yeah, yeah. You'd be like, okay, we're gonna play it safe, but not
that
let
safe.
go of the gas pedal too much. 5th place, Adrien Legret. And I was told by our fellow commentators from France that he might be coached by Eric Clavry. So, man, he's actually hammering that section.
He really is. This is I think the best running that we've seen so far on this section from the top men.
Yeah, I felt like the 100K runners, when they were going back and forth, were going about the same pace.
Yep.
So that's why Gabriel was smiling. Somebody was there waiting for him and to take him into the aid station.
You can just see how much energy the runners are putting out, because everyone else is in long sleeves, everyone else is in jackets, and all of the runners are in t-shirts.
Yeah.
Gabriel Rueda, he started on the start line with a big smile, and it keeps creeping back out. He's having a good time out there.
Yeah. That Arch is feeling a bit tired.
It's had a hard night.
It's been a rough night.
And in a few hours, everyone will be back in those bars cheering the runners along.
Oh, yeah.
But it's still a wee bit early.
RTS definitely delivers when it comes to cheering. So there we go. That's friends, family coming to support.
So yeah, he is now coming in exactly 20 minutes
20, yes.
after Arthur Joy-Bouillon.
Speaking of time. And he's not sitting down either. So I was telling you about
Change
this.
clothes. Yep.
Changing clothes. This makes a big difference, really.
Interesting to see that he's been wearing a heart rate monitor.
Oh, I know. I was
for
thinking
the
the same.
whole 100-miler.
Damn.
That is bold. I mean, it's always helpful, I think, to have heart rate data, but
and orange juice.
the logistics
Holy
of wearing
crap.
a heart rate monitor and suffering potential chafing all night.
And I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it does look like orange juice.
That's orange juice. That is hard on the stomach.
Yes, super acidic. And what do we get here? Sweet potatoes?
You know, whatever works.
I think he was asking time. He might be chasing. He's super composed. He's like,
let's do it.
Wow, awesome. Let's go, Saga.
I love seeing this. I mean, it would be very difficult to make up 20 minutes in the last few kilometers, but why not?
Oh man, get that vitamin C. Wow, that's like a pint of orange juice.
Good morning.
Next up is a handful of croissant. There you go.
That was a very quick and efficient transition. He's looking a lot fresher and a lot stronger actually than Artur at this point.
Absolutely. But that's the thing, Arthur, and this is what we actually touched base on at the very beginning. It's like, this could be a strategy. You run hard at the beginning,
yep.
And then, yeah, sure, you're damaged from a hot start, but you do have that lead that seems impossible to close, and so you're kind of in a safe zone, as opposed to you look after yourself, and then you finish hard, but you're like, shit, this is not going to be enough.
Do you know, this race, because it's an altered course, is only 140 kilometers long. If it was 10, 15 more kilometers, if it was closer to that 100-mile distance, I would say that Gabriel would have a very good chance of taking over Artur. But the fact that it's shorter, looking at the way these two runners are moving, I think it plays in Artur's favor.
It will indeed. All right, we transition back into a climb, and that that pace has slowed down quite a bit for Adrien Le Gray. I think the excitement of the new day has vanished.
All he needs is a little shot of orange juice, apparently,
right.
according to Gabrielle.
Kids, get your orange juice. That'll get you going. But yeah.
Actually, you know, it sounds like it wouldn't be nice on the stomach, but sometimes you need just a different taste to cut through. If you've been taking gels or sweet carbohydrate drinks, you need just something to cut through that sickly sweetness.
Well, or whatever it takes, because if this is what you're used to, fine. If you're not used to drinking orange juice in races, don't.
No. Do not try this at home, kids.
No, hell no. Usually, man, he is cranking it up. I believe he's been told that the gap is decreasing, that he's creeping up on Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, and now he's in full hunting mode. Quick commercial break, and we will be right back to see that finish.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Watching all of these runners refueling at the aid stations has prompted us to go refuel ourselves. If you are following online, grab a snack, grab a coffee.
We're here for a while.
And set in. We are watching our second place runner on the men's side, Gabriel Rueda from Argentina, absolutely going for it.
Oh yeah, he had a really textbook aid station transition. He knew what he wanted and he went for it. Changed t-shirt, and then off he was again, and out of the gate charging. He was definitely running with a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And back with our fifth man, Adrien Le Gray. Still moving on that flatter section before getting into the Mont-Romier aid station.
As we're watching the men on the women's side, we saw Laura Van Voren from Belgium come through the checkpoint at 108 kilometers at just under the 15-hour mark. She is moving incredibly well. She had a half-hour lead on the second place woman, who is Wu Yuanyuan from China. who also has a half-hour lead on the third place woman, Anca from Romania. Now, we are expecting Wu Yuanyuan from China to come into the 108-kilometer checkpoint momentarily, and then we will be able to get an update on what the exact split is. Now, even though we don't have imagery on the live stream, again, if you go to live.utmb.world and go to the top of the screen where they're showing the course profile, you can click on the little camera icon and actually get the live feed from the still camera that is there, and we might be able to get to see the women pass through.
Team 6, je vais devoir faire un changement de batterie, j'ai plus que 4%. Bravo, bravo!
Here we go. Who we got? Second place woman? Yes.
Yeah.
Coming from China. Hu Yuanyuan. Representing team. I saw it. I was gonna say Scarpa, but that's not the colors.
Now, Wu Yuanyuan was
Ultra. Sorry.
Okay. She got fourth in the 100-kilometer event, CDH at Val d'Aran by UTMB last year, and also fourth in the 100-kilometer Andorra Trail by UTMB this year. So running in second is a very good result, but with her UTMB index, we were expecting her to do well. She had the second highest UTMB index after Jocelyn Pauli from France, who was leading in this race up until about 4:30 this morning when she unfortunately dropped out.
She looks good.
Yeah.
You could have doubled up with another angle from the fixed cameras. And there we go. Probably the biggest service on the circuit. 4 or 5 volunteers looking after you. Oh, look at this. The man qui tombe à pic.
Now let's see what her fueling strategy is. We saw Laura Van Voren move very quickly, very efficiently through the checkpoint. And
so
they are still about half an hour apart. So Laura Van Voren came through in 14 hours and 58 minutes, and Wu Yuanyuan has come through in 15 hours and 28 minutes. So maintaining a consistent split there.
All right, she's good. Just refilled, didn't eat anything. Oh yeah, she's still looking at stuff on the table. Pick up the sandwich. All right, breakfast sandwich. And off she goes.
She is focused.
Team 26, tu me dis quand tu me sors. Non, je peux faire l'effort, y a pas de souci, tu me diras quand c'est bon. Ouais. Dans 150 mètres, je vais devoir m'arrêter. Hein. Team 12, j'ai le 3e si jamais c'est mieux.
Good. All right, team, we were there looking at the screen, just munching on a bit of a breakfast. But yes, you can see that there's just under 3 kilometers between second and third, between Gabriel and Laurent. Florian, who's coming into the RTS aid station. He looks...
He's moving not with the same urgency that we've seen the first two, Arthur Joyeux-Boyan and Gabriel Rueda. Perhaps he is slowing down to wait for his partner, the women's race leader, Laura Van Veren.
That would be cool. Although she might be just a little further back.
He'd have to slow down quite a bit.
He would have, and then lose his third place. Might not be worth it. She'll forgive him for that. He can get to the finish line and wait for her with the beer. And, oh, let's go stereotypes. Fries, mussels.
Absolutely.
Belgium, that's how you do it, right? Yeah, but as you were saying, he's not moving with the same purpose, with the same spring in his stride that Gabriel was. And to close, and it was like 2.8 Ks, but Gabriel had been climbing for quite a while. So again, that distance is not always relevant because Florian was in the downhill, so he was covering so much more ground. But the time difference is probably going to be quite substantial.
But what was interesting at the last checkpoint was the time difference between Florian in third and Arno in fourth, because they were less than 2 minutes in between one another. So with the speed that he's going at, that Florian's going at right now, I really wonder how far back Arno is. We've been seeing images of the 5th place runner on the men's side, Adrien Legret, but we haven't seen recent images of where Arno is. And actually, we thought that there might be a switch at this checkpoint because Arno was scheduled to come in to the checkpoint in 3 minutes, with Florian scheduled to come in 4. Now, of course, this is an algorithm based on the speed that they're moving at.
Yeah, from the previous section. So if somebody really speeds up on the section, then the algorithm is going to anticipate that they maintain that pace. Obviously, adjusted pace depending on the up and the down. But so in that last section, at least, Arno was running faster and anticipated to come into the aid station just a minute ahead of Florian, but Florian obviously was able to hold him off so far, and yep, we don't see anyone in the distance. So he still has at least a minute, so it's going to boil down to how quickly Florian can operate his transition at the aid station and get out of there, because you see it's in and out. So like the worst thing that could happen, and he comes out of the aid station and they cross path, and that's when you can gauge your competition, give them the stinky eye, like, oh, I'm coming for you. But if he managed to get out of the aid station before Arno comes in, then that's going to be a mental statement that he's just too far ahead for Arno to try and possibly chase, and that will be to his advantage. All right, let's see how he manages that. Oh, now go for a doctor?
He's not sitting down yet.
Did I miss what? Or duct tape? Doctor? What is he asking for? Ah!
That is Arno, number 12.
Him. He was already there, wasn't he? Yeah.
This is exciting.
Yes, so Live Trail had not refreshed, but basically Arno came into the aid station 15 seconds ahead of Florian Descamps. So the switch has actually been made. Live Trail was right.
Yep. Oh, this is exciting. Arno taking a look over to see what Florian is doing.
Man, those earrings are legit.
And he could gain a full 30 seconds if he didn't have those on.
Yeah, but
drag.
That will lose a few style points. And you gotta pick your battles. I don't know if he's fully aware. Like, why is he leaving with his sleeves? Temperatures are only going to get better. He's already running in t-shirt.
I think he was purely focused on getting out of there before Florian.
Yeah. And I guess still in a couple of hours, his temperatures are not going to be too hot. But yeah, he's coming out of the aid station. They're pretty on the space as well.
I'll pace the 10 minutes, 15 minutes on the second, and this is the third in the.
The 5?
Sorry?
The 5?
I don't know. 5.
Thank you.
Oh wow, that's interesting. He was asking where the 5th place was, but that was right in front of him. Oh, sorry, no, okay. No, he was asking about Adrien Legray. Oh yeah, well, he's definitely in the safe for that.
Ouais, et du coup après je fais quoi, Isa?
Now the question will be, how quickly is Florian going to get out of that checkpoint to chase down Arno?
Yeah, there was some, I mean, I don't know if it was confusion, but I did not understand what his crew was asking the organization, but that's the first thing he did. Coming to the station, he said something to his crew, and then the crew turned around and asked for something, so I don't really know what went down there. But in the meantime, Hu Yuanyuan, running in second, we just got a glimpse of her. And yes, it is a disco party. Now, we're just having breakfast, a bite at a time.
You're a good pace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Love an honest response.
It's true though, he is moving very well.
And after you have 700 of the uphill.
Okay.
The last 2 kilometers are steeper, and after is the last downhill.
Wow.
So I think 2 hours. 1 hour,
I don't know, eh?
2 hours, I think.
I hope, but I'm not sure. I'm almost there.
The good French giving advice.
He really does look like he's moving better than what we saw from Florian Decamps
Yes.
coming into
Yes,
the
even
last
though
week.
he says he's dead.
I mean, he's human. He's been running for over 15 and a half hours. If he wasn't feeling it, I would be concerned. But he is really leaning forward into the trail. He is pushing.
And I think, yeah, that's a very good point. Like leaning into the trail, and the body language reflects what's in mind. Like he is projecting himself. He's just going for it. He's not chasing. He knows like that's far ahead, but he's just I'm going. I know where I'm at. See, 10Ks. Yes, that is exactly right.
Yes, I think a bit more.
Okay.
Then Wu Yuan on the left-hand side of the screen, using the poles on a relatively flat section, but helping it to kind of motivate her along. She had a very quick transition at the last aid station. She is half an hour behind our race leader, Laura Van Voren from Belgium. And in estimated 12 minutes, we should see our third place woman, Anca Sindea from Romania, come into the checkpoint as well. There was a half an hour gap at the previous aid station, and it looks like that is maintaining as well.
Fais-toi plaisir, t'as tout allumé?
Ouais.
Ouais, très bien, bonne idée.
Having a bit of a conversation between Frenchies.
In the top 5 on the men's side, we have France, Argentina, Spain, Belgium, and France again. Lots of variety. And on the women's side, Belgium, China, Romania, Bolivia, Canada. Great to see so many different nationalities competing at this event this year.
So we're trying to find Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon in the lead of the VDA.
Ouais, il est un peu dans les arbres là, donc j'essaye de le garder.
Of the track to the sunrise.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Still having a good old chat with our first place runner.
And the downhill is very long.
Newly third, actually. Just the pass happened just before the last aid station, and he had a quicker transition as well. And off he was.
Now, this is the third day into our live commentary. On Thursday, we were following the 50K race, where we had an absolutely incredible performance on the men's and the women's side. We saw Nadir Magret from Italy get first, followed by Leonard Matrica from Romania, and then Pablo Batista Rovira from Spain in third. Lorenzo Beltrami had a difficult day, dropping back to fourth. And then Sindre Burras from Norway. On the women's side, incredible performance by Yao Miao from China. Absolutely dominating that race, and a few minutes behind Sylvia Nordskar from Norway, smiling the whole way. Followed by Ikram Rarsella from Spain, Julia Font Gomez from Spain as well, and Elisa Desco from Italy. And then we were following the 100-kilometer race yesterday as well. Fantastic performances from Baptiste Corintentiec from France on the men's side, and on the women's side, Mari Klaket-Fenrit from Norway.
Go, a little bit of a fixing with the shoes. Luckily, she has the boa, so that's quick. And just as quick is going to be our commercial break. We'll be right back.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien gestion. Le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette heure.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
And we are back with you following the 100-mile race at Val d'Orem by UTMB, looking at our race leader on the men's side, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, who has found a bit more kick in his step as he gets closer to the finish. He is booting it.
Yeah, it's less than 7Ks to go now. He's going to have a bit of an aid station coming up. And then it's going to be all downhill, except for that little cheeky kick that we saw the 100K runners go through. And it did last a bit for those who are running 100K. So we can imagine that those running 140K will be going even slower through it. But again, knowing what Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon was coming for, that's probably going to be a positive thing for him, because you know he's going to be able to push hard and make good use of his poles for that little section. And then from that point on, we'll be all downhill. There we go. Arno has now moved into third place after the RTS aid station, and he's moving with a purpose. You can see this very steep climb. This is right after the long flat dirt road, but a couple of Ks, a little bit more maybe after the aid station, and look at him go.
He was about 20. Yeah, he was about 20 minutes behind Gabriel Rueda at the last aid station, but he's hungry for this third place, and I think it would be difficult to catch second, but he is not letting up, and he wants to make sure that he puts some space in between and Florian Descamps.
Yeah, there you go. That's the distance between those top three gentlemen. And yeah, it's interesting. Again, the two very different strategies are Arthur choosing to go hard from the beginning and open up a gap to be in the safe. While clearly both Gabriel and Arno are finishing really strong, but that's just not going to be enough to catch the Frenchman who's too far ahead now. And also maybe the fact that they're still strong at this point is like they had trained for 100 miles.
Exactly.
And so that course is going to be over 20K short of 100 miles. So they're also possibly conditioned for a much longer race. And so at this point, they still have plenty left in the tank.
He is moving very steadily up this climb. Steadily and purposefully.
Yeah.
You can see on the shot, no sign of Florian Descamps.
Yeah, that's it. I think you buried him there.
Yep.
So Florian will have to hold on to 4th place, which ultimately is still pretty darn good. Still in the prize money, still automatic entry into next year's UTMB. Solid day. And I'm sure at the aid station they'll also tell him that Laura is in the lead, is still winning the women's race. Laura Van Voren, his partner. And so that will probably get him going and give him a little bit of an energy boost. Oh, yeah.
Let's go. He is just 9.5 kilometers from the finish. He does have this quite steep climb to get out of the way before he's on the home stretch. But compared to what he's been through over the last 130 kilometers, it's nothing.
Yeah, and that plan gets, as you were saying, steeper and steeper as you progress. There we go. Well on his way to the finish, our current man leader in the VDA, coming from France, representing Team On Running, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon. 3 times UTMB Mont-Blanc top 10 finisher. And despite a course change due to weather conditions that did not suit his strength, he's still delivering on the day, and it's going to take probably one of his first wins on the UTMB World Series races, so he'll be chuffed about that.
This should give him a lot of confidence going into Diagonale de Fou later this year in October. Have you been to La Réunion?
That's the only 100-mile race that I've done.
Really?
Yes.
Ah, fantastic. I have it. It's on my list. I think it's the last 100-miler left on my list that I haven't done.
I can certainly recommend it.
I've heard it has quite the same type of atmosphere and environment that you get when you come into Chamonix for UTMB. I mean, everyone just kind of the whole island rallies around and gets into the race and greets all of the runners. Kind of like when you come into Chamonix for UTMB, if you're a runner, you feel like you're a superstar. You feel like you're a celebrity.
So at the start, and it starts at midnight, I think, or 11. Starts late at night. You have like this massive ambiance, and then you're gonna go into the night, but then it's more so because Chamonix is you have people everywhere, but like the finish is just stacked. The finish there, because I think even for the men's it happens at night.
Okay.
So it's actually, I mean, yeah, for the first man, everybody's there, and then everybody just leaves and go to bed.
Sensible.
The finish is you can't even compare with Chamonix.
Okay.
However, on the course, everybody's up, and some of the course goes through villages, and so they put up like some sort of tables and aid station, and they're cheering, and they're sitting in their couch. They put the couch outside, and they're cheering, and it is truly a party. Like, and there, I agree 100%. Like, people on the island, they all come out to celebrate running and ultra running, and the fact that all these people come from all four quarters of the world to run on their island, and there's a really good vibe about it.
I'm sure we will have good finish line vibes awaiting Arthur Joyeux as he comes into the finish. Maybe not quite as rambunctious as we saw at the end of the 100K yesterday. It's a little bit too early for sangria over there in the Pyrenees. But we will see that energy build throughout the day.
So it's 4 p.m. somewhere in the world.
It's 4 p.m., not 5?
Yeah. I like to get started early. All right, 5Ks to go. 5Ks to go. And Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon will finally be able to relax. But once again, he absolutely delivered here.
And on the women's side, we are imminently awaiting the third place woman, Anca from Romania, to come through the checkpoint at the 108-kilometer mark. So hop on, see if you can catch a glimpse of her on that static feed, that static live feed. We've got the camera, the live cam there. The women still very evenly spaced out, half an hour apart from the leader, Laura Van Voren from Belgium, followed by Wu Yuan from China, and then Anca Sindea. Especially from the men's and the women's side, everyone is very evenly paced and very evenly spaced out. It's almost like they planned it. We're not going to be seeing any photo finishes today amongst the top three. And we're seeing Arthur on the screen now. He is on the final stretch, the long descent, with the one sneaky tiny up climb. And on this alternate course, this new course for the men, if you think about it, they will have run a majority of this race in the night because they started at 4 p.m. yesterday, and the men are finishing early this morning. And while there are lots of daylight hours in these summer months, a good chunk of this course would have been done in the dark.
Yeah. I was just chatting with Eric Lacroix, who was with us last weekend covering another race in Chamonix. And yeah, he's Arthur's coach for a few. He's been the coach for the few years, and he said, yeah, he still needs a bit more kind of endurance base. But mentally, he's super strong, he's super good, and so that's it's all going to be okay. But he said apparently the conditions during the night were actually really bad.
Oh, really?
So we must have missed out entirely on that, and we saw the sunrise with blue skies, and so we kind of assumed that things were okay. But yeah, maybe the conditions, maybe in the evening and the early hours of the night were actually bad. I mean, there's clearly a reason why there was this course change. They knew where they was going to hit. And so, yeah, so it's good to get that kind of feedback as well.
It can be quite deceptive looking at these gorgeous skies. There's no rain now this morning. We did see a bit of rain in the afternoon yesterday, but it can leave people wondering, you know, do they really need to change the course? The answer is yes. The last 2 years, the 100-mile race has had to be canceled. And so really, the race organizers couldn't take any chances, particularly when the safety of runners is involved. Now we have a very successful race, a different kind of race, but a very successful race that's able to be completed. But make no mistake, the weather in the mountains, the weather in the Pyrenees can turn at any time. And so while we might not have been there in any of the storms they would have gone through last night, it sounds like the right decision was made to change the course. What do you think is in Artur's head at the moment? Is he thinking about his post-race meal? What he's going to have for breakfast?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. But yeah, so they might transition back into a single track. Yeah, it's going to take a left. Yeah, take a left here. And it's going to get steeper. But yeah, I didn't realize that that long, like, downhill section on the overdraft track was that long. And immediately takes the poles out, even though he's still going downhill. That's going to help him, as we saw when we first had him on the images on the tricky descent to RTS. He was using them even in the downhill to probably, yeah, but he's propulsing himself forward. All right.
This is our third place woman on the 100-mile event. This is Anca from Romania. She will be coming into that checkpoint at 108 kilometers. About half an hour behind Wu Yuanyuan from China.
Ooh, only one pole in hand. And it doesn't look like she's got the other one in the quiver.
Wonder if it broke along the way or if it just took a tumble down the side of down the side of the path.
She's just put it in someone's back.
Perhaps fighting off wild animals.
You're right.
From my experience.
I mean, you've got bears in the Pyrenees. You do? And that's why, like, even if you feel like, oh yeah, I'm in Europe, I'm fine. Whenever you see flocks of sheep, you got to be super careful and pay great attention, because if a sheepdog, usually you can't spot them until they leave the flock and come towards you.
Yep.
You really need to stop running, stand your ground, and let them come close to you, because they're not coming close to you to attack. They actually have terrible eyesight. And so until they get really close, they just see a form in the distance. And so like, oh, okay, so that's a form, that's alive. What the heck is it? Is it going to come in and have a go at my sheep? So they get really close. And so when they get close, you don't want to run. You don't want to be aggressive. You don't want to make noise with your poles. You just stand there, wait them to kind of sniff you out, and like, okay. And then you walk as far as you can away from the flock. And if you need to go past it, then try to make the biggest possible contour around, and you'll be fine. But yeah, they can be quite threatening, and they'll be barking sometimes, and some of them just live all year long in the mountains, so they look feral. But they're not after you. They're not after you, and first, it's like sharks. If they knew who you were right from the get-go, they wouldn't come near you. But they need to check you out and need to understand that you're not a threat. And if you behave the right way, you'll be fine.
You heard it here. Wildlife advice from Martin. Wow, that was a quick transition.
Yeah, she knew what she wanted. She got it. Again, hats off to the aid station volunteers who've done an amazing job.
And she is leaving the aid station with one pole. Now, speaking of bears, I haven't run one of these races, but I know there are some races in Canada where we have lots of bears, where you have to run the entire race wearing a bear bell.
Yep. And you have to have bear spray as well?
I don't know, but it's certainly possible. I would rather carry bear spray for 100 miles than run 100 miles with a ringing bell.
Gosh, yeah, I didn't even think of that. That would be deafening.
I mean, better than getting attacked by a bear, but...
Oh, and plus you can't even creep up on your competition. Like, ding, 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 ding. Oh, yep, here comes the next runner.
Exactly. At night, you can always turn off your head torch and sneak behind the runner in front, but no one is going to be able to escape a bear bell.
No stealth mode activated. All right, that trail has been groomed. We get a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back. Stay with us for the finish of Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Watch me, I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. Cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette heure.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
And we are back following the 100-mile race at Val d'Orem by UTMB and chasing our race leader, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon from France. He has been pushing hard from the start, leading this race without fear, without stopping. And he is just kilometers from the finish. He is being chased down by the second place man, Gabriel Rueda from Argentina. And then we saw a new third place after the last checkpoint. There was a switch. Florian Decamp from Belgium dropped back. He came into the aid station just seconds after Arno Seguimol from Spain. But Arno left the aid station before him, surging into third place. Gabriel Rueda, who we are seeing now on the screen, has led a very smart race and has really shown some strength and form in this last quarter, this last third of the race. Looking behind him there to see if anyone is chasing him, but he has a fairly good lead At the last checkpoint, there was a 20-minute gap between second and third. So at this point in the race, he is pretty safe. We are 16 hours and 10 minutes into the 100-miler. It started at 4 p.m. yesterday. If you are just joining us, we have had some course changes because of the weather forecast. So the 100-mile event is now 140 kilometers, much more runnable than anticipated, lower elevation, a lot more running through the valley. The highest point on the course is just over 2,000 meters. That's actually the point where the lead women are at the moment. Now, Gabriel has just completed the final major climb. It's a short, sharp climb. And we'll be starting the descent, chasing after Arthur towards the finish. As you can see, a very runnable section of the course here. He is focused. On the women's side, just before the commercial break, we saw Anca from Romania go through the checkpoint at 108 kilometers. Half an hour between Laura Van Voren from Belgium in first, Wu Yuan from China in second, and Anca Sindea in third. And actually, we should be expecting Laura Van Voren in Colomers in the next few minutes. That is the checkpoint at 115 kilometers before she starts on the long extended plateau.
Yeah, and it shows because, I mean, Gabriel is moving super well, and yet now we can see the difference between him and Arthur Joyer-Bouillon, and it shows how far ahead Arthur was throughout and how big the gap was during the night, even though it's been shrinking. That's what a 20-minute gap looks like, and it seems impossible to close. And here confirmation from Eric Lacroix, again, Arthur's coach, saying like, yeah, it's crazy how he seems to be like hitting the ground hard, but yet it doesn't seem to be affecting him that much, even though like for us, it almost hurts just watching him run downhill. Yeah. And he's just like, yeah, like whenever things start to hurt, he's able to respond and not like give in. And so he's really, really tough. And yeah, he had a bit of a disappointing results in maxi race around the Annecy Lake.
Yep.
And so he said like that's going to be a good confidence boost for the rest of his training towards La Diagonale des Fous.
That maxi race is tough. It typically has such hot weather. I have only ever had to get an IV after a race twice. One in the desert in Iran and the maxi race in Annecy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. What year was that?
2017.
Oh, yeah.
2017. That was actually when Courtney DeWalter came over. I think it was her first European race. It was when she was still a teacher before she went pro.
Right.
And I was doing the Solomon camp. And I met this female runner wearing these long basketball shorts, and she asked me, do you think I should use poles? Everyone over here is using poles, and I haven't raced in Europe before, and I was trying to give her some tips. Of course, it seems ridiculous to look back on now. Courtney DeWalter.
Well, you can say you give coordinate tips.
I don't know if she took them. She definitely didn't need them, let's say that.
Oh.
But that maxi race is beautiful, but very hot, very tough.
Yeah, it is a brutal course. And so, yeah, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon finished 22nd there. And it actually wasn't so long ago. It was like the last weekend of May.
Yep.
So it's kind of a quick turnaround as well.
Yep. And here is our third place female runner, Anca Zendaya.
And yeah, only one pole. But again, look, like her other arm is all taped up. So maybe something happened there and she's hurting. Hence why she wouldn't use her other pole, because her arm might be a bit damaged.
Good point.
Hope she didn't take a fall or something, and then you're like, all right, well, that's what we get now. One arm is out of the equation, so we're carrying on with one pole.
Well, Kylian Jornet finished. It was Hard Rock that he finished with
Hard Rock.
Dislocated shoulder. So
and he still won. That
no
guy
excuses there.
has zero respect for his competition.
And behind Anca Zendaya, we have Elizabeth Rios Peredo from Bolivia and Anne Champagne from Canada. Now, we do have a bit of intel on Anne.
Ooh.
Just checking what she has told us in the questionnaire before the race.
I haven't had that yet, but I would love somebody once just talk total bullshit and and mislead us into talking about stuff that is completely false. And that would be awesome. So she says like she's a stronger runner in the downhills, and she's very strong mentally. So she's hoping that could make a difference.
And she's a full-time massage therapist and coach. Assuming that she comes from Quebec. But she gets the award for best last name in the race. And she runs for Solomon. And here we have our lead male, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, 1.5 kilometers before the finish. You can see he's just heading now on that final steep descent before he gets a bit of relief. Now a split screen between the first woman, Laura Van Doren.
Massaging her calves a little bit. It might be a bit of a stretchy break. As man, this is multitasking at its best. You're by the water tank, you refill and you stretch your calves.
So she has come through that checkpoint 16 hours, 18 minutes after the start of the race. Laura, as we noted earlier in the broadcast, the last 3 races that she's done have been wins in the 50-kilometer category, and sometimes hit or miss in the 100-mile category. 21st last year at UTMB, but first in 2023 at the 100-mile race in Nice, Côte d'Azur.
And here we go. He just went by the antenna, which means only one thing. He's a minute away from getting onto the road that leads straight down to Vieja, where the finish line of this VDA lies. And I really hope that the town has come alive to welcome Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon.
200 mètres, au bout d'un moment, ça compte, je suis d'accord.
Donc je suis Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, coureur ultra trailer et professionnel pour On Running.
Alright, let's do it again. I am Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, professional ultra runner. First time I'm coming to the VDA. I'm really excited about like the 100-mile distance when it's technical and there's a lot of ups and downs, as well as the wild aspect of the course. And I'm getting ready for the Diagonale des Fous in La Réunion, so this is the perfect build-up for this race in October. I've been here for 5 days, and so I got the chance to recce the first 50k of the course between Caneran and he can't tell which village, and he said it was absolutely beautiful. High alpine terrain, single tracks. It's like I absolutely loved it. And my estimation, based on my experience on other ultras that I've done in the past, I think I can run in and around 24 and a half hours. We'll see depending on how good I feel on the day. But the goal is to make it back to Vieja on Saturday. And he's doing just that. There we go, as he hits the road. 1K to go.
Follow that yellow brick road to the finish. Certainly a different race than he was expecting, as we heard from his interview.
And a bit of a reference to his friend Diego Pazos, who's been crewing him. He's putting on the bow tie.
Diego Pasos, who was on the start list but did not start the race. We're not quite sure why, whether it was an injury or just a change of plans. But nice to see him out there at the checkpoint supporting Arthur towards the finish.
And look on the left-hand side. Yes, Laura Van Voren is stopping again to try and stretch her calf. I don't know what's happening with that, but that's still early. That's still a long way to cover if something's gone wrong. So if it's a cramp, she most likely will be able to walk it off by just letting it relax, giving it a bit of a massage, possibly even like if she walks by a creek or like just put it in the water for just a little bit.
Sometimes it's electrolytes. You know, if your electrolytes are off, then you can have some muscle cramping issues. But if it's an overuse issue, something that's happened.
Or a micro tear.
Yep, exactly. During the run, a tweak, a niggle that turns into something worse. You can't really come back from that. It's only going to get worse as the race goes on.
All right, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon putting on the party shades. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Get ready on the finish line. He is coming with an intention to take the win at this 2025 VDA. He's been leading literally from wire to wire, never showed any sign of fatigue. And today, just like the other winners yesterday, there was no chance. There was no catching them. They came here with a purpose, and the plan was executed perfectly, even though the course was changed, and it definitely wasn't to Arthur's advantage. But he still is moments away from taking his first big win on the UTMB World Series circuit at a major event at that. And we're stoked to now hear our finish line speaker getting ready. And the official song is already playing.
He definitely accomplished what he came here to achieve. And he has absolutely flown over this course through the afternoon, through the night, into the morning despite the fact that he has had to run a long part of this running race. This mountain goat has dominated and shown us exactly how to do it. And he is finishing in style, wearing the bow tie of Diego Passos, finishing to the tunes of Symphony. I'm going to get out our bell and create a little bit more noise for our finisher.
The bell's out. We're going to be celebrating here in the studios as well. And you can see him break into a smile. He's deserved that win, and he dug really deep to claim it.
Let's go, Arturo. Our male winner of the 100-mile event at Valserand by UTMB. That's a reference to the fact that he is a new dad. Our male winner, Arturo Joyeux-Boyard. Woo!
That smile tells 1,000 words. And he's ringing the bell hard again as a celebration. He is part of the Valderon family.
Fantastic finish for Artur. This mountain lover showed all of us that he can actually run on the trails when they are brought down to the valley floor.
Yes, indeed. And look at that, what a smile. It is so good when things go to plan. Even though that plan was not the one he had made originally. He was prepared to run a mountainous, hard 100-mile, and he ended up running a faster 140K. And actually, he got lost once, so he just rolled with the punches. And that course did not suit him particularly, but he still delivered. We're going to have an interview on the finish line with Albert.
On a vu que tu as parti très vite.
So we saw you have like a pretty aggressive start. And so how was the race for
Je
you?
suis parti finalement à mon rythme, mais j'aime bien quand ça monte
I actually
beaucoup
started at my
et
own
ça
rhythm.
descend
I
raide.
really enjoy the big
Donc le
climbs
parcours de base
and
me
descents.
serait bien
So
allé
the
aussi, je
original
pense.
course, I would
Non,
have
j'étais dans mon
probably
rythme,
loved
mais
it even more.
j'étais
But I was
concentré.
just doing my own
Je savais
thing.
que
I
ça
was
allait être long
focused.
et qu'il fallait
I
courir
knew it was going to
beaucoup
be long,
aujourd'hui, donc
and there was going to be a lot of running involved.
arriver à
So,
Salardou. Donc
so I
non,
wanted
je
to
suis
get
pas
to
forcément
Salardou
parti vite,
in
et
good
puis
shape
la
with
deuxième partie
some
s'est passée
left in the tank.
plutôt bien. Je pensais plus
So the
avoir
second
mal
half
aux
was
jambes
actually
quand il
feeling
faut courir
pretty
là,
good.
sur
I
les
thought
30
my
kilomètres
legs
et
would
2000
hurt
mètres de
a
dénivelé.
lot more
C'est interminable.
on that
Heureusement,
long
le paysage est là
20K
pour
climb,
nous
trail
rappeler
climb.
pourquoi on fait ce sport, et merci au bénévoles
But
aussi. Donc,
luckily,
voilà, bravo.
the weather was there to remind us why we're doing this, like the beautiful landscape, and then definitely a big shout out to the volunteers across the course who were pretty helpful as well.
Tipo la nuez papillon de Diego Passos.
And so I see you're wearing Diego's bow tie, and we saw him that he was crowing for you.
Ah oui, parce que bon, déjà moi j'ai commencé l'ultra trail avec.
And he says like, yeah, I actually started ultra trail running with Diego by my side, and he taught me a lot.
Tout appris, et aujourd'hui il a pas pu courir parce qu'il s'est bloqué le dos. Donc il a fait
so
mon
today he
assistance
couldn't run
complète,
because he
parce
locked
que
up his
ma
back.
femme, on a un bébé de 2 mois, donc
And so
voilà,
he
il a pris le
helped
job
with
à bras le
crowing
corps,
because
et
my
je voulais
wife
le
is a
remercier,
2-month-old baby,
avec
so
ça
she
en
was
passant la
not
ligne d'arrivée.
quite fully ready to do that. And so I wanted to give him a little bit of a shout out for his support and help on the finish line.
Y que le ha estado haciendo el avituallamiento porque su mujer no ha podido y que quería agradecerle con este detalle. Arthur, tu viens ici pour préparer la diagonale des fous. Tu penses que ça a été une bonne préparation pour la course que tu vas faire à l'octobre dans l'île de la Réunion?
As a building block to prepare La Réunion, do you think
l'origine aurait été encore mieux, je pense.
So it's like the
Finalement,
original
maintenant,
course
la
would have been
diag,
even
la
better.
diagonale, c'est plus roulant qu'avant.
Il y a plus de kilomètres,
now,
donc
actually,
voilà, j'ai travaillé un peu
Diagonal des Fous
peut-être les
has
points
more
faibles pour
kilometers
moi
and is
sur la
actually
diagonale
those more
aujourd'hui,
kilometers
et je
are
suis
more
très
runnable. So it
viene
actually
aquí para
will
preparar
help
la
as well,
Diagonal de Fous
and
en
I'm
octubre.
super
Le hemos
happy
preguntado si ha
how
sido una
the
buena
day
preparación.
unfolded.
Dice que allí se va a correr más, que es más larga y que cree que ha sido una buena preparación. A tu, la dernière question, si tu veux donner un message pour les gens qui te suivent dans la France ou ta
And if you
famille,
want to like
c'est ton
say
moment.
something to the audience or your
Juste
family,
courez si vous en avez envie.
for the
Faites
young
des
ones, the
trails
new
si vous en avez
generation,
envie, et puis
run
surtout
if your
focus
heart
sur
is
vos
in it,
sensations, c'est le principal,
and
je pense,
focus
prendre
on how
plaisir
you feel,
dans la douleur
focus
comme dans
on
les bons
like
moments,
finding joy,
arriver à,
whether
voilà,
you're in high or in the
à
lows,
être épanoui dans ce
and
sport
happiness
ultra,
or
c'est
in
des moments
through the
géniaux,
pain.
et voilà.
But this
Artur
sport is
Bouillon, que lanza
great.
un mensaje, un fuerte aplauso para el ganador de esta HOKA Val UTMB 2025.
There we go. Once again, big shout out to our winner of the 2025 VDA, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, representing Team On Running.
That was such good advice, actually, to just run happy, run with your heart. We saw that from Mari Klakken-Fenre from Norway yesterday, the winner of the 100K race. She ran just so light and so happy.
And yeah, I think she is one of the few who it seemed like it, but then she confirmed at the end, like outcome independent.
Yep.
Like it didn't matter where she was or how far up or back the field she was. She was like, I'm gonna cover this distance. I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna be in the moment, and I'm gonna enjoy every bit of it. And she was doing just that. We could see her grin the whole damn way.
Yep. Through the rain, through all of it.
And you can see again how strong Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon was, because I mean the guys behind him are not like spring chicken. They're like heaps of experience over ultras, strong runners, and yet so far back. Like Sagareda is still on a descent. He still has to go up that final climb and then down to the finish. So it might even be, I don't know, it will be interesting to see if this is still a 20-minute gap or if that has changed.
It's definitely possible that it's more at this point. Yeah, Gabriel Rueda, according to the live tracking, is estimated to come to the finish in 19 minutes.
So here we have our third place male from Spain who, yeah, definitely had heaps in the tank for the back end of that race. Like Arno Seguimol.
Had a little side-to-side wiggle going on, which you can see from the drone shot.
Well, I was just gonna say that, like the two different perspectives seem to be telling two very different stories. Like from the air shot, it looks like he's flying at 4 minutes per K, and then yeah, from the front camera mountain biker, it looks like he's wobbling a little.
Wiggle.
He's like he's throwing a boogie.
Why not? Have a little dance out there. Have a little fun. Shake that thing.
And so as we do have this little slow-mo of our lead woman in the video, we have a quick commercial break and we'll be right back.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. Le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette heure.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Ya, tío. Ahora venimos a otra hora.
Venga, que nos acostamos diciendo ¿dónde está? Venga, cuarto, cuando tenemos levante hemos visto tercero, venga, vamos ahí, vamos ahí.
Dale. Ya, me duelen estas cejas ya.
Que no te duele nada, que está ahí ya.
Vamos. Mañana será, ¿eh?
Venga. Ánimo. Muy bien.
All right, Arno is still in the house on his way to the finish line, running in third place. And you can see here on the 3D map, he still is quite a ways from the finish line, probably some 7 or so kilometers, while Gabriel is now at the bottom of that final climb, steep one. And then he'll be relieved to make it to the finish line. In the meantime, our lead woman seems to be going steady. We saw her earlier stretch her calf at the aid station, stop also in the middle of the trail, just trying to stretch. It does seem like she's okay now, hopefully, because it is still a long way. It is like 23 Ks, I think, at least.
Yeah, she's got about 25K.
25 Ks to the finish. So at this pace, things could shake out. Even though we were saying that they were evenly spread out.
Yep.
If she walks it in, maybe Chinese runner Wu Yuanyuan might get a shot, even though she's now running. No, it was Anca now running with one pole. So it's third place woman from Romania running with one pole. But Wu Yuanyuan from China running in second. There we go. I think Laura heard us. All right, no, nobody's taking my win. Not today.
Yeah, if she just had a problem with her electrolytes being off, she got some mild cramping, then it's quite easy to come back from. And we don't see her favoring one leg or the other.
Yeah, she seems to be running evenly now. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, electrolytes, but also what I learned from Corinne Malcolm, who has infinite amount of knowledge. Like the cramping, actually 80% of the time is due to muscle fatigue, in a sense that basically it gets the electric signal contract, relax as you run. And then eventually from the on and off doing so many times over multiple hours and so many Ks that eventually the electric signal has a bit of a glitch, and the message to say relax does not go through anymore.
Interesting.
And so it stays actually contracted, like, and so she says like the best way is you just stop, try to relax, take a few big breathe out, and then stretch it lightly to just let it stretch, relax, and then you can go again, and you should be okay.
Well, obviously Laura got that memo because that's exactly what we saw her do at both the checkpoint and on the trail.
Oh, man. I got on that climb and he chose not to take the poles. Interesting strategy. Maybe he did not rekey that back end of the race. Because, that climb certainly is nasty. And if you're on the back end of a 140K race and, you'll be tired. And it's so steep. So definitely, team, try to keep awareness of what you're going through. And even if you haven't had the chance to rekey the course, like the way Arno is doing right now, you can carry your poles with you. And if you choose to put them away in your quiver, you can just be at home in your living room or in your bedroom or outside in the garden and just practice taking them out, putting them in, taking them out, putting them in. Because if you're comfortable with this, it's less than 30 seconds to do the whole process. So it's definitely worth just doing it, put it away, and then you can run hands-free. And then if you get to the bottom of a steep climb, even if it's a short one, less than 30 seconds, you have your poles out, boom, and you can actually make good use of them.
But, I have some empathy here because if you go on the course profile, if you're sitting at home following online, go on the course profile and look at that little climb that we're talking about. There is a tiny little uptick on the descent down to the finish that really looks like nothing. But as you saw on the screen, that little nothing on our computer screens on the course profile is very different in reality.
But again, they've been tapering for probably a couple of days. And what happened the past couple of days? We were broadcasting the race live. You just watch. You just watch the back end of the race and you know every damn stone and understand it's like, ooh, actually, this seemed to be a bit of a cheeky climb at the back.
That's true. We will bring you through every inch of this course. And it's not just this weekend. Every weekend in July, we are with you on the live stream. So no matter what your plans are throughout July, every weekend, turn us on and you will find us.
Yep, you won't be able to get rid of us.
And we're back with our women's leader. And she is moving fairly well.
Yes.
Laura Van Voren.
Back at running, so that is a good sign. We got worried for a bit. 25 Ks to go for the Belgium runner who, if you're just joining us, is Florian Descamps Partners. And so she's winning the women's race. Florian is, we haven't seen him in a while, but was last we saw sitting in 4th place. So they're both in the money, not only to get prize money to bring home, but also they're automatic entry into next year's UTMB.
Absolutely.
So I think it's going to be a bit of a fight to see who can pick their friends and families to do the crewing because they're not going to be able to help each other out.
And with the way that that Laura is running, I would prefer to say that Florian is Laura's partner rather than Laura is Florian's partner at this point.
Oh. That is a subtle difference.
I'm cackling away in my feminist bubble. But it's true. Laura was just giving us a bit of drama with those stretches on the cramps because we have said and we have seen that with the gaps between first, second, and third, that there wasn't really going to be a photo finish. But again, you never know.
You never know. A whole lot can happen over 25 Ks.
And we should see Wu Yuanyuan from China come through at the next checkpoint in just a few minutes. That's the checkpoint Colomere at 115 kilometers. Laura is now on that long it's about 10 a 10-kilometer plateau. Very easy running before starting that steep descent down to Artis. And our third place woman, Anca Sindea, is just finishing that long climb. That climb starts at 91 kilometers and goes all the way through up to just before the 115-kilometer checkpoint.
Yeah, Arthur was talking about that one on the finish line. He was saying, like, yeah, he was not scared about it, but definitely aware that that was going to be a bit of a grind.
Yeah.
And there we go, 2.75 kilometers between second and third, between Gabriel Reda and Arno Seguimol. Both moving really well on that back end of the race. So unluckily for Arno and luckily for Gabriel, there's probably not going to be a change. By the time they cross the line, Gabriel is now on that final descent. And we know that he can run downhill pretty well.
And indeed, Arno, who shot into third place at the last checkpoint, passing Florian Descamps. It looks like there's now about a 10-minute gap, even more. It might even wind up being closer to a 15-minute gap between the two of them. So Florian has definitely slowed down.
There you go. You see he's coming down to the edge of the mountain, and then where the power station is, going to take a left, drop down on the other side of the hill onto the road, and then 1K to the finish. One last kilometer. I think you can already hear the finish line. Woo! He's turning off the headphones like, is this the finish line that I'm hearing? Holy moly. Time to go. There you go. He's getting to that station, so about a minute left. Putting away his head.
Best feeling when you know that the finish line is just around the corner. After running all afternoon, all night, into the morning, he is steps away from finishing second place in the 100-mile event. This will be a great performance to put in his pocket.
And also he knows that no one's breathing down his neck. Because when you have all these elements, but somebody's coming like, that kind of ruins it. Like, yeah, you have to go head down, and you can't be like fully taking it all in. That he will be able to do. And that's a bit of an extra bonus, really.
Do we have anyone online following from Argentina? I know it will be the middle of the night there, but hop online. And if you're not in Argentina, but you are still cheering for Gabriel Rueda, show him some love in the chat.
We had Runtonio, CT, Vivega. Ben also seems to know Gabby as well. Come on. Bring it on.
We've just put a GIF in the chat that actually emulates the style that we were seeing from Arno on the trails.
That's right. Throwing moves.
Giving a little wiggle. Great to see this spread in nationalities. France, Argentina, Spain, followed by Belgium and France again.
This is it. Final glimpse at the watch. You know you're 1K to go. Happy days.
1 kilometer.
Now's the time to throw it all down. Everything you've got left.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was just thinking that, seeing Saga going down those switchbacks, like, you know, on the back end of a long race like this, and you know, you're not being chased, like, he's basically using gravity to just roll down. But imagine if you all of a sudden you're like, all right, now I'm gonna go everything I've got and freaking sprint out into town. I mean, how quickly could you go? But then how much damage could you do in just 1K? To your legs, to your entire body, the stress you'd be putting, like cranking up the heart rate, blasting your legs, breaking everything.
But it's the way to finish, you know? You have to cross that line knowing that there was nothing left, nothing more that you could have done to push yourself to the end. You could see he was adjusting his little race bib. He's making sure that he is ready for that photo finish.
He's gonna look like $1 million. And then we've got Julian Rondina in the chat cheering on.
He's pulling out his poles.
Yeah.
Is this for a sponsor shot?
Yep.
There we go. I'm picking up what he's putting down. Shout out to Lecky.
There you go. That's how you do it.
This guy is a pro. He knows how to finish a race properly.
Well, I mean, when there's extra grain up in the air, you might as well raise your hand and pick it up.
If you are a brand and you are watching this guy, know that he knows how to deliver.
Yep, the ROI is really high. Well, and I mean, it's interesting, those new contracts over in the US, the nil, like, name, image, and likenessness that are going around, especially around the collegiate system, and kind of like really throw a massive bowling ball into the existing system. But like, Saga's likenessness can't put a price on it. Like, he's such a great human, and it's good to see people say that in the chat as well. Like, he's just a good person, and I'm not worried because now the finish line is there, but I rarely see him so, like, focused, and he must be hurting because usually he's all smiles, looking around, chatty, so he must be pushing really hard beyond his limits to make it to the line, and I just can't wait to see his real face come out and see the minute he's gonna get on the final stretch, laugh, let it all out, and finally be able to relax because he would have made it across the line. But yeah, like, again, one of the great humans of our sport.
And he is just a few hundred meters from the finish, almost 17 hours into this alternate 100-mile race that has turned into 140 kilometers. He has been through the rain. He has been up through the mountains in the night, running through the valleys, and really giving up a good chase. Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, our men's leader, was unstoppable, was unbeatable, but he has held up a great position in second place. Santos Gabriel, or Saga Rueda, coming into the finish. Second place man from Argentina. What an incredible race performance. And
there we go. This is what we've been waiting to see.
Let's
that big, bright smile.
He is got his t-shirt out, sun's out, guns out.
Exactly. Also, to give a big shout out to his sponsor, Colombia, that has been trusting him since the early days, that, you know, he hadn't broken into a scene and they took a chance on him, and they surely did extremely well. Ladies and gentlemen, your second place finisher in the 2025 VDA at this UTMB World Series major, Saga Rueda.
That smile cannot get any bigger. His face is going to crack. He is so excited to take that second place home. Well done. Finishing just under half an hour behind our winner, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon from France.
So that was half an hour. Wow, so as much as Gabby was moving super well, Arthur really threw it down because he put another 10 minutes on him in this last section. And he's going back out with the flag.
It's a victory lap.
Argentina is in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
It's still early in the morning, but the dedicated crowds have come out to see the men's finish.
Good on them.
Way to go. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps watching this.
Yeah.
I love it when we see a bit of emotion on the finish line.
And he's going to have the interview with Albert.
Santos, Gabriel Rueda, corredor argentino. El año pasado te quedaste con las ganas, te cortaron cuando ibas primero. Este año por fin has podido cruzar la meta. Segunda posición, ¿qué sensaciones tienes ahora mismo?
Muy contento, muy emocionado porque también es simbólico tocar esta cosita que tenemos acá, pero la verdad que tenía muchas ganas y se siente lindo dar una vuelta, correr toda la noche, recorrer todo el Valle de Arán, que es hermoso, y hacerlo de la forma que uno le gusta, ¿no? Correr sin nada más que eso.
So we were asking Santos that last year he was second when he couldn't finish. What are his feelings? And he said that it's iconic to touch this bell, and he's really happy to really be able to finish finally the VDA. Santos, son las 4 de la mañana en Argentina y no te puedes imaginar la gente que tienes en el chat siguiéndote desde Salta, desde tu población. ¿Qué les dirías a la gente que te está siguiendo ahora mismo desde Argentina y desde Barcelona?
Que se animen, ¿no? Que se animen a soñar, que se animen a salir de la zona de confort. Yo viví queriendo venir a correr Europa, queriendo correr de par a par con los mejores de acá, y me llevó muchos años, pero creo que hoy estoy donde soñaba estar hace como unos 5 o 6 años, y le diría eso, que no dejen de soñar, no dejen de insistir, y todo lo que realmente uno se propone lo puede conseguir.
So we told
And he
Santos
can
that
only
it's for IM
encourage
Argentina.
them
There is a
to
lot
get
of
out of the
people
country.
following him, and we asked
Oh,
him
shit.
what he would say to them. And he says that they keep dreaming, that he was dreaming about coming to Europe to compete, and finally he's been able to, and that's his message, that keep dreaming for that. Santos, ¿cómo ha sido la carrera? Te hemos visto en segunda posición detrás de Arthur Bollon, que ha hecho un carrerón. ¿Cómo te sientes después de haber acabado en esta posición?
Bueno, primero feliz realmente porque se dio una carrera bastante complicada a la noche, a la madrugada. Bueno, siempre es gestionar la noche. Y ratos con el que creo que venía tercero nos pasamos como 10 veces. El momento él estaba mal, después yo estaba mal, y así fue como... Más o menos fueron intercambiando varias posiciones, pero finalmente en la última parte pude pegarme un poquito, sentirme bien, y ya el primero no había chances de alcanzarlo.
Started feeling better, so he could pull away for a second, but there was no catching first
And he
finisher.
said that it was tough at the beginning, that they were overtaking the second and the third, but then he finally could do a good finish of the race, but he couldn't, obviously catch Arthur Bollon, but he's really happy about the result. Santos, la última, con la camiseta aquí de Argentina, siempre los campeones del mundo. Hay aplauso de la comunidad argentina. ¿Ahora qué? ¿Cuál es tu próximo objetivo?
No, ahora
So what's your
descansar,
next goal now?
Creo que no tengo cabeza en este momento para pensar en otra cosa, sino
I don't have the bandwidth. I can't process that question right now. Can't think about it.
Que salió bien, que estoy sano, asimilar todo eso, y ya habrá tiempo para pensar en otros objetivos.
Pues nada, Santos Gabriel Rueda, a disfrutar, a descansar. Un fuerte aplauso para él, segundo clasificado en esta HOKA Val UTMB.
One step at a time. He wants to enjoy this win before he thinks about the next race. Why not?
And I certainly appreciate that. As much as, Arthur came with a plan and that was part of his season and all that, it's refreshing to see Gabby just be there. Just, all right, well, that's my goal. I'm going to be focusing on this, and then I'll take it one at a time. Well, that's good.
We're back following the women's side Laura Van Voren from Belgium in the lead. She's been leading since early this morning. Previously, Jocelyn Paoli from France. She was leading from the start.
And had a substantial gap.
Yeah.
Early on.
And then at about 4:30 in the morning, she withdrew from the race, maybe just after that. Jocelyn was the favorite coming in. And while Laura Van Voren has a lower UTMB index than the second place runner, Wu Yuan from China, she is showing us today that UTMB index is just one indicator. It is not determinative of how you will do in a race. And in fact, Anca Sindea in third from Romania was not necessarily on our favorite list based on UTMB index alone. So we are seeing some standout performances here on the women's side. Half an hour gaps between first, second, and third.
And we still don't know what happened to Jocelyn. So if anybody does, let us know in the chat, because we're really keen to hear like whether that was maybe a start that was a bit too aggressive or if something went down. But it seems like she dropped out when she was still up high in the rankings. So yeah, there's definitely something that has happened there.
And what we see on the left side of the screen, that is, it says third place women, but that is Wu Yuan, who was in second. There can't have been a switch there. I think that might just be an error on the screen, because Wu Yuan came through Colomers after Laura Van Voren, half an hour behind at 8:48 this morning. Yeah, there we go, second place woman. And that must be another male runner behind her on the screen. Wu Yuan from China was fourth in the 100-kilometer event at Val d'Aran by UTMB last year. And this year, fourth in the 100K event at Endura Trail by UTMB this year. So she came into this race. We expected her to do well. She was actually second highest on the UTMB index behind Jocelyn Paoli.
And she had been at this event before, which I feel like always helps quite a bit. When you've been around those mountains, you know the kind of terrain you're gonna be running on. You can train for it. So obviously, with the course change, didn't quite maybe suit the way those runners prepared for it.
Yeah.
But what do you think? Actually, that's a good question. What do you think if it was the other way around, where it was supposed to be a runnable course, ends up being super like technical and a whole lot more of elevation? What's the hardest?
Well, when you have, if you ever had something shift to something a lot more technical and harder, you would see, I think, a higher dropout rate, a lot slower, a lot slower runs. If you have it switched this way, where it's suddenly an easier course, a more runnable course, it just changes for me who will be able to adapt to go fast.
Yeah. But if you don't have the conditioning in your legs for like a whole lot of elevation and the downhill, your legs would just fall apart and there's no coming back from it. So it might still be a better option when you go from you train for hard and up and down, and eventually your legs can still click running on the more runnable stuff.
Yeah, I can't think of an instance where a race would become longer or harder due to a weather change.
Like, how would you explain that? So the weather condition is going to be worse, so we're going to send you up and down the mountains instead.
actually, that's not true. In my first ultra marathon ever, it was a multi-day race in northern Vietnam. So kind of like Marathon des Sables, where you do a marathon every day and a double on day 5. And you carry all of your gear with you. There was all of your food as well.
Right.
And it was terrible weather. There was just torrential rain, mudslides all over the course. So instead of doing the double marathon on day 5, when your pack is actually the lightest because you've eaten most of your food, we had 100 kilometers on day 1 out of the gate.
All right.
So that was one instance where the race was entirely different from the start, and it suited me quite well, actually.
It's like a massive knuckle sandwich. Wham! Day 1. Let's see how you handle that.
It's just it was a good wake up call.
Wow.
Are you serious about this or not?
Yeah, and again, it's like, I mean, have you prepared correctly, but also like mentally? We're gonna throw like big curveball at you. It's like, how are you gonna react? Are you gonna be happy about it? Are you gonna be angry about it? Are you gonna be wasting energy?
Exactly, and that was my entry into ultras, and it was a good lesson to learn from day 1.
Expect the unexpected.
Yep.
There we go, Arno rolling into the finish.
Wiggling into the finish. He is boogieing down the last 1.5 kilometers.
See, it's interesting. The shoulders are kind of locked, but the forearms are swinging. I feel like he's just going to...
We should put on our visuals so that the viewers can see your reenactment here.
This is like the 5 a.m. nightclub dance moves. I haven't pulled them off in a long time. It's probably a good thing. But yeah, he's moving super well on the descent. He's definitely one of the ones who had prepared for a copious amount of elevation gain and loss and didn't quite get served, so he's moving smoothly on that last descent, tiptoeing a little bit on the technical parts, but yeah.
You can hear him expending some energy. He has really pushed to be able to surge into that 3rd place. As we were saying yesterday, even though getting in the top 5 will get you prize money to take home, getting in the top 10 will get you an automatic entry to the UTMB finals next year. There's just something nice about making it into that top 3.
Yeah. Get that little 3 spots box.
Yep.
And
I'd almost rather be 5th than 4th. 4th is a hard position.
Yeah. Like, do you call that the chocolate middle, like in English?
No.
We call it, that's a French expression. Then it's like basically you get the medal and chocolate that the kids have, so you can eat it home. But like it's just not gonna be the gold, silver, and bronze. And the birds are tweeting, slowly waking up in the Vieille Valley.
It's helping the runners forget about the storms that they would have experienced last night. But make no mistake, there was a reason why this course had to change.
Absolutely.
We are now seeing the finish of the 100-mile category for the first time in 3 years because weather has scuppered plans in 2023 and 2024.
Yeah, again, you're absolutely right to bring that up. If people are joining now, for the past 2 years, the VDA had to be stopped, and they actually made a reference to this on the finish line, interviewing Saga Rueda in 2nd place. Like you were in 2nd place last year until the race was essentially canceled because of weather conditions, and so now you actually get to cross the line in 2nd and make it a true thing. So again, this year they had seen the weather conditions and the organization chose, all right, it's not going to be a 3rd year without a finish. We're going to change the course. They're not happy about it, but out of the all the situations, this is the best possible one. So we can see all these runners come through, and they get to ring the bell, tocar la campana, as Uri was saying, and then, make it a thing.
Now, was Arno just looking behind him there?
Yeah.
Did he actually think that he's being chased down by Florian?
Perhaps he hasn't gotten the update, and our cam runner might not be aware of it, but now he
is safe.
Miles. Yes.
Florian has not gone through the last checkpoint yet. He should be imminently, but there's definitely space between them. And now we're back with the second place women on the 100-mile event, Wu Yuanyuan from China.
Wow. You're right. You're bringing it up. Florian has not gone past the last aid station with, I don't know, went through it like 35 minutes ago.
He has dropped back quite a bit, and we could see from his running style that he had slowed down quite a lot.
Yeah, and now Frenchman who in fifth place, Adrien Legret, is also expected to get to the last aid station, Sante Desconchao. So we might have a bit of a shakeout in the fourth and fifth, actually. Oh man, I hope it's not going to turn into a DNF for Florian.
Well, looking at Arno Seguimol from Spain, our third place man in the 100-mile event. He will be so happy with this.
Yeah, you can already see the smile.
He DNF'd at Val d'Aran in 2022. He hasn't done a 100-mile event since that year. He's been sticking mainly to the 100-kilometer distance. Maybe that's showing why he was able to actually adapt to a shorter race at the moment. But
and look at that, the team is there. Celebration is in order. That is a redemption run for Arno Seguimol. And look at this. He is rallying the crowds with him, and
keep running. You still got to make it to the finish line. I'm just worried he's going to get so caught up in celebrations that he'll stop.
He's got plenty of time. I love that he's actually able to do that. We were talking about this. You've got time. You might as well take it all in. Give away a hug. That moment is going to stay with him the rest of his life.
A couple 100 meters left to go for our third place Arno Seguimol from Spain, coming back after a DNF at this event 3 years ago. He now is on the podium. He's going home with cash. He can't believe it. We saw him surge into third place just a couple of checkpoints ago, passing by Florian Descamps from Belgium. Absolutely smart race.
Over the moon, and there we go. Oh, I can tell you that. There's going to be tears on that finish line.
He is soaking it all in. And just like we saw from Sagarureda, that smile is going to break his face. Yes. Let's ring. Way to go. Our third place male in the 100-mile category. He can barely believe what has just happened over the last 17 hours and 13 minutes. Arno Seguimol from Spain, and congratulations. Going out for one more victory lap.
Yes. The friends are there. That must be his crew that have been with him all the way. And you see the gratefulness of Arno towards all these people who have been out there through the day, yesterday, the afternoon, the night, to support him and basically give him the chance to get to that very point. Third place in the HOKA Val run by UTMB VDA.
And he has now earned himself a spot in the UTMB finals next year in Chamonix.
on the 100-mile distance UTMB.
What joy! What happiness! A magnificent third place!
Definitely fans' favorite here in Vieja.
I'm expecting him to break out into song along with his soundtrack. I feel like breaking out into song.
Nice. All right. We're going to get a quick interview. Albert probably is out.
Arnau, moltes
There we go.
felicitats. Si no et sap greu, farem l'entrevista en castellà, que estem en viu per les UTMB World Series. Muchas felicidades. Muchas felicidades, Arnau. ¿Te lo crees?
No, la verdad es que no. Buah.
Can you believe it? It's like, no, I really can't believe it.
El recorrido original ya sabemos lo que es, pero es que este es súper rompepiernas. Es
It's
que
like,
ha
yeah,
sido
he was,
terrible,
wishing for the original course, but no,
ya está.
it was quite
We were
brutal.
saying if
So I had
he
to go
believes
and go
that,
and go.
he say no. He was saying that the original course, it was hard, but also it was really, really hard, really with up and downs. Arnau, tercera posición en una major europea de las
Third
UTMB World
place
Series.
in the European
Llevas
major
un
in
muy
the
buen
UTMB
año,
World Series.
pero muy pocos apostábamos por ti. En un podio con gente como Artur Julle-Bollon, como Santos Gabriel Rueda.
Sharing a
Espectacular la
podium
carrera que
with
has
these
hecho,
two
¿no?
legends
No
as
apostaba ni yo.
Gabi and
Pero
Artur.
sí, la verdad es
Were you
que súper
expecting it?
contento porque es eso, el nivel que había y todo, y meterse aquí, pues mira, la verdad es que está de puta madre.
We were saying that there were few people betting for him to be in the top 3, and he was saying that not even him was betting for him, but he said that it's unbelievable to be here in the third position. En 2023 no pudiste acabar, te quedaste en el kilómetro 33, supongo que te has sacado una espinita, ¿no? Llegando aquí a Viella.
So he's talking about the 2023 race that he didn't finish.
Y después
So
las
he
otras
went
dos
to
anuladas, y está la cuarta.
Colomers,
al final,
and then
mira,
for
ha
2
salido
years
bien.
it was cancelled.
We were saying
So now
him
he's
that he
finally
couldn't
back.
finish. In fact, he has been 3 times here. The first time he DNF in Colomers. The last two,
wow, so
they
he
were
was back
cancelled.
the past
So
2
finally
years.
he could finish here and he's really happy. Arnau, ¿qué sensaciones tienes ahora? También aquí que te veíamos con tu gente animado. Mucha gente desde Chaló mandando
So,
ánimos en,
how are you
en
feeling
el
now? There's
chat.
a lot
¿Qué
of people
mensaje les mandarías a la gente que
in
te
the
está
chat
siguiendo
and out
ahí
there
en la
cheering
comunidad
for you.
valenciana?
Pues que
So,
muchísimas
what do you have to say
gracias,
for
que
the
al final
Valencia
cada
community?
paso aquí que cuenta la fuerza que todos me dan, encontrar a gente durante el recorrido,
I'm grateful
plantear
for the
ánimos a
strength
la
that everybody
familia,
gave me.
amigos y desde casa también, es lo que al
The-
final te lleva
also
aquí,
the
¿no?
friends and family at home.
Pues muchas felicidades, Arnau Seguí, tercer clasificado de esta HOKA Val by UTMB.
There you go. Third place finisher in the HOKA Val by UTMB, the European major. And as you were saying, Steph, prize money, automatic entry into UTMB next year. Pretty good day. And we can certainly appreciate his dedication because like he dropped out of the race 3 years ago.
Yep.
He was on the start line 2 years ago. The race didn't finish. He was on the start line last year. Race was canceled again. And finally, through resilience, he came back and finally delivered.
He has been rewarded. Now, what we're seeing on the screen now, as we predicted, there has been a shift in the fourth place. That was Adrien Legret from France, has surpassed Florian Descamps from Belgium. Florian was in third, and then Arno overtook him at the checkpoint, and we've really seen him slow down.
Himself. He never would have dreamed of a
And
top
so once
three.
again, team,
at the
your top
European
3
major.
finishers in
So
this 2025
fantastic
VDA.
running.
Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, Gabriel Rueda, and Arnau Seguimont. And yes, what we felt while watching Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon running down the last descent, he's feeling it too now. Man,
He was walking gingerly, but I mean, again, it just showed that he pushed. This was a running race. He was prepared for a climbing race.
He gave it all.
And he gave it all. Now we can only suspect what is going on with Florian at the moment, but now there is a switch up between fourth and fifth with Adrien Legret. surging forward. No change up on the women's side, however, not since early this morning when Jocelyn Pauli from France unfortunately dropped out after leading the race from the start from 4 p.m. yesterday. We have Laura Van Voren from Belgium solidly in first, half an hour behind Wu Yuanyuan from China. Running very well. We saw Laura take a stop a couple of times to stretch a calf muscle, but it hasn't seemed to stop her. Looks like it was a temporary issue. And with Wu Yuanyuan, we have not seen any major issues. And with Anca Sindea in third, potentially either something happened with her arm during the race or something happened with her pole. She's running with one pole at the moment. So we're just speculating on our side.
And I don't know if I think she's catching him and passing him. So this is not the first man she's running in. Like we've been seeing her like just creeping up overall in the rankings, which means that she's going at a really good pace. And
she's playing it smart. It means that she's still got some left in the tank in this back part of the race. We're just going into a commercial break, but stay with us and we will speak to you again in a couple minutes.
Watch me, I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back with you following the top women in the 100-mile race at Val d'Arène by UTMB. On the right-hand side of the screen, we have Laura Van Voren from Belgium, who has been leading this race since early this morning after Jocelyn Pauli from France unfortunately had to withdraw. And then in second, it's Wu Yuanyuan from China. And this is following the incredible performance of Yao Miao from China in the 50-kilometer race that we saw on Thursday, followed by Sylvia Nordsgaard from Norway. Now, there was another runner in the top one to watch on the female side, Ji Wenfei from China, but unfortunately it looks like she didn't start this race. So all eyes are on Wu Yuanyuan. And followed behind in third, Anca Sindea from Romania. Rounding out the top five on the women's side with quite a bit of space between them. So we're not seeing any major crunches at the moment. In fourth, we have Elizabeth Rios Peredo from Bolivia, followed by Anne Champagne from Canada. They are 17 hours and 24 minutes into this race. It's an alternate course if you're just joining us. The 100-mile distance has been changed to 140-kilometer distance, lower elevation, more running through the valley, and that does play to different strengths. We have had the top 3 men come through already and finish. Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon from France finished in 16 hours and 25 minutes, followed by Santos Gabriel or Saga Urueda from Argentina in 16:53, and Arno Seguimol from Spain finishing in 17:13. Now you can see here on the course profile where the top women are at the moment. It is a long stretch, a 10-kilometer stretch of plateau. So quite easy running between the 2 checkpoints before they hit a rather steep descent down to Artis. We've had a switch up, another switch up on the men's side. Florian Descamps, who was in 3rd and then was passed by Arno Seguimol, who finished in 3rd. Now Florian has definitely, it's confirmed, dropped back to 5th. And Adrien Legret from France is now running solidly in 4th.
So the big question is, did he see Florian and passed him, or was Florian on the side, and is he aware that he's in 4th?
I imagine he would be. With so few runners at this part, it would be quite difficult to miss. You know, when checkpoints are busy, sometimes it can be hard to tell when you've actually surpassed someone.
Right.
But I suspect he's well aware.
And I guess, yeah, with our French chem runners as well, it would have been a bit of a conversation.
So Adrian went through the last checkpoint at 9:20, so about 6 minutes ago. And we're expecting Florian to come into that checkpoint imminently. But the algorithm isn't always so accurate when you have someone that's significantly slowing down.
Yeah.
And so we also have in 6th place, I'm going to need help with the pronunciation of his name. That's Iban
Agrieza Bala Iturralde.
Yep. Very good. We're going to practice that one. He is in 6th place, expected to come into the checkpoint in 8 minutes. But if Florian if he's really struggling out there, if there's a problem, we might see him drop out of the top 5. And a little bit of a slow-mo recap of our top woman.
Yeah, still going at it. And looks like those calves are working fine again.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Our new 4th place man, Adrian, is moving really well. And just 5 kilometers from the finish.
$5Ks to go. And look at that. He's keeping the arms down, trying to relax a little bit on the descent.
And I'm really interested in Adrian's background. So as we were saying earlier in the broadcast, you know, his race results only go back a couple of years, I think to 2022, but he just started reaching podium spots only from last July. He got 2nd at an 80-kilometer race in France in March, 7th at the 100-mile Nice-Côte d'Azur last year. But that was really the first time that he kind of popped onto the podium scene. So either he's just kind of, something has switched. A light bulb has gone on over the last 12 months where he's discovered the secrets of ultra running success.
Yeah, maybe he just gotten the chance to dedicate himself a little more, or like found out like his passion for it like 3 years ago. Yeah, 2022. And eventually you just start getting better and better at it. So, let's see, do we have anyone in the chat? I mean, I guess there is a French channel as well. So we're out of luck because the first two runners, a first runner was French. So obviously everybody in the French channel must have been throwing a massive party. And then second and third, South America, Spain. So they were all on the Spanish channel. We're left with not a whole lot of people.
No.
So come on. Tell us where you're watching from, and let's see. We still had a few people cheering for Gabby, for Saga Reda as we call him. Let's pull up the chat. Come on, team, give us the big. There we go. And now it's time to have a bit of a cheer for our fourth man, newly fourth man. So celebration will be in order. Let's see how we can hit that chat with sweet as gifts.
Oh, come on, he's stopped. He's slowed down to a walk. It's because he knows that the gifts aren't there. Come on, team. I've been very impressed by Wu Yuanyuan, by her performance in this race. She is not giving anything away. Laura is running very well, looks quite tired. But Wu Yuanyuan has just not given anything away. She is running very focused.
And I think
very calm.
Similarly to Arno, she was probably prepared for 400 miles, for big mountains, and so she's not slowing down. Like, she's just keeping on pace and not showing much sign of fatigue, as you were saying. So she's gonna be running at that pace until the end. It's pretty safe to say, and therefore, like, Laura better keep on going. Even though here 21.2 Ks to go, it's quite a gap. It is quite a gap. And already 17 hours and a half elapsed since they started yesterday in Vieja, 4 p.m. on Friday.
Ooh, I'm just looking back on the men's side because I was interested to see where David Hedges wound up.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, he started off right from the starting block. He was chasing Arthur, really going out quite strong, saying before the race, I don't see why I can't win. Looking at his training time, looking at his stats, looking at, what he's put in as a 27-year-old.
Throwing it out there.
Yep, he was throwing it out there. I don't see why I can't win. Unfortunately, he has continued to drop back as the race has gone on, and he's now sitting in 16th place.
Oh, wow.
So I'm sure a few lessons he'll take away from this.
Yeah, there's 15 reasons why he can't win so far.
Brutal.
Yeah, well. Being in 16th position, that's exactly where it's at.
Well, it's just good motivation for the next one. I'm cheering for him. I think if you're going to put it all out there, you're really opening yourself up and just laying it all out there.
Yeah.
And he didn't make it this time, but, he's still in the race. He hasn't dropped out.
Exactly. And that was what I was going to say. Like, for as long as he stick it and then gets to the finish line, and we off air earlier with the French commentators, we were talking about Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, who at a race in France didn't go as planned, but he stuck it, and he had a conversation with his soon-to-be coach. He's like, hey, if you actually make it to the finish line, we can start a coaching-athlete relationship.
Oh.
And so he went, and it took him over 30 hours, but that was not only a mental battle that he won. That means that since then, except one time where he was actually injured, he never dropped out of a race again, and that made him strong, and you can see like he's not scared. He's not holding back. He goes out hard, even though he felt like he didn't go out that hard, and he's prepared to, go to the breaking point. And it's like, yeah, but I have so much more to give.
Yeah.
So I hope he can like stick it and make it to the finish line in Viella, and then David will come out of this one with a whole lot more experience.
Now, looking at how Wu Yuanyuan is running, I was getting the feeling, I feel like she's running actually better than Laura Van Voren at the moment, but the algorithm is telling us that they are still half an hour apart. We are expecting Laura to come into the next checkpoint imminently.
Yeah. And then for Monromius, it's actually hard to make up time, because in that descent, you can't be going balls to the wall, because it's just technical, windy. We didn't see crashes this year. The past few years, we did definitely see massive crashes. Not yet. I like that.
I don't want to predict any crashes.
But then, Wu Yuanyuan is still anticipated, as you were saying, 33 minutes away from Monromius, which is a sizable difference and a sizable gap to close, especially when we saw the difference between Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon and Sagar Rueda being, at the time, only 20 minutes, but then he ended up being 30 minutes.
Yep.
And so we saw on a 3D map what a 30-minute gap looks like, and it's massive. And then, we haven't seen Anca.
No.
Seen it for a while, but people are cheering for her in the chat. So I don't know if or when we're going to be seeing images of our runner from Romania. And hopefully she's still moving well, considering that, she was only using one pole and had tape all over her opposite arm. So, a bit of a question mark here on what went down, because I'm pretty sure that was in there at the beginning of the race when she started yesterday.
I find it quite difficult to run with just one pole. I'd almost rather have no poles.
And then you all like hands on knees.
Exactly, just because you're lopsided. I've had to do this only a couple of times in races when I've broken poles mid-race, but it's really difficult to try to maintain balance and not. Once you get a bit of asymmetry, then you can start to get other issues in compensation.
Not necessarily right away, but then you come out of the race like, why does this and this and this hurt? And you've done more damage than you think.
So if you have broken a pole during race and you only have one, it's a good idea to keep switching sides. But if Anca has, as the tape indicates, injured one arm, she won't have that option.
Je sors 30 secondes.
Again, the women are on this quite easy, relatively easy section here. And actually, Laura Van Voren is just ending this plateau section, this 10-kilometer plateau, very runnable section. Once she goes through the checkpoint, then she will start the descent down to Artis. And there's a shot of the finish line with that infamous bell to ring. And Martin, you were telling us yesterday that someone actually hit the bell with their head.
They thought it would be a great idea to jump and hit the bell with their head to make it ring instead of, doing it like everybody else would.
In a past year, not this year.
Well, that was actually quite a few years back.
Okay.
It didn't go well.
No.
The bell was fine.
Then we're gonna start to see helmets on the mandatory equipment list.
Or like a little sign of the man head button, like crossed. Nope. Do not hit the bell with your head.
Not a good idea. I wonder if Laura knows or has gotten word that her partner Florian is struggling out there.
Oh yeah, I mean, if anything, I would say it's hard because when you're the crew, this is definitely not something you bring up to your runner. But knowing the runners, they usually would ask.
Yep.
And so then you're like, what do you say?
Yeah, your runner should always be on a strictly need-to-know basis when you are crewing them.
Yeah, I mean, there was a big shout out to Poland, who's a coach in the US and has many athletes, and actually not that many athletes because he chooses them carefully. He says no to a lot of people because when you're one of the athletes, he actually he goes above and beyond. And so he was crewing for one of their athletes on an FKT, and he actually, I don't know how that happened, but ended up having the RV tumble down off the road. And that was kind of the second day in a multi-day effort. And they're like, all right. And so they managed to get it out of this side of the road. And then I think he was completely out of function. And so they ended up getting another car and got to the point where they were supposed to meet her. And they're like, oh yeah, how you doing? Oh yeah, no, everything is good. Everything is good as gold. Carry on. With a straight face where it was an absolute shit show in reality. But yeah, that is on par with what you said. You're the crew. Yep. You keep all the positive vibes, and anything that the runner does not need to know because it doesn't contribute to them lifting their spirits or them carrying on forward with a positive thought.
Yep.
You just keep them out.
It's like a duck. The paddling legs or not legs. That what do you call them? Flippers.
Flippers going hard ass on the water.
Too much with the Frenchies. I can't remember English anymore. Your little flippers going very, very quickly under the water, but on top of the water, it is smooth as silk.
All right, here's a bit of a 2024 overall highlight recap of the UTMB World Series final, the 100-mile, the UTMB Mont-Blanc. That back in the days, we could just call UTMB and we know what it was, but now we have to say it's the final, it's the UTMB Mont-Blanc because there's so many UTMBs. So it was funny, we had a conversation with a friend, and he was like, man, remember that time where we could say UTMB and we know what it meant, and now everybody's, but which UTMB? Which race? Which continent? All right, let's hear it. 2024 UTMB final.
mieux comme ça ou pas?
Acaba de pasar el dorsal 24, la primera chica.
passe un changement très bien. Team 25, vous m'avez entendu, tu dois changer de batterie sur la GoPro.
Mec, il me dit tu manges bien dans la bosse parce que tu sais qu'après le ravito, ça relance un peu. Allez, allez, allez,
And there we go, team. We're back live from the mountains of Val d'Aran, the Spanish town in the Pyrenees, at the border with France, actually, not too far away. That's why we have so many French contenders. And we are sitting with our second place woman so far, Hu Yuang, who's moving really well. We've been seeing her just ticking along.
Gorgeous section of the trail.
Oh, yeah. There with that drop on the left-hand side, you get the cliff, and you can see the entire valley that you're going to be going down and then back up on the opposite side. And that's going to be pretty much the last climb.
It's got to be a nice feeling. She's got less than 20K to go.
So close and so far.
And even though it is a shorter race than they were expecting, we're still talking about almost 18 hours of running nonstop.
At that point.
And a lot of it in the dark.
Yep. The entire night was out. And then according to the feedback we got from some people, it wasn't all smooth sailing through the night. The weather threw a bit of a tantrum, and runners had to react to that. And it seems that as the sun's rising and the day is starting, we're starting to see actually clouds form in the sky. So for as long as they hold on, that's a good thing for the runners. It's not going to be too hot of a day for the second day out.
Now Laura Van Voren, our
side of that tunnel.
Yeah, we haven't seen this actually.
Are we going to go through? Oh, we're
We're gonna lose reception. Yeah.
Damn it.
Now, Laura Van Voren, our race leader, went through the last checkpoint, Mont-Romies, at 9:43 a.m. local time. So that was 6 minutes ago. And she has started on that descent down to Artis. Expected there in about 30 minutes. Interesting what the algorithm is doing on estimating the time for Yuan from China and Anca Sindea from Romania. Now showing quite a split between the two of them. There was half an hour between them before, which actually at the last checkpoint did extend to 45 minutes. Now it's showing quite a spread.
And then we've got Richenda in the chat. Go Hamdan and Sandy. Go Aussies. Good use of a GIF. Loving that. And Shama's got a good question. Are you allowed to drop poles during a race, even if it's broken? That is a very good question. Seeing that there are aid stations where people can take stuff and put it away, it usually means that basically the only thing you need to carry with you at all time is the mandatory equipment. And poles certainly cannot be in the mandatory equipment, because if you're not familiar with them, you're not going to carry them and not use them. So I think, again, take with a pinch of salt, I didn't write the rules and I didn't read them to an extent that I can guarantee you that you can or cannot drop stuff. But to me, it makes total sense that you can.
Yeah. Usually if you start a race with poles, you can't get rid of the poles during a race. But if you've broken one, then it's garbage.
Yeah.
But I would say that you'd have to do it at a checkpoint. That's why it's...
Yeah. You don't chuck it on the side of the trail.
It's always very important to read the race rules and regulations about this kind of stuff beforehand. Because some races are quite strict and people won't realize. They'll say, okay, I want to use my poles maybe during the first 20K and then drop them. But no, a lot of races will say if you start with poles, you need to end with poles. So you don't have the ability to kind of drop them, pick them up again.
And you have other races like where it's completely free for all, like the Zegama, for example. You can basically pick up and drop poles wherever you want. I mean, obviously at an aid station, and so this is why, and I still remember Luis Alberto Hernando, who's an Olympian in cross-country skiing, obviously was making extremely good use of his poles, and he was running like a demon, getting to the bottom of a climb, picking up a pair of poles, hammer the climb with the poles, and then dropping them at the top, and then running without them for the sections. And then next climb, you had someone else handing over another pair of poles, and he was using them, and that was really, really well executed. And he could do that indeed because it was allowed in the race regulations. And
now,
you found it.
I did. Just looking at the race regulations, as I suspected, the race regulations for this race say that if runners choose to take hiking poles with them, they must carry them for the entire duration of the race. It's forbidden to start without poles and get them during the course of the race. No poles can go in the spare bags. And actually, the use of poles are prohibited during certain parts of the course. I don't know if that's still the case on this alternate route. I suspect not. But that is a question. As a lawyer, I have to say, it leaves room for interpretation. If you're saying if you start with hiking poles, you have to carry them during the entire duration of the race, it doesn't give you a clause, an out for a broken pole. But I would say, taking a liberal interpretation, there's got to be some allowance to drop a broken pole.
Well, and I like what you said, and you can see the lawyer background already, finding a loophole. It's like, well, if it's broken, it's not a pole, it's garbage.
It's garbage. Exactly.
So it's like, all right, okay. Got a point.
That's what I would argue if I were her anyhow. That is a cool part of the course. I didn't know that about this tunnel.
And I wonder how long it is, too.
Yeah. Because you have to get out ahead, George.
Yeah, well, because obviously you're at a point where you've put it away, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
If it's a long one, you're like, I can't see anything.
It's actually, that's kind of similar to the Madeira Island Ultra Trail, where you're running through several tunnels. And I remember having to make sure for one of them, if you study the course, you know that you have to have a head torch ready if you're running during the daytime.
Crouching a little bit too to get through it.
Almost 18 hours into this race, Laura's still moving very well.
Yeah, so she's in the descent into RTS, and you can see that through the night in all the past races in the 50K to 100K. They've all gone through there. And you can see it now. The track is formed and it's nice and smooth for Laura to have the best possible footing going down there.
And she is chasing the men in front of her. And we can see the section that she's on there now on the screen. Running down the hill towards Artis.
And we were looking at Laura Van Buren, so I was like, oh, let's have a look at how her partner is doing. And he's dropped down into 9, and he's still expected to be a Santen Desconchao, which means he's still out there, but he's between RTS and Santen Desconchao, which is not a good sign. So I don't know if he's going to walk it in.
There's a chance, actually, we were joking about this earlier, but there is a chance that that Laura might catch up to him if he's down to a walking pace.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And I mean, right now he's still in the top 10, but at this pace, quite likely to drop out of the top 10. Let's see if he can dig deep and sort out whatever issues he's got going on. He hasn't dropped out yet. There's still quite an incentive to get in that top 10 because as a World Series major, you do get automatic entry into the UTMB finals. And as Laura is sure to secure one of those automatic entries, it would be nice for her partner to be able to get one as well.
And also, like, I'm questioning where he could be because basically the checkpoint at RTS is coming into the aid station, and then we saw him sit there. So technically, he could still be there, and the next checkpoint is at this the next aid station. So there's no mat coming out of the aid station. So he could even possibly, in a worst case scenario, not have left the RTS aid station. And there we go. We got more runners coming across the line in Vieja. Oh boy.
That's some heavy breathing. That was a sprint to the finish.
It must have been indeed. We're talking about leaving it all out there. So is that fourth? Yeah, fourth place right there. Finishing in 17 hours and 57 minutes, 14 seconds. Coming from France and representing Team Foulet, Adrien Legray.
And he's finishing about 45 minutes behind third.
The big guys of the morning. Yesterday. And after 30 kilometers, I was like totally down. And finally, I managed to come back, and I'm really proud. And thank you to my friend that helped me for everything.
Felicitaciones, Adrien. Ahí no se contaba la epopeya, la aventura que ha vivido, de cómo intentó seguir a sus compañeros, a los líderes, cómo se vino abajo.
Oh, that was really sweet, actually.
Yeah. I mean, when you're in for 140K and 30K's in, you're done. It's a long way to go.
That's impressive.
Long grind.
That's a great fourth place finish by Adrian.
So that is our third place woman so far, Anca Sidena. I can see it with the blue arm. You can see it from a distance. And I was impressed. Oh, so now is maybe a bit of a fast forward motion from our drone. There we go. Now we have normal pace, and she looked like she was running really quickly until she actually stopped. So she's running, she's moving with a purpose, and it does look like that arm is it's just like a bird with a broken wing. It's kind of angled and not moving too much.
And she still is using the pole with her other arm.
Yeah.
That is gutsy. If she really has fallen and injured herself during this race, it's impressive that she's pushing through. not easy. But, just hopping back to the men's side, quite a gap between Arthur in first and Adrian in fourth. It's over an hour and a half.
Yep. Again, shows how Arthur was just on a whole other level.
Yeah. Ooh, we might see a bit of a battle for that 5th podium spot for that cash. As the next two runners from Spain and France are estimated by the algorithm to come in within a minute of each other.
1,000 tickets. How much do you want it? Oh man, I wonder if we're gonna get images of a sprint finish in the town of Via.
Let's do it. Iban and Sebastian, neck and neck, apparently. They were 6 minutes apart at the last aid station. So it looks like Sebastian may have sped up a bit. We will find out.
Yeah, I hope we'll have images.
Yep.
Could bring a bit of excitement. And still this, I was going to say still this early morning. It is 10 a.m. local time, team. We're still there. And hopefully you are too.
And I've got bad news, Martin.
Oh no.
The coffee machine was not working when I last checked.
I cannot believe that. You just broke my heart.
I know. We have been with you since 6 a.m. and we are bringing the energy back. Caffeine or no caffeine.
We got the bells. And those ones do not run out of sound. Damn, you look like a bit of a tough day. She's just alternating between, walking and running, and what is she doing? Like putting on a jacket? Man, if she's getting cold, that's not a good sign at all.
Yeah, we did not see any walking breaks on this section. It's quite a runnable, easy section from the top two runners. Yeah. Yeah, this is a section where you can really make up time.
Or bleed time if you're not moving. Yeah.
So how far back was Elizabeth Rios Peredo from Bolivia in fourth? She is about to come through the Colomares checkpoint, and that'll be about half an hour behind, just over half an hour behind when Anca went through that checkpoint. So Anca is really slowing down. If she continues to have these walking breaks, half an hour is possible to make up.
Yeah, I mean, at this pace, you could put over a minute per K easily on someone else if you're running. So now the question is, what was she doing? Because she seemed like she took out a jacket and then just put it back in her belt or something. So I don't know. There's a bit of a.
And back with our race leader, Laura Van Voren. She is also walking, and this should be a runnable section as well.
My oh my, the women's field is just collapsing on us.
Come on, ladies. Well, even though this is a supposedly easier course, being more runnable, being lower elevation, being faster does not always translate into easier, and it is still taking its toll on the runners. It is over 18 hours into this course. We will be going to a commercial break and we'll be back with you shortly. Stay with us.
We love love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back with you in the 100-mile race of Val d'Orem by UTMB, and we are following the exciting women's race. This is our second-place woman, Wu Yuanyuan from China. She has been running a very smart race, very controlled, very measured, chasing down Laura Van Voren from Belgium in first. Laura has been leading since early this morning when Jocelyn Pauli from France unfortunately dropped out, Jocelyn being the favorite coming into this race.
Can I pee again?
Yeah, of
The
course.
last three races that Laura has won have been wins in the 50K distance, but it's been a bit hit or miss on the 100-mile distance. And we're going into a slow-mo recap as they're figuring their way out on the trail there. Laura got first in the 100-mile distance in 2023 at Nice Côte d'Azur, but 21st at UTMB last year. And of course, if she wins today, which she is almost certain to do, she will get an automatic entry into UTMB next year. Wu Yuanyuan from China, just over 16 kilometers from the finish, showing no signs of letting up. And she should be coming into the next checkpoint very shortly. Yes, we can see that checkpoint up ahead. She will be coming in. Oh, she's made up a little bit of time, it seems, closing the gap just slightly with Laura in first. Laura came through this checkpoint at 9:43 a.m. local time. It is now 10:09. So there is less than half an hour between them. We'll see how quickly she can make the transition. There we go, going for a quick refueling. And we didn't get to see Laura go through this checkpoint, so we don't know exactly how many minutes she spent. But with less than half an hour between them, they're running very consistently, but maybe a little bit faster from Wu Yuanyuan's side.
And I absolutely love. Oh man, she's just. I was gonna say she's just letting it drip, but I love the care that's put around those big water tanks.
Yep.
They even put those little zipped like protection shields, so they don't probably get too cold during the night, but also too hot during the day.
Yeah, they're wearing very fashionable little silver jackets.
Yes. Team, that's how you do it with your survival blanket if you ever get in trouble.
No, it's very smart because the weather isn't freezing, but in other conditions, if the weather was cold, it could freeze the water. But what you really don't want if you're on a hot day is to come in and get a mouthful of hot water.
Yeah.
There have been some years at the Barkley Marathons where the jugs of water that are left out for the runners in the middle of the woods have frozen.
Oh. There's a reason why they call it frozen head.
Speaking from experience.
Dang. What's the most amount of laps you've done?
Oh, it's embarrassing. two laps, but outside of the time cutoff. Yeah.
So one cleared?
Only one cleared.
And then a second one.
And then a second one. Yep. And then the second time I ran the Barkley, I took Quitter's Road on the second loop, which was just devastating.
Where dreams go to die.
Yeah, I wrote a blog about it back at the time when people blogged how I became a loser, a quitter, and a failure in less than 24 hours.
Damn. That was a bit harsh. All right, team, this is it. This is a sprint we're hoping to have.
A sprint for 5th place.
So, Iban.
Agirezabala Iturralde.
I mean, you were off to a fucking good start.
Got it. We'll practice. By the time it gets to the finish line, we will have this down. I might just give him an acronym.
Iban.
Come on.
And I don't know, he must have been told that someone was breathing down his neck because I think out of the top runners, he's one of the fastest in that descent. Looking at his watch, realizing, okay, how far am I? 139 Ks. The road is just down there. He's got 1K to go. And unless our Frenchie, Sébastien Capu, is putting on a really late surge, it sounds like our Spanish runner, Iban, might be in the safe.
Now, so far this year, he's already done 3 races. He DNF'd at Transgran Canaria, but he did get a 3rd place at an 80-kilometer race in May. And a 7th place at a 68-kilometer race in April.
Might be his son who went up to cheer him up.
That kid is running in street shoes.
You can hear it.
He's going to be our next
slip-ons.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to look in the distance, but yeah.
Can we see a sign of Sebastian from France?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
And there is less than a kilometer to go. Ivan has got this. He can feel it. He's dropping his kid.
Showing a bit of love to his sponsor or local club, whoever that is. Pretty psyched to be done with this race in 5th place. So once again, in the prize money. Ticket to UTMB next year. Boom, punched as well. Good man.
Great result.
Looking back.
That's where we were saying, you know, fourth place, you're just kind of looking at, oh, could I have made third? But when you're in fifth, you are happy to be in that top five.
Cut.
Yep. I have to say, give me a fifth place over fourth any day. He'll be coming in about 20 minutes behind fourth place, Adrian Legret.
Oh man, as much as I enjoy seeing runners taking it in, man, I wanted to sprint in the streets of Yaya, just really throwing it down, just running for your life.
The last part.
Yeah, that would have been exciting.
Oh, to the right.
My foot is not.
Yes, take your time for your foot.
Yeah.
The last
So it looks like there's a bit of a foot problem with our second place woman in the race. So she's stopping to try and...
I don't know exactly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just do my best.
Yes, good luck. Go.
Oh.
So she was
That
trying...
is showing some grit from Wu Yuan, who's having problems with her foot. We don't know if it's blister or something else, but...
All right, we've transitioned to full screen and a big smile on his face, ladies and gentlemen. Ivan Agriezabala Iturralde coming from the lane. And there we go, giving a big hug. Mama's in the house.
He knows he's got it.
Fantastic. Fifth place. Way to go, Ivan. He is all smiles. For a little love from the crowds. Oh,
there you go, picking up another kids you have scattered across the race. A bit of the kids doing it all.
These are the future runners in this event. Mark my words. These kids will be towing the line in future years. Oh, this is adorable.
Happy days.
Who's gonna ring the bell?
Ring the bell, Shake the baby. Nice.
That was so cute.
That is a really cool finish. There you go. Thanking the crowds. 18 hours, 18 minutes elapsed. What a journey. And again, pretty stoked to be... Oh, there you go, let's hear it.
Ver los corredores que salían, UTMB Mayor, estos recorridos de milla, me quita una espinita. Cuando se inauguró, empecé en CDH, cuando era 100 kilómetros, una sablajada también. Y me retiré en Baño de Tredos, tenía una espinita y vine aquí a la VDA. Y pues bueno.
Este quinto puesto te quita la espinita y te da un pasaporte para Chamonix.
Sí, eso ya, bueno, eso es el año que viene. Este año ahora haremos unas buenas vacaciones, tranquilamente, con la familia, que con todo esto le quitas muchísimo tiempo y el año que viene igual también tendremos otra pequeñita, entonces, pues bueno.
Zorionak, Berriro, Iván, ahí tienes a tu familia que te está esperando. Darles un fuerte abrazo que se lo merecen. Ahí teníamos a Iván Agirrezabala y...
Yeah, so he's saying obviously he was happy that there was a big commitment to get to do that. And so now this year, all he's going to do is take a vacation with his family.
Nice.
And then next year, he was actually going to obviously focus on UTMB to try and have a crack at it.
Ah, great. Well, hopefully he can use his prize money to go on that nice vacation with his family.
You're right.
Yeah.
Add one star to the hotel.
Yeah. And here we have in sixth.
And look at that kid. Maybe he was Sebastian's kid. He was maybe running there, just what do I do? Do I sneak? Do I say something? Hard to tell, but he's still there and running.
Now, while 6th place is out of the prize money, it is still in the top 10. Automatic entry to UTMB. Quite a good prize to take home.
And there will be just, a couple of minutes?
Yep. I bet there's a lot of people who are watching this out there who would actually prefer the automatic entry to UTMB over the money.
Meters to go.
Yeah.
Ale. What an incredible performance. He left at 4 p.m. yesterday afternoon. He's ran all through the night into the early hours of this morning.
It's good to have Owen
Here
back
he
on the line.
Sebastian,
We'll get a little bit of English.
Sebastian Capus. Ale, bravo.
Ya lo tenemos, pisando la alfombra azul, recogiendo su pasaporte a Chamonix. Sebastián, ahí está. Felicitaciones, congratulations, Sebastián. Ahí tenemos recibiendo el reconocimiento por parte del 5º clasificado. Felicitaciones, Sebastián, Sebastián Capus.
Well, apologies, guys. I thought that was the sprint finish, but it was just one of his friends that was ahead of him running into the finish line. So a clear 6th place for Sebastian. Bravo.
There we go. 8th station for a women's leader, Laura Van Voren. This is where we thought maybe her partner could be, or in between there and the next 8th station, and whoever is crewing her is definitely massaging that calf.
Yep. It looks like there are difficulties with both the top 2 runners. Laura Van Voren, we'd seen earlier, stretching her calf multiple times. Still running quite well, but we can see that she is paying some attention to it. And then Wu Yuanyuan from China is having problems with her foot. And really, we could see her asking the camera person if they knew, how far back the 3rd woman was. So she's certainly worried about that gap,
Yep.
Worried about slowing down. Let's just take a quick look to see where Florian, Laura's partner, is currently showing. He's dropped down now to 10th. Okay.
Oh, but he did go through something this show. Yeah.
And we're getting questions in the chat for the status on Anca Sindea from Romania. Now, Anca is expected...
Is that a male with a mullet, or is that a... no, it is. I was like, is that another woman that just snuck in?
Anca is on the flat section. There's a 10-kilometer plateau. Anca is about halfway through there. We have seen she's running with one pole, possibly with some kind of an injury to her arm, which is taped up, but she is still moving. She had kind of slowed down to walking pace, so we'll have to see when she comes into this next checkpoint. The Mont-Romis checkpoint. That's the checkpoint that the top 2 women have already passed. This checkpoint that we're seeing right now is Artis, which is at the bottom of the descent that comes after the plateau.
This is not a good sign. She's still touching her calf.
This race is taking a toll on the women's field.
Yeah.
We've already seen the dropout early this morning from Jocelyn Pauly from France. Now, Laura Van Voren, the top woman, struggling with her calf. Wu Yuanyuan struggling with her foot. Although you can't tell when she's running.
Yeah.
Now, that's smart, because when you start to have an injury, when you start to have something that's bothering you, if you give into it and change your running style, then you will start to get other issues in compensation. And so whatever she's dealing with, she is just gritting it out. And that is a very smart strategy.
And so she's anticipated to come to the RTSA station in 19 minutes, but I feel like she might get there before that.
This woman is tough.
Yeah.
You could hear when she was chatting, having a bit of a chat with the camera person. You know, she said, "Okay, well, I guess I'll just continue."
Yeah. She looked like she was in pain. She's like, "Oh, I don't know where the third lady is." Okay, well, I'm just gonna have to keep going.
LA.
Damn.
Laura, grimacing there. Definitely taking her time, seeing what she can do to
assessing the damage and trying to
keep all the pieces glued together until she gets to the end.
Right, you gotta keep on keeping on because the fire is burning behind, and as much as who you want is hurting.
It's amazing what adrenaline can do to just mask the pain. Sometimes if you stay at a checkpoint too long and you focus a little bit too much on what's going on, it can make the problem a lot worse. If it's possible, without worsening an injury, if it's possible to just keep moving, you can sometimes trick yourself. Oh, she's hurting.
I thought she was singing. Like, whoo, yuan. I was just saying something, but no, might be wrong. Yep, I second what you said. This looks like a painful situation with our female leader. Damn, we had our first leader drop out. Can't be two.
Nah. She's in the final stretch. She's just past 130 kilometers. She's only got 12K to go. She does have a steep climb.
That was super cool.
But that calf might bother her more when on the more runnable bits.
It's like she even if her foot's hurting.
Look
like,
at her, she's flying.
She's flying, and then the way she responded to these two ladies on the side of the trail just cheering her on, she was like, "Oh yeah, thanks." Her spirits are high.
Yep.
Like she is absolutely crushing it. And it might have been, maybe got lost in translation, that the problem with her foot might have just been like something in her shoe, or that she just got rid of it and it's gone. Because the way she's running down here right now,
oh, God, that we almost fell out of our chairs here in the studio when watching that almost topple over onto the trails. No, that is the benefit of the live streaming. We can see everything.
Yeah.
Woo, Yuan almost took a top on the trails, but held it together. I think she held it together better than we did here in our chairs.
We're certainly not ready for that.
No. But she is making up time. I think she is closing that gap with Laura. We've only got just kilometers to the finish. But it is still possible that we could see a closing of the gap enough to make a race to the finish.
I mean, the only thing I'm hoping, and because I'm all for a big show,
Yep.
that whoever is crewing her at the station will know.
Yeah.
And will tell her,
Yep.
Look, love, doesn't matter how you feel, there is a win to be, like, it's up for the taking.
Just
she
go
is
for
hurting
it.
at the front.
Yeah.
And hopefully they've been watching the live and they've seen how hot she's coming in. She's feeling good.
Yeah, if someone would just tell her that she actually has a chance to race it into first place in these last 14 kilometers, would she have a little bit more to give? Possibly.
She looks spent as well.
You sound spent there, Martin.
Pardon me?
I said you sound spent.
Oh, yeah. All right, in the men's, we got another finisher coming into Vieja. Bastien Guéguen from Alpha Trail Running from France.
Ooh, and we should have on his heels Renaud Doby from France as well. They were within 30, 45 seconds of each other at the last checkpoint.
Oh, cheeky.
Come on. Now is not the time to sit back.
Is that a runner in front? Or is that the same kid doing reps?
Kid. Someone find out the name of this kid because
Oh, he's looking back.
we need to get him a sponsor. He is running back and forth in street shoes, going at a pace that matches the top runners.
And so it was interesting to see Bastien look back. There we go. That's all you need with a Spanish crowd. You
Now
throw
we've
your
got
hand
the
up in the air
bars
and then
filled.
wham, everybody's screaming.
It's 10:30 in the morning. And we've got people out celebrating, cheering in our top 10 men.
I think, yeah, 10:30 a.m. was when the DJ came back.
As we say, it's 4 o'clock somewhere.
Fantastic! He looks like a happy man. A wonderful moment. Well done.
That's the kind of finish we love to see.
At the European major. Big smiles all around. He can't believe it. Just look at the joy, look at the emotion.
What is he carrying in his back? Is he carrying a full laminated version?
That just slid.
It looks like he was carrying a laminated version of the race course. Or yeah. Interesting.
Wonder if it floats your boat.
Yeah.
So we're back with our second woman, who Yuan.
Team 26, on a fini la descente, on va arriver à Artes.
And then.
We have seen a strong showing from female runners from China in this race, with the win from Yao Miao from China in the 50K. Not yesterday, Thursday. 2 days ago. Time flies when you're having fun here in the studio. Okay, and Laura Van Voren from Belgium on the right. She is back to running, but struggling with that calf.
Man, it's going to be close. It's going to be close.
As long as Laura keeps running, she will have first place. If she goes back down to a walk, then there's a chance. Then there's a chance that Wu Yuanyuan can catch up.
Here we go. They were so close to one another. The last aid station, about 30 seconds. But then
Renaud Doby coming in 8th place.
Bastien pulled away in that last section to secure 7. And Renaud will be in 8th. In 8th.
So
still means you get your ticket to UTMB next year.
And after Renaud comes Bruno Sousa from Portugal. We haven't actually seen a lot of runners from Portugal in the top, although we know that there are a lot of runners from Portugal in the race. It's been very dominated by France, Spain, and in the top, also some from Norway, China, and Argentina, as we saw earlier this morning.
Damn, it looked like it was a tough day in the office.
Renaud passing the crowds.
As if he's waking up from a dream. Well, it's a top 10 run. It's a superb top 10 run. 8th place. Direct access to UTMB Mont-Blanc.
Such a different attitude. Bastien was just cheering the crowd, bringing everybody with him. Now, there you go. It just took him a little longer.
He cracked a smile. He cracked a smile, but he is done. He is completely finished in this race. Oh.
And that is very, very mindful. I like that. He gave the kid a choice.
Yep.
Instead of dragging him through the line, he's like, hey, do you want to come with daddy? Nope, it's okay.
And his
Give her a
girl
kiss.
said,
Good man.
no, I am not doing it.
Good man.
A top 10 run and direct access to the World Series final in UTMB Mont-Blanc.
Not one more step. Give it all. All right, Laura is still running. Laura is still running just over 10 Ks until the finish in Vieja. And she will be relieved.
Avec la jonction, après, je ne rejoins pas la jonction.
10K to go, but she has got that short, steep climb before she's able to hit that home stretch towards the finish. And whoa, if you look at the tracker, Wu Yuanyuan is creeping up on her.
She is, although she's still in that thing, like that little couloir of trees. So this is over a K to go. So the way she's going is like 5:50 something, 6 minutes. And so she wasn't split 8 minutes back. So unless she makes like an in and out transition and starts going out and cranks up a gear, it will be tough, as you said, if Laura keeps running. We got a commercial break coming up, but we'll be right back.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We are back following the women's race in the 100-mile event at Val d'Orem by UTMB. This is our second place woman, Wu Yuanyuan from China. She is giving a good push here, trying her best to close the gap with Laura Van Voren from Belgium. Laura was having trouble with her calf. We saw her getting it massaged at the last checkpoint. Wu Yuanyuan was she indicated that she was having problems with her foot, but we don't see any evidence of it while she's moving. She is estimated to come into the RT's checkpoint momentarily. Now, Laura Van Voren went through at 10:25. It's only 10:40 now, so it's just 15 minutes ago. If she comes through in the next 5 minutes, then the gap will be just 20 minutes between them.
Which is quite a lot.
It is a lot, but we've seen Laura slow down to walking in certain points.
Yeah.
As long as she keeps running, she'll be fine in first. If she drops back to walking in sections and Yuan keeps running like this, I say that we could have an exciting finish on our hands.
I certainly hope so.
Still 12K to go. It's still 12K. On the men's side, it would have been too much of a gap, but when you have potential injuries or niggles in the mix that can take you out of a running gait. Now, we're seeing Laura hiking here, but she is heading on the steep climb, so that is to be expected. You can't tell necessarily from the camera angle, but it is a steep climb, so she is now power hiking up.
Yeah, and she's making good ground. And also the fact that it's a steep climb, but her calf doesn't seem to be bothering her is a good sign for her. Because that's what I was kind of worried about. You going up, you use your calves a little more, and then ding, you end up having a massive cramp and having to stop. But so far, she's good. And looks like she's got her head back in the game. And so yeah, we were told by our French friends in the commentary booth that the runner who finished 8th, Renaud Doby from France, is also the coach of the French national team in kayak, and he's coached I think he was silver medalist at the Olympics.
Super cool.
Yeah. And it's interesting because there's quite a few, and it seems completely counterintuitive, but like few kayak athletes who transition to trail running, and they're actually pretty solid.
Really?
Yeah.
You would not think that there would be a good crossover.
No, yeah. So that was interesting.
Well, I used to be a rower, so, you know, maybe there's something in between the water sports. You actually use a lot more of your legs in those water sports than you think. It's not about the arms.
I feel like kayak, I mean, the legs a little bit, but it's just the core.
Yeah, that's true.
And maybe only a few know about her time in trail running and more so vertical running. But Elise Chabet, a young Swiss athlete, went to the Olympics in kayak at a really young age. Then during her doctor's studies, did a bit of trail running, with very successfully in the uphill as well. And now she's a professional cyclist. She went to the Olympics in cycling, and now she's part of a cycling team and doing the Tour des Femmes and all these things.
That's impressive.
Yeah. Okay, you can eat. Okay, now we can eat.
Now you move.
Okay, we're just hearing a little bit from Yuan here at the checkpoint. She was having problems earlier. Now she says it is a bit better.
Chafing.
Some chafing issues. Yeah.
Interesting. In their flasks, she went one with water and one with half water, half Fanta? That's what she said?
Maybe to reduce the amount of carbonation and bubbles.
Yeah, but I feel like you'd choose Coke for that. But I guess. Oh man, she's sitting. That's it. That's first place, just pulling away, probably for good. And the sun is just looking at the camera, giving us a wave. Love it.
It can be such a mental boost to have family members supporting you at an aid station like this.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. She had the little bowl with hot water and then the option to pour a few things to add on.
Did you happen to catch Fuzhou Zhang in Western States the other weekend? She is known as the noodle eating queen. She comes into a checkpoint. Her crew just does everything for her, and she concentrates on devouring noodles. And she has got a fantastic noodle game.
All right.
Yeah.
I did miss that.
No.
I'm trying to pick up tips as I watch these runners go through the checkpoints.
Yeah, okay, so she can down noodles, but can she pee standing?
That I have not seen on camera. Good point. Orange is the favorite of the day from.
Damn, and they're going in. Here we go. This is our 9th place. This is Bruno Sousa from Portugal coming into the finish line. Yes, it is. I thought we had a few people from Portugal in the chat. Are we going to see a little bit of a celebration?
Let's welcome our next runner from Portugal. He's representing Portugal in the World Championship. He loves to race. He's raced all over Europe. Bruno Sousa.
Oh, he looked like he was done.
Yep, well done. Still within the top 10. Still automatic entry into UTMB next year. Now back onto the women's race, ladies and gentlemen. The big question mark about first and second was who Yang gonna be able to crank up the pace coming out of the aid station and keep chasing.
Come on.
Well, I guess she was still chewing down whatever she had taken from the aid station, so obviously she wouldn't run. But now she's back at running.
We are estimated to come into the next checkpoint 13 minutes apart.
So 13 minutes is still quite a bit.
But it's dropping. It's dropping.
It is dropping, no doubt about it. I think as much as she sat down and she ate quite a bit of food in that, like, it was a faster transition. She might have made a minute or so.
Yep.
And she's smart. Like, she took the food with her and she's walking. So as much as I thought originally when she was getting out of the aid station, she's like, oh crap, she's really walking and she's done. No, she was just making ground as she was finishing to eat whatever she needed to eat, and that's perfect. Like 10-minute per K pace is still better than zero progress and sitting down on a chair.
But it's interesting, when we heard her stop on the trail earlier and she said that she had a problem with her foot, she wasn't asking how close she was to first place. She was asking how close the third place was to her. So she's clearly thinking not about chasing that winning spot, but holding on to second place. I think we've got to change her mindset, though, because, we have to have her looking forward. The race isn't over until it's over. Building a bit of excitement here as we're following the women's course. 18 hours and 48 minutes. Ooh, with storms coming ahead. We are about to go into commercial break, and we will be back with you. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
this is a strange music choice looking at the finish line of Val d'Arène by UTMB, the 100-miler, but we are in a New York mood and looking for our next finisher in a New York minute.
And you know what's the next one? I'm singing in the rain. Just singing in the rain.
And this is why we commentate rather than sing. Let's stick to our day jobs.
We're going to bring more rain onto them. It's going to be... I don't think...
are crying listening to us out of tune.
I don't think it can get any worse. Man, look at this. It is coming down hard. The wind's picking up down on the finish line. Man, oh man, we're going to have hell of a finish for the women's.
And you know what this shows us? I mean, the weather really can turn in a minute. We saw blue skies. We saw sun. It's been very chill for the top male runners coming in. But anything can happen in the mountains, and that is why the race organizers took the very smart decision to alter the course for the 100-miler quite significantly to make sure that they broke the curse of the last 2 years where the race had to be canceled. So the runners are on a faster course, a lower altitude course, a very runnable course, but they are finishing despite the weather.
And extra points for our finish line DJ, who's been absolutely killing it with all his songs. That's what we like to see. This is a huge difference. It does make a huge difference.
Here we go. If you're sitting at home, dance along with us. Let's bring in some positive energy.
I mean, can this get any better? That finish line is absolutely amazing. It's almost a shame that no one's going to be there because it's going to be pouring down. Literally pouring down with rain. Look at this. It's a matter of seconds until that hits the fan, and they're going to have to hold on to that bell.
Well, hopefully all of those spectators have just moved their way into the bar so that they can continue cheering on the runners from the comfort of the restaurant, from the bar.
That is right. They will find shelter, and our finish line speakers, we saw them pull out big ass ponchos, so they'll still be there to bring in all the runners. And yeah, that's gonna be an exciting finish because we were talking about this. That's last descent.
Yeah.
Oh, if it gets wet, if it gets muddy, it's gonna be a slip and slide party.
Well, you know, I really appreciate the weather gods bringing us a bit of drama to keep up the intrigue, keep us on our toes. We are coming up on 19 hours into this 100-mile event, and this is our third day of live commentary. On the first day, on Thursday, we were following the 50K runners. Absolutely incredible performance by Yao Miao from China, winning on the women's side. Nadir Megat finishing in first on the men's side from Italy. And then yesterday, we had the 100K finishers with Mari Klakid Fenre from Norway.
What a rain.
What's that?
What a run she pulled.
What a run. Absolutely stunning.
And then French runner Baptiste Cotantiec.
Exactly.
Scoring first big win in the UTMB World Series. He was delighted, and he definitely earned it. Now we're going to transition from actually the raining mountains of Viela to the sunny hills of Switzerland with a little doco about Judith Wieder.
The training is a little part in my life. And everyone. Oh wow, så cool. Welcome to my life. Good morning all, welcome to Inside the Run. That's my place, and I need to bring these two to school, and then you can follow me along. I'm Judith Wieder, and I'm from Switzerland, running for HOKA and Red Bull. I've been an orienteer all my life, and then I swapped to trail running after giving birth to my first daughter. Then we have Lynn, 7.5. That's Jonna, she's 5 years old. And my husband Gabriel. Happily, we are able to eat breakfast together normally, and they leave at 8 o'clock to kindergarten and school. You will probably see that training is a little part in my life. We somehow manage it. Somehow. I don't know how, but we do. It's really important to organize yourself well, to have a good communication with my husband, but also with the kids. Ja, Regine Slufe? Lynn, bist du noch da? Ah, gut. Of course, it's probably not the easiest athlete life, but on the other hand, it gives me so much joy because it just has been so many other things going on and so many other things have been nice. Let's go for the first run. It's a 70 minutes run, easy speed, and my husband Gabriel is coming with me. If you look at training, of course, there are way better places, but I've been growing up here and it's really nice to have my parents close. And then we have a 300-meter knoll and I do kind of 95% on this knoll of all of my trainings, and it seems it works out quite well. I got you! Now I'm back from my first run and I will cook food for today. It's going to be sushi bowl and salad. Nutrition is really important for your training, for your daily recovery, but it's also not everything. Hello! In a daily life with kids, to be able to eat enough, for me it's the most important and difficult part. Hallo, hallo. Oh wow, so gut.
Das Ding kann ich einfüllen.
Hast du müssen? I did work until 2017 as a physio. After that, it was hard to juggle like running, my first daughter, and also, of course, working. So I focused on trail running, but also on our own company, Endurance, who organizes trail running camps and coachings. Lunch is done and we are going for a run together with Jonna with her bike. Only easy, short 40 minutes. I've been a runner kind of all my life. We were like in the mountains all weekends, also hiking trips with the family.
Easy run, you said?
It's always a speed session with her.
The second run is done. 22k today. I think it's quite okay. Jonna and Lynn are having swim class, so we're going there. As you can see, it has been a busy day. It's my daily routines and it's how it is at my place. Thanks for joining me and I'm happy to see you at OCC at the UTMB finals.
Recuerdo y pienso en el tiempo que llevábamos sin vernos, dos niños pequeños que lo sentían todo. Yo lo sigo sintiendo hoy por ti. Recuerdos que tengo, no entiendo que dejamos de vernos.
We are back following the women's race in the 100-mile event at Val d'Arène by UTMB. This is our second place woman, Wu Yuanwan from China. She is following Laura Van Vuren from Belgium in first. Laura has been leading since early this morning. And the two of them are now heading up on this final steep climb before they start descending to the finish. Wu Yuanwan had been having trouble with her foot, but she is still moving incredibly well, putting distance between her and the third place runner, Anca Zendaya. And we have a little bit of a change up on the speaking side. We have a guest with us. She is coming over from the French commentating side. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Margot. Yeah, I was commentating on the other side of just in the room next to this one with with Johan. So yeah, my name is Margot and I'm a French photographer.
I think quite a well-known, famous photographer, no?
Yeah, that's. I don't like to introduce myself like that.
No, but I can.
Thank you.
Now, what is it like being a photographer and now being on the commentary side? Because you are used to being out there on the trails, watching the runners. You're probably quite attuned to judging how the runners are feeling because you're looking at their bodies, you're looking at their faces. You're out there on the trails all of the time.
Yeah. It's quite interesting because depending on the races, sometimes I might be more focused on the shots I have to get and not so much on what's happening on the race.
Right.
So sometimes I'm just following and focusing on the shots, focusing on like really the moment. And it's even sometimes happened for me to forget where my runner is, in which positions and stuff. And sometimes you're super into it, a lot of suspense, and then you really super into it. But definitely when you're living the races like we are doing right now on the live, you can see what's happening during the entire race. You can follow them for super long moments, and you kind of realize a little bit more what is the sport, what it takes from them to dig this deep into the efforts. So it's really interesting, and definitely the commentating helps me to get another view of to photograph them, and photographing them also helps me to get to have more information when it gets to commentating.
Well, that's interesting. So you think your experience as a photographer, being able to be actually up and close, it can be quite intimate at being a photographer because you are seeing these private moments that a lot of us might not get to see. And even when we're here watching on the live stream, you're still at a bit of a distance. It's very different than your relationship, between photographer and runner. So you think that your experience as a photographer is helping you now to kind of judge, to see what is happening on the runner side?
Yeah, of course. And especially, it's different for everyone. And of course, when you're on the races, you're kind of living super intimate moment with the runners, also with the crew. You're having some information that not everyone has on the other competitors. There's some information you cannot give and you cannot share about how their feelings and stuff. And it's also, now the races are bigger and bigger. There's even more media. I was just recently on Western States, and we were more media than runners actually. And I was following Kilian, so I let you imagine how crowded it was around him. And obviously is you have to pay attention of what is happening for the runner. And I especially have some souvenir of a race I covered for Courtenay in Nice last year. And it was challenging because a lot happened in the night, and she had eyes problem. It was difficult for her to see, and
she often has problems with her eyes. She needs to take drops to make sure that
she has, I don't know what's the English word.
Contacts.
Yeah, contacts. So she has to put some liquid in the eyes so it doesn't get too much to dry. And I was supposed to take pictures of her in the night, so with the flash, but obviously I wasn't feeling comfortable doing this, knowing that she had already problems with her sight, and she was already having blurry visions and stuff. So you have to take decision. And at that point I was like, oh, okay, fuck it, I'm not gonna put a massive flash into her face, and maybe have her having problems after that. So yeah, you have to take decisions and not forget that the most important still is the race and the athletes. So yeah, you live special moments, and sometimes you want to get the shots, you want to get into it, but sometimes you have to
take a step back. And you know, that's quite smart, kind of playing the long game and really respecting the runner's performance. But when you have the chance to take a shot when a runner is in a particularly difficult moment, and when you can tell they're really struggling, how do you deal with that? I can imagine it can be quite difficult, because you are taking a shot, you are capturing a moment that the runners probably want to forget. But at the same time, it's part of reality. It's part of what we go through. Do you feel that kind of internal tension, or maybe describe what you feel as a photographer in that moment? I've always been curious.
Oh yeah, really, really. I'm also, I'm a trail photographer. I also run. I'm really passionate about the sports. These are athletes I'm following since I'm young. So it's really heartbreaking sometimes to see them. And I have a special memory of I was filming UTMB to 2022, especially the moment when Tom went over Jim in the last climb of UTMB, and it was a video that kind of buzzed on internet, and it was a really important moment of the race, and I had great feedbacks. Tom wrote me, and he was really, really happy to have this moment, like the video of it. But I felt really bad for Jim, and I still, to this day, when I have him in front of me, I'm shy, and I just hope he doesn't know who I am and that I did this. But yeah, it's difficult, because there's a part of you where you have to document what's happening, and you're a fan of the sport. So these are moments from like important moment of the races, but also it's just humans in front of you, and it's always hard to see them struggling.
Yeah. I can imagine you need to have some kind of a professional distance, but also in order to be able to get the right shot, you have to feel that emotion that the runners are feeling.
Yeah, exactly. And it's hard. Sometimes you super close, and sometimes a little bit less. It really depends on the races and the athletes, and it's always different.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we've certainly seen lots of emotion here today that's coming through the live stream. We are just about to go into a commercial break, but stay with us, and we will be back with you in just a couple of minutes at Val d'Aran by UTMB.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back at Val d'Arène by UTMB, looking at the finish line as the storms come through, and we are talking to one of the preeminent French photographers in the business, hearing a little bit about what it's like to be a photographer on the trails, having these intimate moments with the runners, capturing the high moments, but also the difficult moments. Now, what I also wanted to ask you about is this industry, taking photographs, taking film on the trails. It's still quite male dominated, just like how the ultra trail running scene is still mostly men. We're seeing more and more women participate, but it is still mostly men. It's the same on the photographer side, is it not?
It is. It totally is, and I think we have a lot of work to do on this side. But I can see it's becoming a focus for more and more brands to include also women in the media side, and it's good because I think this is part of the process. Young women need older ones to see what's possible, and definitely this is I never thought that it would be my job. I don't know if it's because I never saw any woman doing it, or if I just had other idea or other plan in mind, but definitely seeing a woman doing the same things and better things, it's really inspiring. So I hope we are getting higher and higher, more and more women, and we'll see how it goes. But I have a hope for this.
And do you think that being a woman, that it changes the way that you approach your work, how you capture different elements on the trail? Do you think you see things differently than perhaps your male counterparts?
For that, I really don't know, because I have an example of male colleagues that are really performance driven in the way they want to showcase what's happening on races, but I also have a lot of example of male colleagues that are more emotional driven, which are the things that we tend to put to women.
With women, yeah.
Exactly. Yep. So for that, I don't know. I would say no, but it probably has something to do, but it's not like the first thing I can say.
I think that's quite interesting that you point that out. We have these preconceived notions in our head, men associated with performance, women associated with emotion, but it's just not necessarily the case.
Yeah.
And it's important to keep that in mind, so that we don't pigeonhole or box people into covering certain content.
Yeah, but really, for me, the most important thing, there's obviously the fact that we need more and more diverse people, women, people from everywhere to cover the races, to cover the sport, just because there's a lot of stories to tell and then a lot of views to give to share. But it's also the fact for me that as I was saying before, you live really intimate moment with the athletes.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you spend the entire week before with them at the Airbnb and stuff like this. And sometimes being a woman, for women athletes, you feel more comfortable. At least I had a lot of athletes telling me this, that it was easier for them to be with a woman photographer or videographer in their Airbnb and stuff, just because you change your clothes, you want to live freely, and if a male is always here living super intimate moments, sometimes it can be quite intimidating and not super easy to live, and you don't want to have such things to bother with the week before your race. So for me, this is, I think, the most important point is that brands have to put their athletes in the best conditions before the races, and if it's something that makes them uncomfortable, they have to consider it.
That is a really good point. Well, we are just so excited to have you not only in the photography space. I really hope to see you out on the trails myself. I'm sure I have, and then I've just kind of run past you. But it's really exciting to also have you here on the commentary side to see what kind of things you're picking out. And I'm interested to know, over these last couple of days, all of the moments we've seen on the live stream, have there been any moments where you've thought, oh, I wish I was there with my camera. I wish I was actually there on the ground rather than in the studio. Are there any moments that have stuck out for you?
Oh yeah, this morning when we just took the live, the sunrise was pretty epic.
Oh yeah.
And especially on this trail where they could run really easily, I think the shots could have been really, really cool because they run good, they have great positions, you just want to get the shots of them. And yeah, there were pretty cool moments. Yesterday also when Baptiste and Manuel checked before their little fight, that was also, I think, a cool shot to have. Yeah, there's always key moments like this, but it's hard to get them in the camera. It's like a lot of luck.
That's true. That's true. And I guess one of the benefits of having these storms is that when you have storms, that's when you can get the best sunrises, sunsets, these kind of different moments.
Because you have contrast in the sky. It's hard when the light is so harsh. And it's like, it's contrast. There's the side of the sky that is dark, the other one that is clear. So obviously the light is really interesting to work with. And what about you? We talked a lot about me.
I find your work fascinating, and I'm sure everyone does online as well.
Yeah, and I'm quite fascinated about what you're about to do. Can you let us know where you're about to go tomorrow?
Yes, well, as soon as I finish the commentary, I am rushing home to pack my bags, and then I'm hopping on a plane tomorrow with my daughter, Pepper, and we are flying to Colorado. It's 3 flights going over with an almost 8-month-old baby because I will be running the Hard Rock 100 endurance run. This year it is in the counterclockwise direction. So I've had the chance to run it in the clockwise direction in 2022. But as some of you might know, Hard Rock changes direction every year, and you aren't considered a true Hard Rocker until you do it in both directions. So I am coming back to finally put a seal on my Hard Rock experience.
So you already ran this race. How was it?
Yes, I ran it in 2022, and my job is normally in the Middle East. So I had been living at sea level and even training below sea level at certain times. So I was quite nervous coming into Hard Rock in 2022. The top 5 women were all living and training in Colorado, and I thought I didn't stand a chance. But you just don't know what will happen when you're out there. And I don't think I had a particularly good day. I was nauseous and throwing up for a good portion of the race, over half of the race.
Oh, that's long.
But a lot of the other women had a bad day.
Yeah.
And so that meant that I actually finished in 2nd place, but I was 7 hours behind Courtney DeWalter. She had had a chance to shower, have a couple of meals, take a nap, and then meet me.
7 hours before after Courtney is not that long.
But it was great. It was a fantastic experience. We got all sorts of different weather. Usually in that part of the San Juan Mountains in Colorado, it starts off sunny in the mornings and you get these kind of monsoon torrential downpours in the afternoons. But I had a great time. And since then, I've joined the board of Hard Rock 100 and helped to change the pregnancy deferral policy.
Nice.
And we actually used the model of UTMB's pregnancy deferral policy to help shape the ideas of what we wanted to do with Hard Rock. And I can say now, coming back to run Hard Rock this year, I have benefited from the pregnancy deferral policy. I got into the race again in 2023. I was pregnant at the time. Unfortunately, I lost the baby, but the race organization still honored the policy. And over these last 3 years, trying multiple times to have a successful pregnancy, going through IVF procedures, it's taken me a long time to get where I am. But this is why it is so helpful to have these generous pregnancy deferral policies, because it's messy, it's complicated. Getting pregnant isn't necessarily a 9-month journey.
Yeah.
And so I'm so grateful to be coming back to the starting line with my daughter in tow.
There's a story to finish here.
Absolutely. I am just so excited. I'm coming off of racing in Ultra Trail Snowdonia in Wales. in May. That was kind of my training run, my test run after a 3-year hiatus from this sport. And I wanted to see if I still knew what the heck I was doing. And after running that race, I am feeling a little bit better about taking on hard rock.
Can you tell us a little bit more how it was running Snowdonia, which distance you ran, and how it went, what it tells you about your condition, your form right now, and what your expectations are?
Sure. Well, I went into Snowdonia. I was just 6 months postpartum, so 6 months after having my daughter, which is quite quick to be taking on a challenge like 100K. But it wasn't just coming back after 9 months of pregnancy. It was coming back after 3 years away from the sport. So I was pretty nervous. And after being out of the sport for so long, I didn't have a UTMB index anymore.
Oh.
And so that meant that I was starting in the third and final starting wave. So I went in with no expectations, but the day turned out so much better than I could have expected, and I ended up surprisingly winning, which was a bit of a surprise, and it's given me definitely a boost going into hard rock. But if you haven't been to Wales, check out those trails. Ultra Trail Snowdonia, put it on your list for next year. It isn't the Pyrenees, but it will give you a challenge. We are going into a commercial break, and we will be back with you. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Ya está. Has hecho muchas ultras en tu vida, ¿no? ¿De dónde sacas la energía para seguir? Supongo, dar ejemplo a los niños, ¿no? También que es muy importante.
And we are back looking at the finish line of the 100-mile event, Val d'Orem by UTMB. I am here with Margot, a fabulous French photographer who is normally out on the trails capturing these highs and lows, all of these different moments that we experience on the trails. And this time, a bit of a different perspective, looking at the race from the commentary side. She's been commentating on the French channel, but now we have the chance to chat with her a bit on the English side.
Yeah, and just before we were talking about Snowdonia, where you just did a great job, great result, winning the 100K. And yeah, we were about to dig into your expectation for this year at Hard Rock.
Yeah, well, you know, Hard Rock, it's been, I don't want to say hanging over my head because it's been an excitement, but it's quite loaded because I've been out of the sport for so long, and it's so hard to get into Hard Rock that when you get a spot, you want to make the best use of it. And so coming back into ultra running so quickly after having a baby, it was a bit of a risk. You know, you never know how childbirth is going to go. You never know how the training is going to go. And I had to make the decision about whether I was going to use my pregnancy deferral pretty much around the same time that I was giving birth. And so I just had to bet on myself that I would take this chance. Luckily for me, it's working out. I'm able to train. I'm able to go into this race. Not the most ideal conditions when you are a new mom. Anyone out there who's a new parent knows that you're not getting much sleep. You are really struggling to find the time, find the energy to get out on the trails. But I'm just going to go out there and use it as a celebration of where I'm at, the fact that I have a healthy baby and that I'm running, because this is what the sport is all about. And especially with Hard Rock, technically we still call it the Hard Rock Endurance Run. It isn't a race, even though when you're out there, it's hard not to feel like you are going for a certain position.
Yeah, and especially this year, you will have great competitions.
Absolutely. We have Katie Scheid, the UTMB course record holder. She has switched from the North Face back to On during that time. Over the last few months, she is coming out hard. She has been training on the course, in the area, at altitude. Also, Katarina Hartmuth. Sorry. Katarina Hartmuth. Oh, I just get so choked up when I talk about her.
She's so good.
She is so good. It just chokes me up. Katarina Hartmuth, incredible runner. She has stormed through the ultra running scene. Second at UTMB a couple years back. She also, I believe now, has the course record at Tour de Géant. She is a fantastic runner. She's had some issues. She had surgery on her knee, but she has been out training on the course for the last 5 weeks.
Oh, wow.
And is really hungry for it. We also have Manon, who is a fantastic French runner. She will also be making an incredibly good showing at Hard Rock. I could go on about the list of female ultra runners who are there, but you know what? I am not going to be looking at the competition, because for me, especially as a board member, I'm just happy to see that the competition level is high amongst the women. I think we have over 30 women in the race this year. There's 146 in total. And being one of these really, really tough 100-milers, it's had quite a low percentage of women in the race, but it's increasing every year. So that's what makes me excited. So I'm going out to just celebrate over how many hours and how many days. I'm hoping to finish on Saturday, but if it's Sunday, then so be it.
Yeah, and you went to Snowdonia without any expectation, without knowing what will happen. It went well for you, so maybe you should. It's a great thing to go with the same mindset, and you will see. And it's always adding pressure to have too much expectations. It's ultra running; you never know what is going to happen. And yeah, you were talking about all these athletes that are already there in altitude, training on the terrain for a few weeks.
Yep.
How did you manage this as a freshly new mom? Living not in altitude, how did you train specifically for the race?
Well, I do have a hypoxic tent that I started trying to sleep in just over a month ago, but again, being a new mom, I was co-sleeping with my daughter, so I couldn't bring her into the tent, and I found it quite difficult I put a mattress right outside of the tent where I could watch my daughter Pepper, but I found it quite difficult being separated from her. So I did take a break for a couple of weeks, which is not ideal altitude-wise, but mom-wise, it was perfect. So I've only been back in the tent the last week. I've been sleeping close to 4,000 meters. I'm hoping that will help me. Have also been doing a bit of heat training as well, which hopefully should get some adaptations. But who knows? I'll find out when I fly to Colorado tomorrow. What was really interesting, I was chatting with Martin earlier, is that last year when I was at Hard Rock, just as a spectator and a board member, when I was pregnant, I could go up to 4,000 meters, no problem. And you know, your blood circulation, your blood volume increases by about 50% when you are pregnant. And so I think it actually helped me. Yes.
Yeah, nice.
I'm going to try to channel some pregnant energy when I go back to Hard Rock this
year. And you know the trails, you already run it. You're just going to discover what it's like to run it on the other
On
side.
the other direction. You know, I do know the trails, but I've only been on them once. And the parts that were at night before, I might be seeing during a different part of the day. So it will be like it's a whole new race. And the highest part of the race, it's over 4,200 meters. That's Handy's Peak. That part I was able to do with a pacer last time, whereas now that it's in the opposite direction, I will be running it on my own. So there'll be all new challenges, which I'm pretty excited to.
That's cool.
Check out.
Yeah, that's cool. And you were talking about being a board member of the race. What is it like? What do you do? What is it like?
It's quite an active board, actually. You know, we're all very involved with and very passionate about the race and making sure that we put on a good event for everyone. And I'm chair of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee in particular, looking at things like pregnancy deferral policies, looking at not just how to increase participation of women, but how do we make this race more accessible for diverse members of the community, underrepresented members of the community. And that's something that is quite tricky to deal with, but so important to make sure that we are continuing to make this sport open, inclusive, and available for everyone to join.
Yeah. So what are the last policies that you just worked on and to actually give a little more life to all these values you have?
Yeah. So the pregnancy deferral policy, we had one previously at Hard Rock, but it was only valid for 3 years.
Okay.
And you had to re-qualify during those 3 years. So that meant that, well, technically, if you got pregnant, you would have 3 years to come back to Hard Rock. You would have to run and complete a qualifier for Hard Rock, which is pretty difficult to do because the qualifiers themselves are races like the UTMB finals, which you have to also qualify for.
Yeah.
So
long process.
yeah. And so, you know, once we actually started testing these policies, we realized that there were gaps. And so we looked at what UTMB was doing. We looked at what these leading races were doing in the 100-mile category. And we've changed the policy now to allow 5 years for women to come back if they get an entry after being pregnant. And they don't have to requalify.
Okay.
So it really leaves it a lot more open. There's also allowance now, not 5 years, but some allowance now for partners of women who are pregnant or give birth, those who adopt. There's more options now to consider options of all different types of families, which ultimately benefits everyone.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's super nice.
I think we saw in Western States the other weekend, Abby Hall, who won the race. She won because she actually got the spot because someone else had a pregnancy deferral.
Exactly.
And this is where it shows pregnancy deferrals, they don't really harm anyone. They just ensure that we can keep up the competition and that women at all stages of their life are not negatively impacted if they choose to have a family.
That's super great. But did you have any people or what were the it seems like it was like something you had to work for to put into. Did you have any I don't know how to really ask this in English.
Pushback?
Yeah, people that didn't want this to happen.
Actually, no. The entire board was incredibly supportive because it's one of those things where you don't intentionally make a policy that that makes it difficult for people to take advantage of, but you might not think about all of the different ways that that the policy still could be excluding people. It's only when we hear back from people when they say, "Hey, actually, you know, I'm pregnant, but I can't take advantage of the policy because X, Y, and Z."
Yeah.
And then you think, okay, when we need to make that change.
Okay.
And that's where I think it's really important that leading big races like UTMB, like Western States, like Hard Rock, that they take these steps to change these policies because it can help to set the standard for the rest of the field.
Yeah, that's true. And it's super important because pregnancy is hard, and as you mentioned, it's rarely only a 9-month deal. So
I wish it was.
Just coming back from it, sometimes just getting pregnant, it's a battle. So
and during Snowdonia, you know, just being 6 months out, I was breastfeeding during the race, and And that adds a whole other layer of logistics.
Yeah.
You know, you have to make sure you keep up your nutrition. And the race organizers of Ultra Trail Snowdonia were fantastic, because in the 100K race I was doing, we could only accept aid at the 20 kilometer and the 80 kilometer checkpoints. But I knew that I wouldn't be able to go 60 kilometers without feeding my daughter. So I got special permission not to get assistance, but to provide assistance to my daughter. So my partner was able to bring my baby into the checkpoint, and the volunteers were incredible. As we've seen today in the race, the volunteers just came straight up to me, helped me with my bottles while I fed Pepper, and then I was able to race. It was a really good experience.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And what we're watching here, as we're talking about all of the different issues that women are facing, we are following the first women on the 100-mile race. We are 19 hours, 35 minutes into this race. Laura van Vuuren from Belgium. She has been leading since early this morning, before the sun rose. After the race favorite coming into this event, Jocelyn Paoli from France, unfortunately had to drop.
Yeah, it was quite sad waking up this morning and not seeing her anymore in the rankings, but it opened for the other woman, and Laura is moving quite well for now, and following is Wu Yuan, which is actually moving, I think, a little bit faster, because she's closing the gaps aid station after aid station, so it's always a little bit of suspense in every checkpoint.
Yeah, it gave us I was wondering, when we saw Laura at the last checkpoint, she was getting her calf massaged. She had been stretching it earlier in the day, but it was clearly giving her some trouble. And she was slowing down to a walking pace at times. And I thought, ooh, there's a chance that Wu Yuan might be able to catch her, but she is still moving incredibly well. And her partner, Florian Descamps, he had previously been in the top 5. At some point, clearly struggled. I think he was as high as 3rd place at some point. He has now actually finished the race just a few minutes ago, but in 14th overall. So hopefully he will be there at the finish line with a beer, with a sangria, with a hug for his partner, who is just having a fantastic race.
Yeah, she is. I was always also thinking and scared of her calves, and hoping that it would not be too difficult for her. But it seems like Yuan also had feet problems.
Yes.
Did you manage to understand what happened to her?
Yeah, we were listening into a little bit of the exchange. She said that there was a problem with her foot. We don't know if it was a blister, if it was, some other kind of a problem or something temporary, but it didn't seem to affect her running stride.
Mm-hmm.
We were speaking earlier that, once you have a little bit of a niggle or an injury, if you actually give into it, then it can cause a cascade of other problems as you start to overcompensate.
Yeah, that's true. And at this point, everything is hard. They hurt everywhere.
Exactly.
Sometimes even one problem hide another one, so you're quite happy to focus on one, and so you forget another one.
Now this is Laura going through the very last checkpoint. She has reached the top of that final climb. I say final climb, but as we all know, there is a tiny little...
This one seems
divot. It looks small on the map, and it is larger in person.
Oh, yeah.
But for all intents and purposes, we will say that she's done the last major climb. And all she really needs to do now is bring it home to the finish.
Yeah, she's from Belgium, but she was talking just before with the camera biker that she trained a lot in Italy.
Okay. That would serve her well here.
Yeah.
And again, this is another instance where we're seeing one of the top runners using poles on the downhill, trying to save the legs, save the quads a bit.
Yeah, I have memories of Martina Valmaso using them at the World Championship, and she was flying. And she was using them already at the beginning of the race, so I imagine that it helped her to have keep a little bit of energy in her quads.
Yep.
It was one of the first time I saw that already at the beginning of the race, but it was quite a good choice.
Martina Valmasoy, who was crewing for Dakota Jones yesterday.
Mhm.
Dakota had a rough day.
Yeah.
But he stuck it out.
What a team.
And now that Laura Van Voren has passed that last checkpoint, we will be waiting for Wu Yanyuan to come through, estimated in about 12 minutes. So I'd say, yeah, I was still kind of holding out hope for a final race to the finish, but
yeah,
I think Laura's got it.
Yeah, I think
got it in the bag now. But it's good, you know, if you have a little bit of fear in you coming to the final parts of a race, it makes sure that you don't let up.
Yeah, and it's pushing you to have a great final result, better times. It's you don't want to get to hurt yourself too much. What's the point when you don't have any fear of someone catching you? So it's always it hurts during the race, but you're always more proud and happy when you have great competition.
Now, as a photographer, as a trail photographer, do you have a favorite kind of moment or stage of a race that you like? At the beginning, I can imagine everyone's nervous, hopeful. There's all sorts of different expressions, but they're also fresh. And then at the end, you've got more wrinkles, more grit, maybe tears, mud.
I like. First of all, I love the days before a race. I love this because you get to have some information about how the runner is feeling and how he is approaching the race. Sometimes you feel a lot of nerves, stress, and sometimes it's just a lot of fun, and you can clearly see that they want to think about something else. So that's quite interesting, and it's also moments you don't see on live and stuff. So it's nice to document this. But during the races, I like being in the mountains, like where nobody is, and
away from the checkpoints.
Yeah.
Yep.
Checkpoints are also really important and cool to document. I just ran my first 100K a few months ago, and I understood what people mean during the race. And it's the two races I shot, I was more focusing on people, on crew.
I want to ask you more about that. We're just going into a short commercial break. We will be back with you momentarily.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back in the 100-mile race by Val d'Aran by UTMB following the women's lead, Laura Van Voren from Belgium, who is in first place, being chased down by Wu Yuanyuan from China. But at this point, there really isn't a chance of a switch up. Now, just before the break, Margot, we were hearing about you running your first 100-kilometer race.
Mm-hmm.
So was there something that you've been following these races from the photographer's side? Was there something that surprised you once you were on the runner side that you just weren't expecting?
Oh, yeah. First of all, I knew I had to start slow, but slow is really slow. I think I might, maybe I was going too strong at the beginning. But yeah, let's talk about this after. We're going to have a cool interview of Alison Baca that was supposed to run yesterday, but I think she was sick and couldn't be here, which is quite sad because she had a super nice debut of a season, and I was sure she would have crushed it yesterday on the 50K.
Yeah, absolutely. She was coming in as a favorite into the 50K race. But let's take a look at how she was planning her pack going into that race.
Hey, I'm Alison Baca, and I am racing the Val d'Aran 50K in July. I have here all of my gear laid out. This is all the mandatory gear that's required for the 50K, and we're just gonna go through it really quick. Last year, I felt very prepared in terms of my kit for the race, but I've also had another year now to use other items and just kind of make a few swaps just to perfect my kit. We have our waterproof pants that kind of pack down really easily, waterproof gloves, hat or bandana. These are HOKA tights. Oh, $179. Okay. So we saved like 30 grams with these. See if I can fit them into this little baggie. This pocket is the hardest for me to access, so I only want to put gear in there that I most likely won't need. Get it right in there. Next, we can pack a piece of required gear reusable cup. This also kind of like packs down really tiny. Next, we can put our poles in. We need 800 calories. Here are the two flasks. Most hydration packs, of course, have little pockets. So these pockets here, 1 and 2. Then everything else I'll be wearing. In terms of what I'm gonna wear for the race, I have this pair of HOKA shorts, HOKA t-shirt, and this is a super thin fabric, so it's really light and flowy. Wool running socks, HOKA Tecton X3. Well, these are great for running down hills. They have so much traction. Finally, I have my hat. Okay, so some of the mandatory gear includes our emergency blanket and our emergency bivvy, normal headlamp that I would bring. So there's one required for the 50K with an extra battery. So I'm gonna put this headlamp in the elastic pocket just in case I need to use it. And I also don't want it to be in this pocket directly against my back because it may have some kind of like sharper edges that could bother me while I'm running. This HOKA rain jacket is one that I literally bring with me all the time in the mountains. It has pockets if needed, and you have your hood, which is required. We have our warm layer. It needs to be like a men's medium and at least 180 grams. Mobile phone, really important. You do not want to get stranded. Then we have our whistle. You can see little whistle. That's all of the gear. So nos vemos en julio in El Valle de Arran.
That was a great recap of how Alison Baca was preparing for the race. It's a shame that she wasn't able to start because I know she would have smashed it. But it just shows you, how much thinking, how much testing goes into making sure you have got your gear completely dialed.
Yeah, and they do have checkpoints during their course at the start line, at the finish line, and if they want to check their gear during the race, even if you're an elite athlete, they will. We all have this image of Vincent last year at UTMB that was checked at La Flégère. So it's you don't want to mess with this.
Exactly. And not just to make sure that you pass the checks, but also because you might actually need the gear in the high mountains. I can remember one year I was running the Eiger Ultra Trail, which is actually happening in a couple of weeks. And a friend of mine was trying to find a loophole in the mandatory gear. And back then, this was 2017, the mandatory gear said that you needed, full length tights to cover your legs, but they didn't indicate the kind of thickness, the kind of weight. And so he had a pair of women's nylons that he brought, and it passed the mandatory check. But my goodness, he ended up blowing up on that course, and through the night he was freezing. And so he took out the women's nylons, and that was all that he had to keep him warm through the night. So mandatory gear is there not just to make your lives difficult, it is also there to make sure that you have what you need to stay safe.
Yeah, true. And it's we tend to forget this, that we are racing in mountains, and mountains can be really, really dangerous. And there's some dramatic things that happens every year. We have super sad stories happening in races, and it's not because it's a race. It's not because there's checkpoints and people everywhere that things can't happen. And we saw this even this weekend with the courses that had to change because of the weather. It's difficult things to decisions to take, but safety first, and we do not want to play with this and with human lives.
Exactly. No, very, very well said. We had minor changes in the 50K course, some minor changes in the 100K, but the 100-mile really was a completely new course. And that, as you say, it's difficult. It's difficult for the race organizers. It's difficult for the runners. They prepared for a 100-mile technical, mountainous, high-altitude event. What they got was a 140-kilometer, much more runnable, lower altitude race, but you just have to take what comes, and it's better to finish a race safely than to not have a race at all or to not finish for safety reasons.
Yeah, it's like when you're doing bigger projects in the mountains or climbing or alpinism and stuff. When you have to take the decisions to go backwards, you have to take the decisions to not go up there when the conditions are not here.
Now, before the break, before we saw that video of Alison Backett, you were talking about your own experience racing your first 100K and the things that you were learning, how you really have to start out slower. What other kinds of things did you learn through your 100K event?
I discovered the highs and lows, and I knew everyone is talking about this, but it's really interesting how the human body works, because you can be in such crazy bad conditions, and then you just see someone eat something, and you don't feel your body as much as you previously felt. So that was really crazy. And I also knew that it would be super important for me to have my family and my friends on the course, and it was where I grew up, so everyone was here for me. It was super nice, and it was really interesting to see how much my body reacted to seeing them, and how I forgot my how bad I felt every time I was seeing a familiar face. And that's crazy. You can see the connection between the mind and the physical body. That was surprising for me.
Oh, that is interesting. You know, it can make such a difference just mentally, having that boost from people that you know are there. They've given up their day, sometimes their night, to be able to encourage you through. And then you think, as a runner, how can I complain? How can I stop when all these people are giving things up for me?
Yeah, exactly. And I know I'm sure it has the same, at least for me, it has the same effect as nutrition, as preparing for the race. I hope I will always have these people around me for my important races, the ones that I want to do well. And yeah, that was impressive to see.
Now we have Wu Yuanwan from China coming up on the last checkpoint at 134 kilometers. At the same time, our third place woman, Anca from Romania, is coming up on the second to last checkpoint, RTS. So they are exactly one checkpoint apart. Now we are going in to watch the best of the trail Alsace Grand by UTMB from 2025.
This was the race I raced.
Were you covering this race?
No, I was racing.
This is the one you were running?
Yeah.
Oh, talk us through it.
Yeah, that's where I grew up.
Ah, beautiful.
It was really, really runnable, as you can see.
It looks like quite a fast course.
Yeah, I love these ones. And we were running through castles, as you can just see here. A lot of history on all the trails.
That must have been quite special to run actually in the area that you knew so well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, I have another question for you as a photographer. So I have this theory. When you come into checkpoints, that you should, if you're feeling badly, you should just try to fake it. And it's that fake it till you make it. Because if you act like you're feeling better than you are, people will respond to you in that way, and it can actually have this effect. Well, you will start to feel better. You will start to feel the way that you're acting. Whereas if you come in and it's written all over your face, you're struggling, you're tired, people will respond to you in that way, and that can almost act like a reinforcing downward spiral. So as someone who is used to watching the runners come in, do you think that there is something to that?
It was my first as long as this one, so I couldn't fake it. I just couldn't fake it. I was working with I don't know what's the English word, but you know, someone that helps you mentally to prepare the race and to
like a psychologist.
Yeah, sports psycho. I don't think she has the doctor title.
Okay,
but yeah, mental preparation, and she told me this, that I have to smile, to think everything is good, but at one point I just couldn't. But it was for me, it was also important to let my family know how I felt, because they had the right words, and they knew what to let me know, what I needed to hear for me to continue the race, because I was really thinking about dropping a few times. But yeah, when I'm photographing athletes, you can see when it's hard for them.
Yeah.
And probably you don't express as much as what you are feeling, but you still kind of have to tell your crew what is happening.
Yeah. That makes sense. And we are seeing now Wu Yuanwan come through the last checkpoint as we were predicting. Very quick stop, just a few seconds to fill up her water. She knows that she is 6 kilometers from the finish. She is not resting or stopping for anything.
And she's already gone.
Yeah. Again, there's too much distance between her and Laura Van Voren to take over first, but she is, and there's quite a big gap between her and third, but maybe she doesn't know it.
Yeah, I was. We heard a few hours before. No, maybe not a few hours. An hour before, she was asking the camera biker how long was the where she was where Anca was, and he didn't have the information. So probably she went through a few checkpoints. So maybe she has the information now, especially in Artis where she was with all her crew.
Yes.
So yeah.
Well, I thought it was interesting. Martin and I were talking. It was interesting that at that moment she wasn't asking about how far ahead Laura was.
Yeah.
She was asking how far behind the third person was.
Mhm.
So she was clearly thinking about holding on to second place rather than trying to overtake first.
Yeah, probably when you feel like crap, you know, you know when you cannot go faster and you have to watch out what's happening behind you. And I'm curious, when you race, are you thinking about what's happening in front of you or?
Yeah, you know, I tend to prefer to be the hunter rather than the hunted. I really like kind of coming up from behind. Maggie Gooderell, who will be pacing me at Hard Rock, has called me the cleaner. I just wait until people in front of me start to die, and then I just pick them off one by one. But yeah, I tend to like looking ahead.
Okay.
And we are now going into a commercial break. Stay with us. We will see you shortly.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back at the 100-mile event at Val d'Orem by UTMB, following the first and second women bringing it home in first. We have Laura Van Voren, who has held on to this first position 4 hours. She is being chased down by Wu Wanwan, but there will not be an overtake, I have to say, unless something major happens.
Yeah, we were kind of asking ourselves if this would happen because Yuan was moving really fast and closing the gaps the last kilometers, but it feels like it's been 10, 15 kilometers where they just ran the same pace.
Yeah. And we can see they are 2.26 kilometers apart, which is a pretty good chunk at this stage. Laura is on that tiny climb that we see on the race profile. But it will hit the runners hard near the end of the race.
And it's about to be super steep in a few meters now.
She has just pushed through some calf pain, some calf cramps. It looked like it could have potentially impacted her ability to finish strong, but she has just performed.
Yeah, she's still moving at the same pace as Wu Yuan, which it seems that she also had some problems at her feet. She was stopping a few times. I was first thinking she had problems with her shoelaces, but then I heard she was saying to the camera biker that her feet was hurting. And now she's going through this steep part, and she has her poles. We could see a lot of the men before they didn't bother to take them out because it's not that long, but
she's been using the poles on the downhill as well. So I think they are out to stay. She's 2.7 kilometers from the finish.
And do you have any information on Anca? We saw her running with one pole.
Yeah, we've been speculating. She was at first we thought maybe she broke one of her poles, but because her right arm was taped up, it's possible that she either fell or maybe she's got some kind of an overuse injury. But she's definitely favoring her right arm and just using the pole with her left arm. We were also looking into the rules because we had a question on the English chat about whether you can drop a pole if it's broken.
Yeah.
And now in the race rules, it says if you start with poles, you have to finish with them. But it doesn't specify what happens when you have a broken pole. Now, I was saying, as a lawyer, if I were her, I would argue once a pole is broken, it is no longer a working pole and you can ditch it. But it doesn't actually say in the race rules.
Yeah, we were also speculating, and I was watching back at the start images to see if all the tape she has, if she was starting the race with it or if she fell or something. And she started the race with all the tape, so it might be an overuse injury, as you just mentioned. So maybe the strategy was going with only one pole. Is it really something that can help?
We were wondering that as well. For me, anytime I've been in a race where I've wound up with one pole because I've broken another, I've found it quite difficult. I can only use that strategy for a short period because it really makes you asymmetric.
Yeah.
And that can cause problems later on. But if this is something that she's used to, then maybe she decided one pole is better than no poles. And perhaps that's as you say, it's how she started from the beginning.
Yeah.
Really interesting and quite gutsy.
And so Anca Sinde, a runner from Romania, and actually she's third now, and we are waiting for her in Sant Tedescu now in an hour and 30 minutes. She just passed Arties a few minutes ago.
So she's running at quite a bit of a slower pace than the others. And actually, if we look at fourth place, Elizabeth Rios Peredo from Bolivia, she is anticipated to come into Artis in 16 minutes. There could be a chance because Anca has just 6 minutes to go. If there's only 20 some odd minutes between them, if Anca is still having these walk breaks that we saw earlier on the feed, potentially Elizabeth could catch up to her.
Yeah. That's what we like with these races is everything can happen, and you do not want to bet on something bad happening to your competitor, but it's the race. It's how it goes. And as you were mentioning before with your experience at Hard Rock, where you had a bad day and everyone also had a bad day, then it kind of was benefit for you at the end.
Sometimes it's best just to have the least worst day out on the trail.
Sometimes that's enough.
Yeah, exactly. I think at one point I realized that, sometimes when you stand on the start line, I think it's natural to think, this person has had this great training, this person has had this great preparation, but actually everyone on the start line is a little bit nervous and wondering, if they've done enough. And I was thinking, coming from a place that was not at altitude, that I wouldn't be in a good position, but all of us were throwing up when we were on the trail. So altitude can get to everyone. The trail can get to everyone. It really is a bit of an equalizer.
Yeah, you just do the best you can do and hope it's enough. But of course, when your legs hurt, everyone's legs is hurting too.
Yeah. We are all human out there. Now, looking at Laura's background, we can review a little bit about her history. The last 3 races that she's done have been wins in the 50K category. Now, she's here in the 100-mile category, and she's had some hit or misses. So at UTMB last year, she was 21st, which is good, but it isn't a podium.
What was her time?
Her time, I believe, was 28 hours.
Okay.
So that would be 6 hours behind Katie Scheid. But then we look at the 100-mile race, Nice Côte d'Azur, and she was first there in 2023. So she does know how to win the 100-mile events, and she will be doing that again. Interesting. As she crested the top of that, she did a little hesitation as she was gearing up for the downhill. It tells me maybe she was taking in a deep breath, thinking, okay, I got this.
I remember during my 100K, downhill it was super hard and harder than the uphill. Is it the same for you?
Absolutely. I think if you haven't done these races, you tend to think of the uphills as being so hard at taking all of this energy, but it always is the downhills that kill you, because it takes a lot of energy to stay controlled, to use your quad muscles, use all of those stabilizing muscles, to be able to go down, especially a technical trail in a controlled way. And these are the eccentric muscles that we don't tend to use as much as we do on uphill climbs.
Yeah, you were asking me before all the stuff I discovered during this first long race, and this was also I forgot to mention this, but I had this mindset also that I had to push really hard during the uphills, and it was a pretty flat race, so I knew I had to run a lot. I never thought that downhill would be a problem, and I had my quads. I never had this sensation. I really had the feeling that knives were like getting into my quads. And every time I was at the bottom of an uphill, it was heaven.
You can now say that you are inducted into the true trail ultra running scene, because that is very typical.
Yeah, and on shorter races, you tend to have a lot of fun during the downhills because you have speed and you're still clear in your mind, so you can have a lot of fun, and it's really hard during the uphills because you have to push so hard, and the longer it gets, it just everything
flips.
turns. Yeah.
You're exactly right. We have certainly seen some of the runners' forms start to break a little bit on the downhill. You can't see it as much on the uphill. One, because the uphill is it's slower. You can mask certain problems, but on the downhill, that's when you see the stiffness. That's when you see, we're calling it the staccato running. Everything starts to look a little bit more jumpy.
Yeah, and even on elite athletes, you could see yesterday Marie Claquet, who won the 100K. She was so strong. She had a massive lead on the second one. But you could see, especially in this downhill right now, she had to do little turns as the same way we go into ski slopes to control herself, to control her pace, because I bet her quads were just dying.
Yep.
And that's probably the reason why they are all using the poles in the downhills too.
Yep. I really have found that quite interesting, because it's just not typical to see elite athletes, the leaders, using poles on a downhill, particularly where it's not super technical. It is single track here, but it's pretty smooth. Now, we saw the storms coming in. We saw the weather turn, but it seems to be holding off for the moment. I was thinking there that we were going to get an absolute downpour. Oh, interesting. Now the distance has shortened to just 1.5 kilometers.
Oh, yeah. You can see they don't move. They don't have the same, do you say frequency?
Yeah, the same cadence. Yep. Absolutely right. What we see from the leader, from Laura Van Voren, she is taking a much shorter stride and going a little bit more gingerly down the trail than what we see from Wu Yuan. But there is still quite a gap between them. 1.5 kilometers.
Do you have in mind this famous French race, the 4x400 with Floria Gay, where at the European Championship, when she takes the last relay, she's so far away. Everyone is saying she's not gonna make it, and she is closing, and on the last meters she actually won. She made her entire team won, and there's a super famous French commentator that just said "alors peut-être," which means so maybe. Yeah. And that's what I want to say right now. You don't that. So maybe you don't know. You never know.
I love that. Alors peut-être.
Yes. Alors peut-être. And she's eating the race. She's it's one of the greatest moments of French sport, I think.
Oh, I missed it, but I will have to go back and try to find that clip.
I'll send it to you.
Thank you. I'm going to have that in my head. That's going to be my new mantra for Hard Rock next weekend. Yeah. Alors peut-être.
Yeah, she's really inspiring, and cool. And even when you watch the race again and again, you know what's going to happen, but the first runner is so far away and it's really inspiring to imagine what happened in her head to go and catch all the runners in front of her. Because I think she took the baton, she was maybe 5th or something like this.
You know, we tend to, what I've said before is that we tend to think when we go into these races or even into life events. I was thinking about this myself when I was struggling to get pregnant and trying to get pregnant. And we tend to think of all the things that can go wrong. Mm-hmm. You know, if you are Laura, maybe you are thinking about, you know, what if this happens? What if this happens? What if this happens? You know, what if Wu Yuan catches up to me? But we need to sometimes shift our mindset and think, instead of, you know, what if this goes wrong? What if it all goes right? Yeah. And that's the same as alors peut-être.
Yeah.
You know, what if it all goes right? So maybe.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of things can happen, and there's still a few kilometers to go, not that much, but you always have to keep pushing and dreaming, and at least it's going to show up on her final time. So, and I think it seems like she's chasing.
Oh yeah,
chasing time or position. We don't know, but she's not giving up.
Jumping into the chat, there's a question in there. Who among you is planning to run a UTMB race this year? James is running the Istria 100 next year. That'll be his first 100-miler. Those of you who are following along, jump to the chat. Let us know if you've got a UTMB race. There are over 50 of them in the series. Val d'Orem by UTMB is one of the World Series majors. So for each of the regions of all of these events around the world, there is one major per region, and this is the major for Europe. Now, what does that mean? That means that every winner or every runner who finishes the race will get double the amount of running stones. So you can see at the top of your screen for the 100-mile event, instead of 4 running stones, the runners will get 8. Now, each stone is an extra chance to get into the UTMB finals. It also means that the top 10 runners, instead of the top 3, as well as age division winners, will get an automatic entry into the UTMB finals next year in the same category. So in the 50K, they will get in the OCC. In the 100K, they will get in the CCC. And in the 100-mile category, they will get into the UTMB 100-miler. There's also prize purses for the top 5 finishers on the women's and men's side. 5,000 euros. Goes for first place. Syncrew is hoping to run the Alsace 50K next year. Oh, wow. Fantastic. After battling cancer.
Oh.
Way to go. We'll be cheering for you, Syncrew.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing that with us. And we are following our first woman 1.2 kilometers to the finish. It has been over 20 hours of running.
That's crazy.
Yeah. She's now going on the last steep part of this descent.
What's the longest race you raced? I think I heard about Tour des Géants. Is this true?
Actually, it's worse. I've done Tour des Géants 4 times, but my longest race is Tour de Glacier.
Oh.
So 450 kilometers, self-navigated, 32,000 meters of climbing. I did it in 2021. I actually still hold the course record.
Oh, congrats.
155 hours, and I only slept for about 4.5.
No way.
Yep. I should have been in the special forces, really. I've just picked the wrong career.
Anything. Oh, wow.
My main skill is just moving slowly at a consistent pace. I'm a bit of a turtle, but I can do well on little sleep, which is proving to be quite handy as a new mom.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Oh, that's impressive.
I'd really like to go back and do that race again because you learn so much. I mean, going from the 100-mile to that 200-mile category is one thing, but then going to the 300-mile, it's completely different. And when you have to actually navigate your own way on that little sleep, it's like nothing I've ever experienced before.
What do you mean by navigate your alone? Is it like there's no
course
flag?
It's not marked.
Oh, okay.
And in some places there really isn't a discernible trail that you can see. Yeah.
So you put everything on your watch, or you have the maps on you?
You can have GPS, so it's not like the Barclay where you're using a compass. But I can tell you, it is quite difficult to follow GPS when you haven't slept in days.
Can you imagine?
And so it does add another element. And of course, if your watch dies or your phone dies and you no longer have an ability to navigate, that's the end of your race.
It's a big loop, or you do multiple ones?
It's a big loop. Okay. So it basically goes higher and farther than the Tour de Géant course. So the Tour de Géant course follows the Altavia 1 and 2 around Valle d'Aosta, and the Tour de Glacier course follows it's kind of a forgotten trail. I think it's the Altavia. It might be the Altavia 3, but it's really quite a rugged, insane type of course where you actually only come into the valley for the Bassevia, the life bases 3 times.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So if you want to be crewed, you need to have crew with strong legs who are willing to climb up a couple thousand meters in the middle of the night to a refuge.
And different teams, so they split, or can one team do all of the 8 stations?
It's impossible.
Yeah.
It's absolutely impossible. I had good friends of mine who live in Italy, a couple that run a hotel in Courmayeur. They crewed me, but they also had their son going and doing the night trips in the middle of the night, bringing me McDonald's at 2 a.m.
Comfort food. And she's coming.
Now we have our winner of the 100K event, Laura Van Voren from Belgium. She has been leading 4 hours. She was chasing down Jocelyn Pauli from France through the night. Jocelyn unfortunately had to withdraw, and then since then, Laura Van Voren has had a commanding lead. She is 700 meters away from the finish. She's checking her watch. She is ready to be done. We can tell.
Yeah, it's gonna be a relief at this point. All you want to do is stop running and maybe eat something.
Eat, sleep, shower.
That's it.
And now we have the rain starting.
Perfect. She's about to finish.
Whoa.
Oh, and it's raining pretty hard, I think.
Yeah, that's a grimace on her face. I hope it turns into a smile, but she has really battled.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some people that really make this look easy, and Laura has shown us that it's been tough. She's had struggles with her calf muscle. She has had periods where she's had to stop, stretch, walk. She's shown that she's been in a bit of pain, and it looks like she is really pushing it.
Yeah, she's still looking behind. She probably doesn't have the information about where Yuan is standing right now, but she can enjoy.
Sometimes it's just habit when you keep checking your watch near the end because you just think, is it over? Is it over?
Yeah.
And yes, we have a question in the chat. The prize money is the same for the women as for the men. That is really important for these UTMB races. Come on, Laura. Let's see a little bit of energy for her in the chat. Jump in, give her a bit of love. She has battled this out. She has shown a steady race through injury, through the weather, through the night.
And it was she raced really intelligently. She was at the general overall with the men. She was 100, a little bit more than 100 place, and she slowly made her move. Now she's around the 22nd position, which means she just ran her race, focused on her sensation, and obviously went well for her now.
And now she's coming into town. She'll be able to start, hopefully hearing the crowds.
No, she just passed the checkpoint, giving the information to the finish line that she's coming, and you can hear everyone waiting for her.
Now she's starting to smile.
Yeah,
that
finally
grimace is turning into a smile. The pain in her calf is suddenly going away. It's dissipating with the joy of knowing that she is going to cross that finish line with the win, with 5,000 euros in her pocket, with an automatic entry into UTMB finals. And the emotion is coming out. Laura Van Voren, our female winner. She is overtaken by emotion as she comes up to these crowds waiting for her in the rain. Is it tears? Is it raindrops? We're not sure.
I
It's
think
both.
this is tears, so much emotion, and she can feel all the emotions. She had a great race, great performance, and now she just has to enjoy the last meters. Then she will finally stop running. And
Let's
here she
get our
is.
bell out. And our female winner, Laura Van Voren from Belgium, winning the 100-mile event in 20 hours and 26 minutes. Absolute battle. She is a beast. Putting it all out on the line. Tears in her eyes.
She's great.
And there is her partner, who really, Florian Descamps, had a difficult time. He was as high as third at one point.
Yeah, they were racing the same race.
Yeah.
She was not that far behind him at the end.
There was a chance that they both could have gone home with prize money, but Florian, he did finish. He dropped out of the top 10.
She
But
still has so much energy. I would not run any meters more after this.
she's like, calf problem? What calf problem? I am soaking up the glory. I am the winner.
She cannot believe it. That's a nice face.
That's like that. Thinking as a photographer.
Yeah, now I would like to photograph this.
Can we come over and say hello?
Oh, we might not be there in person, but we can certainly feel the emotion and the energy.
Maybe we'll have a few words.
Thank you for giving us all so much joy, so much emotion. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
I'm so happy because before the race I just wanted to be able to give my best, and I could put it all out there, and I'm so happy.
Simplemente quería dar todo lo que tenía por dentro y lo ha hecho, lo ha hecho. Laura, tell us about the night, the morning. When did you realize that perhaps victory was possible?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
I love that.
You're the Belgian champion, I think, on multiple occasions. You've won ultra races around Europe before in your home country, Belgium. Is this perhaps your greatest day? To win a European major, to win here, the 140 kilometers plus here in Val d'Arno?
Yes, definitely yes.
Dice que es su mejor carrera de su vida. Well, listen, Laura, thank you. Again, thank you for giving us so much joy, so much pleasure. It was so wonderful to see you coming down, chasing that victory. You've done it. You're a champion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Everybody, a big round of applause for Laura. What an incredible champion.
Such a sweet interview.
Yeah.
Really, I think she's just in shock with her run. She couldn't remember much about what happened, but she knew that she wanted to put it all on the line, and she did.
Yeah, and there's a lot of emotions at the end of a race like this. You're just hurting for so many hours, waiting for this moment, stop running, finally taking a little bit of rest. And I think we have emotions when we see this finish line, but being there must be something else with this music, because every runner we can see crossing the finish line seems very emotional.
Yeah. And when I ran this race, I ran the 100-mile event in 2021. I finished in the dark, so the crowds weren't necessarily there, but during the day at the start line, and then for watching the rest of the runners come in the next day, I mean, it was just such good energy. Everyone in this little mountain town came out to see what was going on and to support the runners.
And how is it racing in Spain? I heard the community is really strong there. Trail running is a really, really important sport for them. And I feel that it's not a big community, but it's really super strong and family. It feels like a family. And do you think you don't need a lot of crowd, but Spanish crowd is always good? A few of them is enough.
Yeah, they certainly, if they're small in numbers, they make up for it in energy and in noise.
Yeah.
So I love running in this area, particularly in this area of the Pyrenees, where it's higher altitude. Over 30% of this region is above 2,000 meters. We haven't been able to see a lot of it because of the altered courses, but the terrain, the people, it's just part of the draw of coming to these races.
Yeah, we're super lucky to be here because the European trail community is super strong. French, Italian, Spanish people it's really the epicenter of trail running here in Europe. And I recently discovered the American community of trail running, which was also super nice to feel. Very different energy, but as a lot of energy too, and very community driven. And I felt really welcome there. And I think think that's something a lot of runners and media colleagues, we all had the same feeling to be extremely welcome in the American trail community.
You're speaking of your experience at Western States,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah, and Western States especially has a very particular vibe. You know, it is the oldest 100-miler in the U.S., and the energy that the crowds bring to that race at those checkpoints, it is like a circus, but in a positive way.
Yeah. And it was interesting because there's less people that at UTMB.
Yep.
It's not as much crowd, but you really feel like you're in a family and that everyone is cheering for every runner, even the family one family that is cheering his son, their sons or daughter, or I don't know. They're also cheering the other runners that are the immediate competitions of their loved ones. So that's cool, and it was a super great experience, and it's nice to see that we are running and we are passionate about the same sport, but we all live it so differently in different areas of the world.
Yes, the trail running culture, it is quite different between North America and Europe. Being a Canadian and a North American living in Europe, I can see those differences.
What are the main differences for you?
Well, I mean, just from a very practical point of view, maybe from the more logistical point of view, in races in North America, particularly in the U.S., it's so much more common to be able to have a pacer. You know, having that relationship between runner and pacer makes it quite special and unique. Whereas on the European side, I can't think of any races where you are allowed pacers. Tour de Géant did allow pacers up until 2014, and then they stopped it. Now it adds another element of kind of rugged mountain attitude. You are out there alone, and you need to be able to take care of yourself. So it's a different approach. Also, I think in terms of the aid station culture, aid stations in Europe, you will get meat, cheese, some soup, maybe some orange slices. It's a good spread, but it is nothing like what you'll see in America. I mean, if you take kind of consumerism to the extreme, you will have pumpkin pie, quesadillas, gluten-free this, vegan that, M&M's, pickle juice. It's almost too much. After you've lived in Europe, I remember when I ran Western States, it was 2017, I was so overwhelmed. I would come to an aid station, I'd pick up a sandwich, I'd pick up a shot of pickle juice, I'd have a Coke, I'd have M&M's, and then it would all come out.
Obviously.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to be able to tell you that combination does not work well.
Yeah.
And then also, we were speaking a little bit earlier in the broadcast about the difference between poles. In a lot of North American races, runners just aren't as accustomed to using poles, using hiking poles. It's changing, but at least back in the day, it was more seen as something that hikers do.
Yeah.
But of course, out here in the Alps, in the Pyrenees, you are doing hiking for a lot of these races because the terrain is just so steep.
Is it because of the terrain or because of the culture that is different?
I think the terrain shapes the culture.
Yeah. True.
And then you also see kind of the development of runners. You know, you have families, you have kids who grow up in these mountains. They grow up with this culture of hiking, going out. I have Swiss friends who do not need to train. It doesn't really matter what they do, but if they go and sign up for a 50K race in the mountains, it's just in their blood, it's in their DNA, and they can just go out. It won't be pretty, but they will finish.
Yeah. True.
Perhaps you would see that for people living in the Rockies or in the San Juans in North America, but it is different. It's just not the same. So we have Wu Yuanyuan from China, our second place woman. She is following Laura Van Voren from Belgium, who came in first place about 10 minutes ago.
And
Wu Yuanyuan,
huh?
What's that?
She closed the gap.
Yeah, she did. She has been running incredibly strong. She did indicate that she had some foot troubles earlier, but she did not let it affect her stride. She did not let it affect her speed. She has been so calm and collected through this whole race.
Now she can hear everyone waiting for her at this finish line.
Now, she was 4th last year at the 100K event here at Val d'Aran by UTMB, and so she is bettering that in the longer distance in the 100-mile category with a 2nd place finish.
I told you this song is making something to them. It's magic or something happening in here.
It's just like the song that you hear at the UTMB start line. I mean, it's impossible to listen to that song and not feel something.
Yeah. And now she's running the last meters of this race. She's enjoying, and she can.
Wu Yuan from China, finishing in 2nd place, the 100-mile event at Val d'Aran by UTMB, ringing that bell. Absolutely outstanding performance. She is overcome with emotion. She has run through foot pain. She has chased down Laura Van Buren, really closing that gap.
Yeah. She had really fast last kilometers because at the last checkpoint, they had 20 minutes difference between Laura and Yuan, and now it's about 12 minutes. So yeah, that was.
She ran a smart race, but I still feel in my gut
She could have
gotten that first.
But it's easy to say at the end.
Sure. But just looking at the way that she was running and the strength that she had in her,
Probably if she made a move earlier, she could have done it.
I think she had more in her.
Yeah.
Whereas with Laura really left it all on the line.
1-1. Thank you. Thank you for an incredible demonstration of trail running. I've never seen anything like it. So strong in those final 10 kilometers, fighting for that 2nd place. Congratulations. Thank you. How do you feel?
Thank you. I'm so excited because today I only want to finish. Actually, I don't have confidence. This time, yes, I have been like a recovery from my injury 1 year. Yes, I'm struggling. I only wish my injury will be fun. But today, finally, I win myself. I fight for myself. Yeah, thank you. I love here.
Dice que está muy enamorada de aquí, que estuvo lesionada durante todo un año y no pensó que iba a triunfar tanto hoy, pero sí lo ha hecho. You've been here to Val d'Aran 3 times, I think. Your best result today. Do you think this is one of the best days of your trail running career? I'm sure you must be so happy.
Yes, thank you. I really love here. This is the 3rd time I'm here. But another good news is now I'm local. I live here around the valley. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Val d'Aran. Thank you, yeah.
Dice que vive aquí. Muchas gracias. And one more final question, Juan. You left here at 4 p.m. yesterday. You ran through the night. You ran this morning. Can you give any advice to the trail runners at home how to remain so strong, mentally and physically, in the final 10, 20 kilometers of a 100-mile race? How do you do it?
It's first, yes, I think the training volume or the race make me confidence. And at the start, I just hold myself and I don't feel good. But the other way, and I can push last. And thank you, my team, my friends, support me because I always have some stomach things. It's like many runners, why very hot, tired, run out the blood, glucose. I want cold Coke, and I always get the gut gas. Yes, but this time my friend reminded me, okay, no Coke, and try to eat normal food. Yeah, that's why I can push. And thank you, my family and my friends support me. Yes, the love make me keep going. I think this is the most important thing.
Dice que sigue por el amor de sus amigos, de su familia, y que dice que la clave es empezar poco a poco y luego empujar. Juan, thank you for a wonderful interview. Thank you for a wonderful race. We hope to see you next year. Congratulations.
That has to be my favorite interview of the whole race.
That was so inspiring.
It made me a little bit emotional. I mean, she really opened up there, saying how she didn't feel confident. She's been injured. She just wanted to finish, but it was love that kept her going and advice that kept her from having gas.
She's honest, and I love that.
So here we have the women standing so far. Laura Van Vuren from Belgium finishing first in 20 hours and 26 minutes, and just under 12 minutes behind her, Wu Yuan from China. As we are waiting for Anca Sindea from Romania, who is expected to come in about 54 minutes. We will hop over to the men's ranking. We have in first Arthur Joly-Boyon finishing in 16 hours and 25 minutes, followed by Saga Rueda or Santos Gabriel Rueda from Argentina in 16 hours and 53 minutes. And then Arno Seguimol from Spain, 17 hours, 13 minutes. Adrien Legret from France in 17 hours, 57 minutes. And then the hardest name to pronounce, Martin, got it, I will give it a go. Ivan Aguirre-Zabala Iturin Dale. We got it. In the final moments, we will have to practice that one, and I will, because I have a feeling we will be seeing him again. We will be going to a bit of a break as we are waiting for our third place woman in the 100 miler, but stay with us on the live stream, and we will be back after this break.
Welcome another finisher.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Congratulations, Roman Zizek from Poland. Massive achievement, congratulations. A little bit less than 21 hours for you. It's a long way, yeah? Roman, it's a long way. Roman, sit down and walk. Here you have your medal. Let's welcome now to the next one, arriving to the finish line from Belgium, Wesley van der Bergen. Congratulations, felicitations, enhorabuena. So we're mixing show, the one we are having here. It is the finish line of Oceania. Almost 30 runners already here at the finish line. All of them just below 21 hours. Here we're going to continue welcoming all of them. But now it's time to take a rest before the run of the next one. No hay tiempo para el descanso. Vamos a recibir a dos nuevas unidades, a dos nuevos corredores. Aquí tenemos from Cyprus, desde Chipre. Ahí tenemos la inducción. El aterrizaje al sprint por llevarse la categoría de Víctor López y Francisco Gómez. Congratulations, guys. What a show, what a sprint. Here they are from Portugal, from Cyprus. Congratulations. Here you have your prize. Congratulations, man. And congratulations for you as well, for your support. Amazing job from both of them. Now, Francisco, how are you? Do you want to sit down? Vamos, 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 vamos. Una nueva llegada a punto de realizarse. Another one from Romania. There he is. Welcome to this new carpet. From Romania. Love you. Here you have the bell. Congratulations. Good job. Another one below 21 hours. Bueno, esto va a ser ya un goteo incesante de llegadas. 600 y pico valientes salían ayer desde este mismo punto y poco a poco van regresando. Turno ahora para nuestro amigo francés Clement Fillot. Ahí lo tenemos, ya negociando la última curva Clement. Clement. Aquí tienes tu premio, Clement. La cloche pour toi. Congratulations, félicitations. Clement Fillot. Here's the category. Bueno, ya hemos detectado la presencia de un corredor llegando a esta línea de meta, a punto de pisar la blue carpet. Ahí tenemos al corredor español Mario Fábregas, a punto de coronarse como finisher de la prueba. Nos gusta el olor a meta por la mañana, nos gusta recibir atletas, nos gusta verlos cumplir sueños. Mario, te estamos esperando, ahora es tu momento. Ya lo tenemos ahí, acompañado por todo su equipo. Mario. Vamos, Mario, la meta es tuya, los chicos, venga los chicos. Vamos, Mario, la meta es tuya. Congratulations, enhorabuena. Ahí está. Mario Fábregas. Enhorabuena, Mario, un auténtico tiempazo, Justo por encima de 21 horas. Si lo llegas a saber, ese minutito,
Ahora mismo
Lo más importante. ¿Estos chicos corren? Sí, que se despelan, ¿no? Los esperamos aquí, ¿eh? Venga, enhorabuena a Mario, enhorabuena a la familia. Poquito más de 21 horas para este bravo corredor, Mario Fábregas Ortiz. 21 horas, 1 minuto. Well, so, having so much fun in this finish line, welcoming people, runners, heroes, coming all the way from every part of the world. Now it's time for Mario, and here we're going to continue welcoming people from more than 80 countries. From Portugal as well. Fourth nationality, Portugal in this 5th edition. Bueno, pues ojo, porque ya se va ronda la llegada y otros dos corredores, ese combo franco-español que está a punto de llegar, dos corredores que han compartido sangre y sudor, ahora van a compartir lágrimas de alegría. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos, Guillaume y Alberto. Ahí los tenéis, amigos, ya para siempre, a estos dos compañeros que han compartido, como os decía, sangre y sudor. Felicitaciones, congratulations. Ahí tenemos a Guillermo y Alberto Ojeda. Llegada exaequo, 21 minutos, 21 horas 4 minutos.
¿Sabes lo que cuesta? Nosotros tratamos
And I call your name, Michael
Bueno, pues continuamos, retornamos disfrutando de esta fiesta del trail, disfrutando de la mayor de Europa. Ahí es nada. HOKA Val UTMB, una de las gordas, una de las mejores carreras de trail del mundo. Here we continue enjoying this party. Here we continue welcoming runners coming all around the world. Now we have up to 36 runners that they have already arrived to this point. So here we are going to continue waiting for the rest of the runners that they have started yesterday afternoon at 4 o'clock. la presencia de un héroe, de un presunto finisher que va a llegar aquí a esta línea de meta en los próximos segundos. Vamos allá con el 37º clasificado. Esta quinta edición de la BBA 2025, 37th classified here in this finish line at Vieja. Let's welcome to this guy that he's in the last meters before the ride. Here he comes. Vamos a dar la bienvenida al gran, ahí tenemos recibiendo a su familia, Javi Pajares. Ahí teníamos a Javi Pajares haciéndose acreedor ese título de finisher de una mayor. Ahí es nada. Congratulations. Congratulations for this Spanish runner. For his massive achievement arriving here to the finish line with an amazing chrono. Just a little bit more than 21 hours for him. Muchísimas felicidades, Javier. Continuamos pues esperando la llegada, el aterrizaje de estos atletas que vuelan sobre los senderos de la Vallara. another arrival to this finish line. Another two already. The first one is going to be a Spanish runner. Here we have the arrival. Aquí tenemos la llegada del gran Sergio Pajares. Sergio, enhorabuena, máquina. máquina. Ahí teníamos la llegada de este magnífico atleta. 21-18 para él y ya pisándole los talones from Portugal, Paulo Sergio Rosado. Buena corrida, Paulo. It's a long way, right? It's a long way, isn't it? No me da.
Mayor redondo. ¿Quieres por aquí? ¿Quieres mayor? Espera aquí para que damos los tres. Mayor. Mayor se quedó así. Se levanta.
Vamos a darle la bienvenida también al atleta francés Benjamin Nacri. Felicitaciones, Benjamin. Congratulations, felicitaciones para este magnífico atleta. Here we have the arrival of Benjamin Nacri. Little bit less than 21 hours, 20 minutes. Pero era ahí. Bien, pues también va cogiendo mucha temperatura el village. Estas empresas, estas instituciones y todas estas organizaciones que tienen aquí su presencia para que podamos vivir a fondo el ecosistema del trail. more than 21 hours and a half since yesterday. More than 600 runners started this adventure at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Más de 9 horas y media desde que ayer. Más de 600 valientes salirán a las 4 de la tarde desde aquí. Ya tenemos hasta 40 de ellos en meta, así que aquí tenemos para el rato, disfrutando del mejor tren mundial, disfrutando de la mejor mayor de Europa, la HOKA Val by UTMB.
Ahora en Cataluña,
Another arrival to this finish line. Últimos minutos antes de la llegada de los próximos corredores hasta la línea de meta de la mayor de Europa. Well, so let's see. Border Pro is going to be in Spanish guys. Here we have a day supporting team waiting for him.
Hostia, si le tocó una épico meta hace mucho, como tú, él era Arno. ¿Qué? Si no se puso en meta, yo, vale, ¿usted no se puso en meta? Dice, no, yo puse la derecha y yo me puse allí, lejos. Es que es un punto sociópata, ¿sabes? Aparte, que donde llega meta no está
allá recibiendo. Let's continue welcoming people all around the world, but this time our Spanish the one runner arriving 41st position. For the next 4 arrivals, we have here a massive group of Spanish runners. Luis, José Carlos, Raúl Íñigo. Here we are waiting for you all. Ahí nos tenemos. Y arriba, a la meta. Vamos Luis, vamos Luis. Aquí está lo que venías esperando, con lo que venías soñando Luis. Disfruta de tu momento. Luis Salcedo. Enhorabuena, enhorabuena Luis. Bueno, venga, que ahora llega este nutrido grupo de valientes que a buen seguro han corrido juntos muchos kilómetros, muchas millas. Ahí tenemos la llegada en familia de José Carlos Mero, Raúl Aguilar e Íñigo Baquedano. Enhorabuena chicos. Ahí tenemos la llegada de estos atletas. Enhorabuena chicos. Soy un amigo. Venga, ya justo detrás, pisándole los talones. Josep Casano. Congratulations you all guys, please. Come on. Here we have the rival of la número 9 de Benoit, Cicero, Benoit, en la familia. Felicitaciones, Benoit. Ahí tenéis ese abrazo que lo dice todo. Congratulations. Well done, guys. Bueno, venga, vamos, continuamos recibiendo corredores. Buena, Raúl, vamos. Vamos que continuamos recibiendo corredores.
Vamos, que si veo que no hay problema, lo copio en el escritorio.
Vamos allá, Chevy, tienes aquí a tu club de fans esperándote. Ahí lo tenemos negociando ya. La última curva. Raúl, por favor, vamos a dar la bienvenida que merece. Ahí lo tenemos. Últimos metros a la Chevy. Mucha Chevy. Campana o tienes que dar una vuelta. Ahí tenéis a Chevy, mira, ahí esperan.
Quiero ir a ponerme algo,
So what a moment. So emotional, this kind of arrivals, especially those that we are having here in group. Lot of runners that they have been sharing blood and sweat. And now they are here in tears in this finish line of HOKA Val by UTMB Major. runners already here in this finish line at Oceania. So more than 600 to arrive here. So we will be waiting for all of them all along the day.
Esta mochila no es vuestra, ¿no? ¿La mochila es tuya? Vale, vale. No, pero sé que tiene nombre de UTMB, así que...
Vamos allá, porque ya tenemos en la lontananza y hemos detectado un nuevo héroe. Otro corredor que va a hacer historia en la HOKA Val UTMB. Another runner led into this blue carpet, to this finish line at the area. Here we are gonna welcome to the greatest Tuesday Ibarra. Get back, Yusef. Congratulations, enhorabuena, Yusef. Massive achievement for this guy. Enhorabuena, Yusef. Ahí teníamos el titánico esfuerzo, 21, prácticamente 22 horas. Bueno, pues vamos allá con actualizaciones, con noticias. Os recordamos que estamos aquí todavía esperando otorgar esa tercera plaza del podio a la tercera chica por llegar. Se trata de la rumana Anca que está a punto de llegar en torno a 15 minutos para la llegada de esta atleta. Last 15 minutes before the arrival of the third woman to this finish line from Romania. Ahí la tenemos a Anca Now let's welcome another two from Netherlands, Sergey. And from France, Benjamin. They are almost here. There we go, there we go. Ahí los tenemos.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Últimos minutos antes de la llegada de la tercera fémina, tercera clasificada de esta histórica prueba de esta VDA. Last minute before the arrival of the third woman here on the VDA adventure. Ya estamos a punto de vivir otro de los grandes momentos. Estamos a punto de recibir aquí a la tercera clasificada de esta aventura, de esta VDA. Deseando tenerla ya en pantalla, vamos a ver si podemos disfrutar de su entrada, de su aproximación.
Impeccable, c'est bon. Je suis en direct et je me mets devant elle à l'arrivée.
All right, just over 22 hours elapsed, and we have a visual, ladies and gentlemen, of our third place in the VDA at this HOKA Val by UTMB, and she is smiling. She can smell the bar now, 1.7 kilometers into the race. Oh, I mean, before the finish, this is all she has left out of the 140 kilometers that she had to cover for this 100-mile distance at this European major in the UTMB World Series. Ladies and gentlemen, coming from Romania, Anca is in the house. And you can already hear the finish line in the background. This is probably why she was smiling away. Anca, who started quite hot as well. She was just behind Jocelyn Poli when the race started, and it was a bit of a bold move, but eventually she fell back and found her own rhythm. And while the French runner Jocelyn Poli had to drop out during the night around 4 a.m. last night, and we still don't know what happened to her exactly, it gave the lead to Belgium runner Laura van Voren. previous winner in 2023 at Nice by UTMB, as well as third in the Mont-Blanc 90K, fourth place at UTMB a few years back, and also winner of Grand Raid de la Réunion. This Laura Van Voren was our winner in this VDA earlier, and she crossed the finish line in Vieja in 20 hours, 26 minutes and 37 seconds. Really close, and she was closing pretty hard. Coming from China, representing Team Ultra, Wu Yangyang was really hot on her heels and came in a really emotional finish to cross the line in Vieja in 20 hours, 38 minutes, 22 seconds, so just under 12 minutes back. And now, to round up the podium, we have indeed a visual of our female runner from Romania, Anca, and we count on you in the chat to make some noise to bring her home after 22 hours and 3 minutes elapsed so far. 1.5 Ks to go. She's getting really close. 500 meters on trails and 1 kilometer on the road. Getting into town, weaving through the old building of this beautiful little mountain town of Vieja, and then into the finish line that you can already hear in the background. And again, still that question. So there we go. She goes right by the antenna. So it's about a minute left on the trails. And yeah, as we were noticing, she only has 1 pole left. But after looking at the images, it seems like she had that tape on her arm right from the beginning yesterday at the start at 4 p.m. in the afternoon. And now it is, yeah, 2:04, so 22 hours, 4 minutes elapsed. And she is minutes away from crossing the line and taking home the 3rd place at this HOKA Val run by UTMB, the European major of the UTMB World Series. And again, if you're joining us to bring Anca Sindea home, the specificity of the European major is that more people have the opportunity to punch their automatic entry into next year's UTMB World Series final and the corresponding distance. So we followed the PDA in the 50K, so whoever was in the top 10 as well as winning their age group got their entry into OCC next year. Then we have the CDH, who was the 100K distance, and same men and women top 10 as well as the age group winners punched their ticket to CCC 2026. And right here, ladies and gentlemen, we already had our top 10 men who have come in and to secure their spot into UTMB 2026. And in the women's, we are right now with Anca Sindea from Romania, on the way to 3rd place at the VDA, the 100-mile distance. And not only she is punching her ticket to UTMB 2026, but also the top 5 men and women across all 3 distances were scoring prize money. Prize money that was going from 1st to 5th, and it was in this order: 5,000 euros, 4,000 euro, 3,000 euro, 1,250 and 1,000 for 5th place, both in the men's and the women's, and again across 3 distances: 100 mile, 100K, and 50K. Yes, it is getting tough. It is getting tough, ladies and gentlemen, for Anca. You can see that she is taking the descent very slowly. She looks like she's on eggshells. The legs have taken a beating, but now she'll be delighted to be on the road. Much easier footing, less steep, and hopefully she'll be drawn into the finish line. What a race it has been. And yeah, just in case you wanted to get involved, the chat is open. So if you're here to support Romania, if you're here to represent this country as well as cheer on Anca into the finish line, go wild. Use the gifts. Leave us a note. Leave us some cheering. I'm sure she'll feel it. And she'll be delighted to hear that. Again, we've seen more and more runners and top runners coming from Romania. It's not been recent, but Ionel Cristian Manole, originally from Romania, living in Spain. Madalena Florea in the shorter distances. We've got a lot of top athletes who are scoring high at ultra races now, coming from Romania. There we go, and she's answering gracias to everyone. She speaks the local language, at least enough words to be interacting with the crowds. And actually, yeah, I was thinking about another runner, Robert Ajnau, who I think we all remember that, scored super well, like finished second at UTMB Mont-Blanc. Behind Xavier Thévenard that year, where the weather was absolutely horrendous, and he had basically ran the entire course from end to end with it was in 2018 with a full long sleeve and long pants, waterproof. And I gotta say, we were all very doubtful about as for why this man that we didn't really know at the time was starting with long pants, waterproof, waterproof jacket. It didn't matter, and he made it to the finish line in second place behind again Xavier Thévenard. What a race he pulled off at the time. And so yeah, just another example that Romania is now one of the nations that we're used to seeing at the top in the UTMB World Series and other ultra events in the world. And here again, Anca is proving us that this nation can pull off some of the best results in the world. Third place at the UTMB World Series major for Europe. The HOKA Val round by UTMB. And there she is. She's going through the gate. She's going to get into the main road. We're going to transition with our aerial shot. There we go. She is there, and hopefully the finish line is now set on fire by our... Yes, she's throwing her hands in the air with the poles. It is now a full-blown celebration for this third place. One final turn and she will be crowned as one of the top finishers. We got a dog in the finish line. I don't know if that's part of the plan or if that's just gone wild with the excitement of the crowds. And there she comes, flying the flag high for Romania. Ladies and gentlemen, your third place finisher in the VDA at the 2025 edition of Val d'Aran, Anca. She was always up there, and she managed to keep it together all the way until the finish line. What a performance. And Xavi is indeed sending her back No, it wasn't Chevy. I take that back.
Anca, Anca, lo has hecho, lo has logrado. Ahí la tenemos.
We can see the emotions running high. Oh yeah, so the dog was part of a plan. And here we go. Now we've got tears, ladies and gentlemen, on both sides, from the running part as well as from the support. 22:11:23 is what it took for Anca Sindea from Romania in the category 45 to 49 years young.
Anca, primero de todo,
to make it to the finish line. Let's hear it with the interviews on the line with our one and only Albert.
Anca, no sé si lo habéis escuchado, pero está contando que hace 2 semanas se rompió el radio y ha corrido con solo un brazo y solo un bastón, totalmente emocionada. Anca, I was telling them that she broke her arm only 2 weeks ago, and she has been running this race with pain and only one pole. Anca, mucha emoción. Has sido podio en carreras como Tralca y Arás, como Uideter, pero aquí, en una Major europea, tercera clasificada. ¿Te lo esperabas?
Pues la verdad que no. Venía para un top 10 para poder ir a Chamonix y no, ha sido una sorpresa.
She's telling that she didn't expect that she was coming for a top 10 to go to Chamonix, and this has been a total surprise. ¿Qué importancia ha tenido el apoyo de tu familia, de tu marido, que está aquí, al que hemos visto abrazarte?
Total, no, sin ellos no podría haber hecho esto. Imposible. Nada, solo de verlos ya me llenaba de energía, iba mal, iba a cascar de rodillas, de uñas, ya no sabía que me duele ya, el dolor de vaso ya se pasó, con otros dolores ya, y ya está.
I was asking her how important was the support of her family, and he was telling that it was total, that only watching them, all the pain that she has in the knee, in the arm, that it fade away just by seeing them. Anca, mucha gente también desde Terrassa siguiéndote, porque tú eres de Rumanía, pero vives en Terrassa. De tu equipo, ¿qué mensaje les mandarías desde aquí, desde Viella?
Pues que le agradezco todo el apoyo. Sin ellos no hubiera hecho esto. Sé que desde lejos me están apoyando todos, que están conmigo. Y nada, muchas gracias, de verdad.
Pues muchas gracias, muchas felicidades. Anca Sindea, tercera clasificada de esta HOKA Val UTMB.
Wow. Wow. Broke her arm 2 weeks ago and then went on and do the race with one pole the entire way. And she said really, really massive support from her crew. And yeah, I mean, obviously Albert did translate, so I'm rumbling, but wow. So good to see. And yes, there were tears on all sides of this finish line. What a team. What a team.
Well, so here we have the arrival of the third classificated in the woman classification. Her name is Anca.
And there we go. We got a quick recap of what went down in that race, the 2025 VDA, starting in Viella at 4 p.m. on Friday. And very quickly, we saw Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon charge up the hill the way he likes to do it. And in the women's, it was Jocelyn Podi who was in the lead. And we saw here a glimpse of Anca Sindea, who just finished third. She was in second place at the time. but managing her effort. And then they went into the night, and in the early hours of the day, here's Gabriel Reda here on the screen, and now you have Florian Descamps, who had to really fall back. We don't really know what the reason was, but at the time he was running in third. And then here's our man of the day, sitting down, supported by his friend Diego Pazos. Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon was never worried about the competition. He was literally flying over the field, even though because of the course change, it did not suit him as well as the original course could have. And here is Gabriel Reda pounding about a pint of orange juice. That was really mind-blowing. And yeah, this is where Florian Descamps stopped and kind of lost the third place to this man, Arno Seguimol, who was all smiles and pushed hard to the finish to claim the third spot on the podium. Here is in the first light, the golden hour of the day in the morning. And there she is, your runner from Romania, still cruising in third place. And there was a bit of a problem with Lara van Voren with her knee, with her calf. That did bother her a lot. And there we go, all smiles and a little bit of a reference to Diego Pazos. He did carry Diego's bow tie to the finish to thank him for the support he offered him, because Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon has a 2-month-old daughter, and therefore his wife could not quite do the entire crowing for him. So Diego stepped up. Diego was there, supposed to race, but had his back locked up and couldn't actually finish. There we go. Your second place finisher in the VDA today. It is Gabriel Reda, who finished all smiles after a hell of a journey. And again, that's how we know him best, smiling away. And then in the women's race, it was Laura Van Voren, despite her calf, that managed to take the win. Here we see third place from Spain, Arno Seguimol, who was ecstatic on the finish line. And here your woman race with Laura Van Voren, who ended up taking the win. And she was always kind of worried about Chinese runner Wu Yuan, who was always keeping the pressure on in second place. The gap going between 14 minutes to up to half an hour. So she was never out of the game until the end. And we saw these ladies duke it out until the end. The volunteers there, always super helpful, cheering on the runners. This is definitely something that was appreciated, and I don't think there was any runner on the finish line interview who did not thank the volunteers for their work and their support. And there we go, coming into Biella is Laura Van Voren taking the big W at this VDA, being the UTMB World Series major for Europe. And then in second place, coming in some 12 minutes back in second place, Wu Yuan, who is come back to this event for the third time and now actually lives in the valley with her partner. And there are the images that we have just seen from Anca Sindia, rounding up the women's podium at this VDA. Here we go. Your women's podium: Belgium, China, Romania. Laura Van Voren in 20:26:37. I was telling you, just under 12 minutes back with Wu Yuan. She really kept her in check all the way until the end. And then Anca Sindia, after a very emotional finish, wrapped it up, taking the third spot of the podium. So bringing home 3,000 euros and a guaranteed entry into UTMB 2026. The UTMB World Series final at the end of August in the 100-mile category. in a time of 22:11 and 23. Whew, what a day. In the men, we saw them all, and you see there was a battle, but in the end, the difference in the finishing time didn't create any surprise and didn't actually trigger any sprint in the city of Vieille. Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon mastered the race, 16:25.48. Gabriel Rueda in 16:53.56. Arno Seguimore in third. Adrien Legray, who came back pretty strong, and Iban Arriguerasba Iturbalde finishing in 18:17.38. 1 hour, 51 minute, 50 seconds back from today's winner, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon. So once again, the course was shortened a little bit. It was not a true 100 miles. It was 140 kilometers because of the weather conditions. The organization has chosen to go for the B route, so it was much less elevation, but at least all the runners were guaranteed to get to the finish line and that the race wouldn't be stopped. They had pretty bad weather conditions during the night, and we saw even earlier this morning a storm hit pretty hard, and so it kind of made like all sense that this decision to go for the big course that the organizers had chosen. There we go. I think we're going to get a bit of a teaser for the next live. I am not sure if that's going to be up on screen, but as we kept repeating, if you've been with us for the past 2 days, we've been with you 3 days even. On Thursday, we covered the 50K. Yesterday, we covered the 100K, and we finished with the 100 miles today. But we'll be back with you for the Trail of Verbier-Saint-Bernard in Switzerland, and that we'll be covering. And then the weekend after, we're going to be with you again with the Monte Rosa, the new race in Italy that is joined the UTMB World Series. And it is going to be also simultaneously, so we're going to have 2 teams in the studio with Eiger Ultra Trail by UTMB. So, yep, that is me. However, Stephanie's gone. Margot is back with the French channel, but it is again a pleasure to be sharing those live broadcasts with you all. Appreciate your comments, you tuning in, your passion for the trails, your support as well for your country, men and women, as well as your fellow runners. We appreciate that a lot, and I'm pretty sure they feel it while they're out on the course, sharing your information as well. Like, you know, there was a few details about Tobias, for example, who was Mary's partner, and he was also in the race, eventually dropped out, but was there to finish to support her. So all these things, it is a collaborative live experience, and we certainly appreciate you being there. I think this is getting there. This is getting to, you know, the end of the live. We don't have much left to say. I'm going to check with the chat, and yep. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Matto. Thank you, Jason. Roger as well. You know, I mean, that's it. This is it. We do have those beautiful drone shots. So if the past 3 days didn't make you want to come and run in Val d'Aran, that is the final touch to convince you to come. If you like big mountains, if you like technical trails, this is a race to do. And I remember Yone Christian Manole being the first winner of the long race. He said, like, man, this should not be a qualifier for UTMB Mont-Blanc. UTMB Mont-Blanc should be a qualifier for Val d'Aran because it's just so hard, relentless, up and down, and technical. This is it. And again, I want to acknowledge that Stephanie Case was with us the whole time. She just had to shoot a little earlier because she's flying tomorrow to Colorado. She will be racing Hard Rock, and we wish her all the best. And again, we certainly appreciate her being there, her knowledge, her experience, good chat, good spirits. And on my end, this is it. Again, we leave you for now, but we'll be back with you next weekend and the weekend after for Verbier Saint-Bernard, and the weekend after, Monte Rosa and Eiger. Thank you all for being there. Happy trails. Peace. An absolute pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man. Oh, the world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB Index au mètre carré. And it is not over.
Oh no.
Insane.
That was fast. Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow. Oh, one of the big jobs.
Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Well, so let's continue here. Welcoming another one, this one from France, almost here. Another hero from the PDA that is about to arrive. Vamos allá a darle la bienvenida. Últimos metros para este atleta, para este héroe. Ahí llega a la línea de meta Guillaume abrazo de reconocimiento por parte de Julien Dupré. Ahí tenéis. Amigos para siempre, Friends Forever. ¡Qué imagen! ¡Qué imagen! Well done, guys. Congratulations, thank you both.
Quiero el último, pero yo igual
Separated by the Atlantic, for now on, Friends Forever.
Ya está nerviosa.
En formación. El corredor que acaba de llegar, Guillón Lima. Corredores que ha tenido posiciones muy destacadas peleándose. Solo Mathieu Blanchard. Enhorabuena. Un corredor de muchísimos quilates que quizá no ha tenido el mejor en sus días. Congratulations, felicitaciones.
Se queda bien, ¿eh? ¿Cuántos votos en el gabinete?
Up to 58 arrivals to this finish line. Let me remember you that they were more than 600 yesterday afternoon when they started a venture here at 4 o'clock. So more than 500 runners here at the mountain, and here we are going to be waiting for all of them.
Está bien, tío. Cabrón. Esa es la forma de no mudar. Está bien, tío. Tío, pues está mirando tú, ya, Marque. No, pues sí. Antes vamos ganando, ¿sabes?